Section 1 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2 by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Milligan. Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2 by Various. The Brigade Commander by J.W. DeForest, Part 1. The colonel was the idol of his bragging old regiment and of the bragging brigade, which for the last 6 months he had commanded. He was the idol not because he was good and gracious, not because he spared his soldiers or treated them as fellow citizens, but because he had led them to victory and made them famous. If a man will win battles and give his brigade a right to brag loudly of its doings, he may have its admiration and even its enthusiastic devotion, though he be as pitiless and as wicked as Lucifer. "It's nothing to me what the colonel is in privet, so long as he shows us how to whack the Rebs," said Major Gahogan, commandant of the Old Tenth. "Moses saw God in the burning bush and bowed down to it and worshipped it. It wasn't the bush he worshipped, it was his God that was in it. And I worship this villain of a colonel, if he is a villain, because he's almighty and gives us the victory. He's nothing but a human burning bush, perhaps, but he's got the God of war in him. Adjutant Wallace, it's a blanking long time between drinks, as I think he was saying, and with racing. See if you can't confiscate a canteen of whiskey somewhere in the camp. Bedad, if I can't buy it, I'll stale it. We're going to fight tomorrow, and it may be it's the last chance we'll have for a drink, unless there's more like her now in the other world than Dive's got." The brigade was bivouacked in some invisible region amid the damp, misty darkness of a September night. The men lay in their ranks, each with his feet to the front and his head rearward, each covered by his overcoat and pillowed upon his haversack, each with his loaded rifle nestled close beside him. Asleep as they were, or dropping placidly into slumber, they were ready to start in order to their feet and pour out the red light and harsh roar of combat. There were 2 lines of battle, each of 3 regiments of infantry, the first some 200 yards in advance of the second. In the space between them lay 2 4-gun batteries, one of them brass 12-pounder Napoleons, and the other rifled Parrots. To the rear of the infantry were the recumbent troopers and picketed horses of a regiment of cavalry. All around in the far black distance, invisible and inaudible, paced or watched stealthily the sentinels of the Grand Guards. There was not a fire, not a torch, nor a starbeam in the whole bivouac to guide the feet of Adjutant Wallace in his pilgrimage after whiskey. The orders from brigade headquarters had been strict against illuminations, for the Confederates were near at hand in force, and a surprise was proposed as well as feared. A tired and sleepy youngster, almost dropping with the heavy somnolence of wearied adolescence, he stumbled on through the trials of an undiscernible and unfamiliar footing, lifting his heavy riding boots sluggishly over imaginary obstacles, and fearing the while lest his toil were labor misspent. It was a dry camp, he felt dolefully certain, or there would have been more noise in it. He fell over a sleeping sergeant and said to him hastily, "Steady, man, a friend," as the half-roused soldier clutched his rifle. Then he found a lieutenant and shook him in vain. Further on, a captain and exchanged saddening murmurs with him. Further still, a camp follower of African extraction and blasphemed him. "It's a God-forsaken camp, and there isn't a horn in it," said Adjutant Wallace to himself as he pursued his groping journey. "Bet you I don't find the first drop," he continued, for he was a betting boy, and frequently argued by wagers, even with himself. "Bet you 2 to 1 I don't. Bet you 3 to 1, 10 to 1. Then he saw, an indefinite distance beyond him, burning like red-hot iron through the darkness, a little scarlet or crimson gleam, as of a lighted cigar. "That's old Grumps of the bloody 14th, he thought. "I've raided into his happy sleeping grounds. I'll draw on him." But old Grumps, otherwise Colonel Lafayette Gildersleeve, had no rations, that is, no whiskey. "How do you suppose an officer is to have a drink, Lieutenant?" he grumbled. "Don't you know that our would-be brigadier sent all the commissary to the rear day before yesterday? A canteen full can't last 2 days. Mine went empty about 5 minutes ago." "Ah, thunder," groaned Wallace, saddened by that saddest of all thoughts. "Too late." "Well, least said, soonest mended. I must wobble back to my major." "He'll send you off to some other camp as dry as this one. Wait 10 minutes and he'll be asleep. Lie down on my blanket and light your pipe. I want to talk to you about official business, about our would-be brigadier." "Oh, your turn will come some day," mumbled Wallace, remembering Gildersleeve's jealousy of the brigade commander, a jealousy which only gave tongue when aroused by commissary. "If you do as well as usual tomorrow, you can have your own brigade." I suppose you think we're all going to do well tomorrow, scoffed old Grumps, whose utterance by this time stumbled. I suppose you expect to whip and to have a good time. I suppose you brag on fighting and enjoy it. I like it well enough when it goes right, and it generally does go right with this brigade. I should like it better if the Rebs would fire higher and break quicker. That depends on the way those are commanded, whose business it is to break them, growled old Grumps. I don't say but what we're rightly commanded, he added, remembering his duty to superiors. I concede and acknowledge that our would-be brigadier knows his military business. But the blessing of God, Wallace, I believe in Waldron as a soldier, but as a man and a Christian, faugh! Gildersleeve had clearly emptied his canteen unassisted. He never talked about Christianity when perfectly sober. What was your last remark? Inquired Wallace, taking his pipe from his mouth to grin. Even a superior officer might be chafed a little in the darkness. I made no last remark, asserted the colonel with dignity. I'm not a-dying yet. If I said anything last, it was a mere exclamation of disgust. The disgust of an officer and a gentleman. I suppose you know something about our would-be brigadier. I suppose you think you know something about him? Bet you I know all about him, affirmed Wallace. He enlisted in the old 10th as a common soldier. Before he had been a week in camp, they found that he knew his biz, and they made him a sergeant. Before we started for the field, the governor got his eye on him and shoved him into a lieutenancy. The first battle histed him to a captain, and the second, bang, whiz, he shot up to colonel, right over the heads of everybody, line and field. Nobody in the old 10th grumbled. They saw that he knew his biz. I know all about him. What'll you bet? I'm not a betting man, Lieutenant, except in a friendly game of poker, sighed old Grumps. You don't know anything about your brigadier, he added in a sepulchral murmur, the echo of an empty canteen. I've only been in this brigade a month, and I know more than you do. Far, very far more, sorry to say it. He's a reformed clergyman. He's an apostatized minister. The colonel's voice, as he said this, was solemn and sad enough to do credit to an undertaker. It's a bad sort, Wallace, he continued after another deep sigh, a very highly perfumed one, the sigh of a barkeeper. When a clergyman falls, he falls for life and eternity, like a woman or an angel. I've never knew a backslidden shepherd to come to good. Sooner or later he always goes to the devil and takes down whomsoever hangs with him. He'll take down the old 10th, then, asserted Wallace. It hangs to him. Bet you 2 to 1 he takes it along. You're right, Adjutant, spoken like a soldier, swore Gildersleeve. And the bloody 14th, too. It'll march into the burning pit as far as any regiment, and the whole brigade, yes, sir. But a backslidden shepherd, my God, have we come to that? I often say to myself in the solemn hours of the night, as I remember my Sabbath school days, Great Scott, have we come to that? A reformed clergyman, an apostatized minister. Think of it, Wallace, think of it. Why, sir, his very wife ran away from him. They had just but buried their first boy, pursued old Grumps, his hoarse voice sinking to a whimper. They drove home from the burial place where lay the new-made grave. Arrived at their door, he got out and extended his hand to help her out. Instead of accepting, instead of throwing herself into his arms and weeping there, she turned to the coachman and said, Driver, drive me to my father's house. And that was the end of their wedded life, Wallace. The colonel actually wept at this point, and the maudlin tears were not altogether insincere. His own wife and children he heartily loved, and remembered them now with honest tenderness. At home he was not a drinker and a rough, only amid the hardships and perils of field. That was the end of it, Wallace, he repeated. And what was it while it lasted? What does a woman leave her husband for? Why does she separate from him over the grave of her innocent firstborn? There are 20 reasons, but they must all of them be good ones. I'm sorry to give it as my decided opinion, Wallace, in perfect confidence, that they must all be whopping good ones. Well, that was the beginning, only the beginning. After that, he held on for a while, breaking the bread of life to a skedaddling flock, and then he bolted. The next known of him, 3 years later, he enlisted in your regiment, a smart but seedy recruit smelling strongly of whiskey. I wish I had smelled half as strong of it myself, grumbled Wallace. It might keep out the swamp fever. That's the true story of Colonel John James Waldron, continued old Grumps with a groan which was very somnolent, as if it were a twin to a snore. That's the true story. I don't believe the first word of it. That is to say, Colonel, I think you have been misinformed, and I'll bet you 2 to 1 on it. If he was nothing more than a minister, how did he know drill and tactics? Oh, I forgot to say, he went through West Point. That is, nearly through. They graduated him in his 3rd year by the back door, Wallace." "Oh, that was it, was it? He was a West Pointer, was he? Well, then, the backsliding was natural and oughtn't to count against him. A member of Benny Haven's church has a right to backslide anywhere, especially as the colonel doesn't seem to be any worse than some of the rest of us, who haven't fallen from grace the least particle, but took our stand at the start just where we are now. A fellow that begins with a handful of trumps has a right to play a risky game." "I know what euchred him, Wallace. It was the old little joker, and there's another of the same on hand now." "On hand where? What are you driving at, Colonel?" "He looks like a boy. I mean, she looks like a boy. You know what I mean, Wallace. I mean the boy that makes believe to wait on him. And her brother is in camp. Got here tonight. There'll be an explanation tomorrow, and there'll be bloodshed." "Good night, Colonel, and sleep it off," said Wallace, rising from the side of a man whom he believed to be silly drunk and altogether untrustworthy. "You know we get after the Rebs at dawn." "I know it. Good night. Adjutant, God bless you," mumbled old Grumps. "We'll lick those Rebs, won't we?" he chuckled. "Good night, old fellow, and God bless you." Whereupon old Grumps fell asleep, very absurdly overcome by liquor, we extremely regret to concede, but nobly sure to do his soldierly duty as soon as he should awake. Stumbling wearily blanketward, Wallace found his major and regimental commander, the genial and gallant Gahogan, slumbering in a peace like that of the just. He stretched himself anear, put out his hand to touch his saber and revolver, drew his caped greatcoat over him, moved once to free his back of a root or pebble, glanced languidly at a single struggling star, thought for an instant of his far-away mother, turned his head with a sigh, and slept. In the morning he was to fight, and perhaps to die, but the boyish veteran was too seasoned, and also too tired, to mind that. He could mind but one thing, nature's pleading for rest. In the iron-grey dawn, while the troops were falling dimly and spectrally into line, and he was mounting his horse to be ready for orders, he remembered Gildersleeve's drunken tale concerning the commandant, and laughed aloud. But turning his face toward brigade headquarters, a sylvan region marked out by the branches of a great oak, he was surprised to see a strange officer, a fair young man in captain's uniform, riding slowly toward it. "Is that the boy's brother?" he said to himself, and in the next instant he had forgotten the whole subject. It was time to form and present the regiment. Quietly, and without tap of drum, the small battle-worn battalions filed out of their bivouacs into the highway, ordered arms, and waited for the word to march. With a dull rumble, the field pieces trundled slowly after, and halted in rear of the infantry. The cavalry trotted off circuitously through the fields, emerged upon a road in advance, and likewise halted, all but a single company, which pushed on for 1/2 mile, spreading out as it went into a thin line of skirmishers. Meanwhile, a strange interview took place near the great oak which had sheltered brigade headquarters. As the unknown officer, whom Wallace had noted, approached it, Colonel Waldron was standing by his horse ready to mount. The commandant was a man of medium size, fairly handsome in person and features, and apparently about 28 years of age. Perhaps it was the singular breadth of his forehead which made the lower part of his face look so unusually slight and feminine. His eyes were dark hazel, as clear, brilliant, and tender as a girl's, and brimming full of a pensiveness which seemed both loving and melancholy. Few persons, at all events few women, who looked upon him ever looked beyond his eyes. They were very fascinating, and in a man's countenance very strange. They were the kind of eyes which reveal passionate romances, and which make them. By his side stood a boy, a singularly interesting and beautiful boy, fair-haired and blue-eyed and delicate in color. When this boy saw the stranger approach, he turned as pale as marble, slid away from the brigade commander's side, and disappeared behind a group of staff officers and orderlies. The newcomer also became deathly white as he glanced after the retreating youth. Then he dismounted, touched his cap slightly, and, as if mechanically, advanced a few steps, and said hoarsely, "I believe this is Colonel Waldron. I am Captain Fitzhugh, of the th Delaware." Waldron put his hand to his revolver, withdrew it instantaneously, and stood motionless. "I am on leave of absence from my regiment, Colonel," continued Fitzhugh, speaking now with an elaborate ceremonious of utterance significant of a struggle to suppress violent emotion. "I suppose you can understand why I made use of it in seeking you." Waldron hesitated. He stood gazing at the earth with the air of one who represses deep pain. At last, after a profound sigh, He raised his eyes and answered, "Captain, we are on the eve of a battle. I must attend to my public duties first. After the battle, we will settle our private affair." "There is but one way to settle it, Colonel." "You shall have your way if you will. You shall do what you will. I only ask what good it will do to her." "It will do good to me, Colonel," whispered Fitzhugh, suddenly turning crimson. "You forget me." Waldron's face also flushed, and an angry sparkle shot from under his lashes in reply to this utterance of hate, but it died out in an instant. "I have done a wrong, and I will accept the consequences," he said. "I pledge you my word that I will be at your disposal if I survive this battle. Where do you propose to remain meanwhile?" "I will take the same chance, sir. I propose to do my share in the fighting, if you will use me." "I am short of staff officers. Will you act as my aide?" "I will, Colonel," bowed Fitzhugh with a glance which expressed surprise and perhaps admiration at this confidence. Waldron turned, beckoned his staff officers to approach, and said, "Gentlemen, this is Captain Fitzhugh of the th Delaware. He has volunteered to join us for the day and will act as my aide. And now, Captain, will you ride to the head of the column and order it forward? There will be no drumbeat and no noise. When you have given your order and seen it executed, you will wait for me." Fitzhugh saluted, sprang into his saddle, and galloped away. A few minutes later, the whole column was plodding on silently towards its bloody goal. To a civilian, unaccustomed to scenes of war, the tranquility of these men would have seemed very wonderful. Many of the soldiers were still munching the hard bread and raw pork of their meager breakfasts, or drinking the cold coffee with which they had filled their canteens the day previous. Many more were chatting in an undertone, grumbling over their sore feet and other discomfits, chaffing each other and laughing. The general bearing, however, was grave, patient, quietly enduring, and one might almost say stolid. You would have said, to judge by their expressions, that these sunburned fellows were merely doing hard work, and thoroughly commonplace work, without a prospect of adventure, and much less of danger. The explanation of this calmness, so brutal perhaps to the eye of a sensitive soul, lies mainly in the fact that they were all veterans, the survivors of marches, privations, maladies, sieges, and battles. Not a regiment present numbered 400 men, and the average was not above 300. The whole force, including artillery and cavalry, might have been about 2,500 sabres and bayonets. At the beginning of the march, Waldron fell into the rear of his staff and mounted orderlies. Then the boy who had fled from Fitzhugh dropped out of the tramping escort and rode up to his side. "Well, Charlie," said Waldron, casting a pitying glance at the yet pallid face and anxious eyes of the youth, "you have had a sad fright. I make you very miserable." "He has found us at last," murmured Charlie in a tremulous soprano voice. "What did he say?" "We are to talk tomorrow. He acts as my aide-de-camp today. I ought to tell you frankly that he is not friendly." "Of course, I knew it," sighed Charlie while the tears fell. "It is only one more trouble, one more danger, and perhaps it may pass. So many have passed." "Did you tell him anything to quiet him? Did you tell him that we were married?" "But we're not married yet, Charlie. We shall be, I hope." "But you ought to have told him that we were. It might stop him from doing something mad. Why didn't you tell him so? Why didn't you think of it?" "My dear little child, we are about to have a battle. I should like to carry some honor and truth into it." "Where is he?" continued Charlie, unconvinced and unappeased. "I want to see him. Is he at the head of the column? I want to speak to him. Just one word. He won't hurt me." She suddenly spurred her horse, wheeled into the fields, and dashed onward. Fitzhugh was lounging in his saddle and somberly surveying the passing column when she galloped up to him. "Carol!" she said in a choked voice, reining in by his side and leaning forward to touch his sleeve. He threw one glance at her, a glance of aversion, if not of downright hatred, and turned his back in silence. "He is my husband, Carol," she went on rapidly. "I knew you didn't understand it. I ought to have written you about it. I thought I would come and tell you before you did anything absurd. We were married as soon as he heard that his wife was dead." "What is the use of this?" he muttered hoarsely. "She is not dead. I heard from her a week ago. She was living a week ago." "Oh, Carol," stammered Charlie, "it was some mistake then. Is it possible? And he was so sure. But he can get a divorce, you know. She abandoned him. Or she can get one. No, he can get it, of course, when she abandoned him. But, Carol, she must be dead. He was so sure." "She is not dead, I tell you." and there can be no divorce. Insanity bars all claims to a divorce. She is in an asylum. She had to leave him, and then she went mad." "Oh no, Carol, it is all a mistake. It is not so, Carol," she murmured in a voice so faint that he could not help glancing at her, half in fury and half in pity. She was slowly falling from her horse. He sprang from his saddle, caught her in his arms, and laid her on the turf, wishing the while that it covered her grave. Then one of Waldron's orderlies rolled up and exclaimed, "What's the matter with the boy? Hello, Charlie." Fitzhugh stared at the man in silence, tempted to tear him from his horse. "The boy is ill," he answered when he recovered his self-command. "Take charge of him yourself." He remounted, rode onward out of sight beyond a thicket, and there waited for the brigade commander, now and then fingering his revolver. As Charlie was being placed in an ambulance by the orderly and a sergeant's wife, Waldron came up, reined in his horse violently, and asked in a furious voice, "Is that boy hurt?" "Ah, fainted," he added immediately. "Thank you, Mrs. Gunner. Take good care of him, the best of care, my dear woman, and don't let him leave you all day." Further on, when Fitzhugh silently fell into his escort, he merely glanced at him in a furtive way, and then cantered on rapidly to the head of the cavalry. There he beckoned to the tall, grave, iron-grey chaplain of the 10th, and rode with him for nearly an hour, apart, engaged in low and seemingly impassioned discourse. From this interview, Mr. Colquhoun returned to the escort with a strangely solemnized, tender countenance, while the commandant, with a more cheerful air than he had yet worn that day, gave himself to his martial duties, inspecting the landscape incessantly with his glass, and sending frequently for news to the advance scouts. It may properly be stated here that the chaplain never divulged to anyone the nature of the conversation which he had held with his colonel. Nothing further of note occurred until the little army, after 2 hours of plodding march, wound through a sinuous wooded ravine, entered a broad, bare, slightly undulating valley, and for the second time halted. Waldron galloped to the summit of a knoll, pointed to a long eminence which faced him some 2 miles distance, and said tranquilly, "There is our battle-ground." "Is that the enemy's position?" returned Captain Ives, his adjutant-general. "We shall have a tough job if we go at it from here." Waldron remained in deep thought for some minutes, meanwhile scanning the ridge and all its surroundings. "What I want to know," he observed at last, "is whether they have occupied the wooded knolls in front of their right and around their right flank." Shortly afterward, the commander of the scouting squadron came riding back at a furious pace. "They're on the hill, Colonel," he shouted. "Yes, of course," nodded Waldron. "But have they occupied the woods which veil their right front and flank?" "Not a bit of it. My fellows have cantered all through and up to the base of the hill." "Ah!" exclaimed the brigade commander with a rush of elation. "Then it will be easy work. Go back, Captain, and scatter your men through the wood, and hold it if possible. Adjutant, call up the regimental commanders at once. I want them to understand my plan fully." In a few minutes, Gahogan of the 10th, Gildersleeve of the 14th, Peck of the 1st, Thomas of the 7th, Taylor of the 8th, and Colburn of the 5th were gathered around their commander. There, too, was Bradley, the boyish, red-cheeked chief of the artillery, and Stilton, the rough, old, bearded regular, who headed the cavalry. The staff was at hand, also including Fitzhugh, who sat at his horse a little apart, downcast and sombre and silent, but nevertheless keenly interested. It is worthy of remark, by the way, that Waldron took no special note of him, and did not seem conscious of any disturbing presence. Evil as the man may have been, he was a thoroughly good soldier, and just now he thought but of his duties. "Gentlemen," he said, "I want you to see your field of battle. The enemy occupy that long ridge. How shall we reach it?" "I think if we go at it straight from here, we shan't miss it," promptly judged old Grumps, his red oak countenance admirably cheerful and hopeful, and his jealousy all dissolved in the interest of approaching combat. "Nor they won't miss us, neither," laughed Major Gahogan. "Better slide our infantry into them woods, push up our skirmishers, play with our guns for an hour, and then roll in a couple of columns." There was a general murmur of approval. The limits of volunteer invention in tactics had been reached by Gahogan. The other regimental commanders looked upon him as their superior in the art of war. "That would be well, Major, if we could do nothing better," said Waldron. "But I do not feel obliged to attack the front seriously at all. The rebels have been thoughtless enough to leave that long semicircle of wooded knolls unoccupied, even by scouts. It stretches from the front of their center clear around their right flank. I shall use it as a veil to cover us while we get into position. I shall throw out a regiment, a battery, and 5 companies of cavalry to make a feint against their centre and left. With the remainder of the brigade, I shall skirt the woods, double around the right of the position, and close in upon it, front and rear." "Like scissor blades upon a snip of paper!" shouted Gahogan in delight. Then he turned to Fitzhugh, who happened to be nearest to him, and added, "I tell ye, he's got the God of war in him. He's the burning bush of humanity, with a God of battles inside on it." "But how if they come down on our thin right wing?" asked a cautious officer, Taylor, of the 8th. "They might smash it and seize our line of retreat." "Men who have taken up a strong position, a position obviously chosen for defense, rarely quit it promptly for an attack," replied Waldron. "There's not 1 chance in 10 that these gentlemen will make a considerable forward movement early in the fight. Only the greatest geniuses jump from the defensive to the offensive. Besides, we must hold the wood. So long as we hold the wood in front of their center, we save the road." End of section 1. Section 2 of Short Story Classics American, Volume 2 by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Milligan. Short Story Classics American, Volume 2 by Various. The Brigade Commander by J.W. DeForest, Part 2. Then came personal and detailed instructions. Each regimental commander was told whither he should march, the point where he should halt to form line, and the direction by which he should attack. The mass of the command was to advance in marching column toward a knoll where the highway entered and traversed the wood. Some time before reaching it, Taylor was to deploy the 8th to the right, throw out a strong skirmish line, and open fire on the enemy's center and left, supported by the battery of Parrots, and if pushed, by 5 companies of cavalry. The remaining troops would reach the knoll, file to the left under cover of the forest, skirt it for a mile as rapidly as possible, infold the right of the Confederate position, and then move upon it concentrically. Counting from the left, the 10th, the 7th, and the 14th were to constitute the first line of battle, while 5 companies of cavalry, then the 1st, and then the 5th, formed the second line. Not until Gahogan might have time to wind into the enemy's right rear should Gildersleeve move out of the wood and commence the real attack. "You will go straight at the front of their right," said Waldron with a gay smile to this latter colonel. "Send up 2 companies as skirmishers. The moment they are clearly checked, lead up the other 8 in line. It will be rough work, but keep pushing. You won't have 15 minutes of it before Thomas, on your left, will be climbing the end of the ridge to take the rebels in flank. In 15 minutes more, Gahogan will be running in on their backs. Of course, they will try to change front and meet us. They have extended their line a long way in order to cover the whole ridge. They will not be quick enough. We shall get hold of their right, and we shall roll them up. Then, Colonel Stilton, I shall expect to see the troopers jumping into the gaps and making prisoners." "All right, Colonel," answered Stilton in that hoarse growl, which is apt to mark the old cavalry officer. "Where shall we find you if we want a fresh order?" "I shall be with Colburn, in the rear of Gildersleeve. That is our center. But never mind me. You know what the battle is to be, and you know how to fight it. The whole point with the infantry is to fold around the enemy's right, go in upon it concentrically, smash it, and roll up their line. The cavalry will watch against the infantry being flanked, and when the latter have seized the hill, will charge the prisoners. The artillery will reply to the enemy's guns with shell, and fire grape at any offensive demonstration. You all know your duties now, gentlemen. Go to your commands and march." The colonels saluted and started off at a gallop. In a few minutes, 2,500 men were in simultaneous movement. 5 companies of cavalry wheeled into column of companies and advanced at a trot through the fields, seeking to gain the shelter of the forest. The 6 infantry regiments slid up alongside of each other and pushed on in 6 parallel columns of march, 2 on the right of the road and 4 on the left. The artillery, which alone left the highway, followed at a distance of 200 or 300 yards. The remaining cavalry made a wide detour to the right, as if to flank the enemy's left. It was 1.25 miles. It was a march of fully 20 minutes to the edge of the woodland, the proposed cover of the column. 10 minutes before this point was reached, a tiny puff of smoke showed on the brow of the hostile ridge. Then, at an interval of several seconds, followed the sound of a distant explosion. Then, almost immediately, came the screech of a rifled shell. Every man who heard it swiftly asked himself, "Will it strike me?" But even as the words were thought out, it had passed, high in the air, clean to the rear, and burst harmlessly. A few faces turned upward, and a few eyes glanced backward, as if to see the invisible enemy. But there was no pause in the column. It flowed onward quietly, eagerly, and with business-like precision. It gave forth no sound but the trampling of feet and the muttering of the officers, "Steady, men! Forward, men!" The Confederates, however, had got their range. A half-minute later, 4 puffs of smoke dotted the ridge, and a flight of hoarse-humming shrieks tore the air. A little aureole cracked and splintered over the first, followed by loud cries of anguish and a brief, slight confusion. The voice of an officer rose sharply out of the fury. "Close up, Company A! Forward, men!" The battalion column resumed its even formation in an instant and tramped unitedly onward, leaving behind it 2 quivering corpses and a wounded man who tottered rearward. Then came more screeches, and a shell exploded over the high road, knocking a gunner lifeless from his carriage. The brigade commander glanced anxiously along his batteries and addressed a few words to his chief of artillery. Presently the 4 Napoleons set forward at a gallop for the wood, while the 4 Parrots wheeled to the right, deployed, and advanced across the fields, inclining toward the left of the enemy. Next, Taylor's regiment, the 8th, halted, fronted, faced to the right, and filed off in column of march at a double quick until it had gained the rear of the Parrots, when it fronted again and pushed on in support. A quarter of a mile further on, these guns went into battery behind the brow of a little knoll and opened fire. 4 companies of the 8th spread out to the right as skirmishers and commenced stealing toward the ridge, from time to time measuring the distance with rifle balls. The remainder of the regiment lay down in line between the Parrots and the forest. Far away to the right, 5 companies of cavalry showed themselves, maneuvering as if they proposed to turn the left flank of the Southerners. The attack on this side was in form and in operation. Meantime, the Confederate fire had divided. 2 guns pounded away at Taylor's feint, while 2 shelled the main column. The latter was struck repeatedly. More than 20 men dropped silent or groaning out of the hurrying files, but the survivors pushed on without faltering, without even caring for the wounded. At last a broad belt of green branches rose between the regiments and the ridge, and the rebel gunners, unable to see their foe, dropped suddenly into silence. Here it appeared that the road divided. The highway traversed the forest, mounted the slope beyond, and dissected the enemy's position, while a branch road turned to the left and skirted the exterior of the long curve of wooded hillocks. At the fork the battery of Napoleons had halted, and there it was ordered to remain for the present in quiet. There, too, the 14th filed in among the dense greenery, threw out 2 companies of skirmishers toward the ridge, and pushed slowly after them into the shadows. "Get sight of the enemy at once," was Waldron's last word to Gildersleeve. "If they move down the slope, drive them back, but don't commence your attack under half an hour." Next he filed the 5th into the thickets, saying to Colburn, "I want you to halt 100 yards to the left and rear of Gildersleeve. Cover his flank if he is attacked, but otherwise lie quiet. As soon as he charges, move forward to the edge of the wood and be ready to support him, but make no assault yourself until further orders." The next 2 regiments, the 7th and 1st, he placed in echelon, in like manner, a quarter of a mile further along. Then he galloped forward to the cavalry, and a last word with Stilton. "You and Gehogan must take care of yourselves. Push on 400 or 500 yards, and then face to the right. Whatever Gehogan finds, let him go at it. If he can't shake it, help him. You 2 must reach the top of the ridge. Only look out for your left flank. Keep a squadron or 2 in reserve on that side." "Colonel, if we don't reach the top of the hill, it'll be because it hasn't got one," answered Gehogan. Stilton only laughed and rode forward. Waldron now returned toward the fork of the road. On the way, he sent a staff officer to the 7th with renewed orders to attack as soon as possible after Gildersleeve. Then another staff officer was hurried forward to Taylor with directions to push his feint strongly and drive his skirmishers as far up the slope as they could get. A third staff officer set the Parrots in rear of Taylor to firing with all their might. By the time that the commandant had returned to Colburn's ambushed ranks, no one was with him but his enemy, Fitzhugh. "You don't seem to trust me with duty, Colonel," said the young man. "I shall use you only in case of extremity, Captain," replied Waldron. "We have business to settle tomorrow." "I ask no favors on that account. I hope you will offer me none." "In case of need, I shall spare no one," declared Waldron. Then he took out his watch, looked at it impatiently, put it to his ear, restored it to his pocket, and fell into an attitude of deep attention. Evidently his whole mind was on his battle, and he was waiting, watching, yearning for its outburst. "If he wins this fight," thought Fitzhugh, "how can I do him a harm? And yet," he added, "how can I help it?" Minutes passed. Fitzhugh tried to think of his injury, and to steel himself against his chief. but the roar of battle on the right and the suspense and imminence of battle on the left absorbed the attention of even this wounded and angry spirit, as indeed they might have absorbed that of any being not more or less than human. A private wrong, insupportable though it might be, seemed so small amid that deadly clamor and awful expectation. Moreover, the intellect which worked so calmly and vigorously by his side, and which alone of all things near appeared able to rule the coming crisis, began to dominate him in spite of his sense of injury. A thought crossed him to the effect that the great among men are too valuable to be punished for their evil deeds. He turned to the absorbed brigade commander, now not only his ruler, but even his protector, with a feeling that he must accord him a word of peace, a proffer in some form of possible forgiveness and friendship. But the man's face was clouded and stern with responsibility and authority. He seemed at that moment too lofty to be approached with a message of pardon. Fitzhugh gazed at him with a mixture of profound respect and smothered hate. He gazed, turned away, and remained silent. Minutes more passed. Then a mounted orderly dashed up at full speed with the words, "Colonel, Major Gahogan has fronted." "Has he?" answered Waldron with a smile which thanked the trooper and made him happy. "Ride on through the thicket here, my man, and tell Colonel Gildersleeve to push up his skirmishers." With a thud of hooves and a rustling of parting foliage, the cavalrymen disappeared among the underwood. A minute or two later, a thin, dropping rattle of musketry, 500 yards or so to the front, announced that the sharpshooters of the 14th were at work. Almost immediately there was an angry response, full of the threatenings and execution of death. Through the lofty leafage tore the screech of a shell, bursting with a sharp crash as it passed overhead, and scattering in humming slivers. Then came another, and many more, chasing each other with hoarse hissings through the trembling air, a succession of flying serpents. The enemy doubtless believed that nearly the whole attacking force was massed in the wood around the road, and they had brought at least 4 guns to bear upon that point, and were working them with the utmost possible rapidity. Presently a large chestnut not 50 yards from Fitzhugh was struck by a shot. The solid trunk, nearly 3 feet in diameter, parted asunder as if it were the brittlest of vegetable matter. The upper portions started aside with a monstrous groan, dropped in a standing posture to the earth, and then toppled slowly, sublimely prostrate, its branches crashing and all its leaves wailing. Ere long, a little further to the front, another anak of the forest went down, and mingled with the noise of its sylvan agony there arose sharp cries of human suffering. Then Colonel Colburn, a broad-chested and ruddy man of 35, with a look of indignant anxiety in his iron-grey eyes, rode up to the brigade commander. "This is very annoying, Colonel," he said. "I am losing my men without using them. That last tree fell into my command." "Are they firing toward our left?" asked Waldron. "Not a shot." "Very good," said the chief with a sigh of contentment. "If we can only keep them occupied in this direction. By the way, let your men lie down under the fallen tree as far as it will go. It will protect them from others." Colburn rode back to his regiment. Waldron looked impatiently at his watch. At that moment a fierce burst of line firing arose in front, followed and almost overborne by a long-drawn yell, the scream of charging men. Waldron put up his watch, glanced excitedly at Fitzhugh, and smiled. "I must forgive or forget," the latter could not help saying to himself. "All the rest of life is nothing compared with this." "Captain," said Waldron, "ride off to the left at full speed. As soon as you hear firing at the shoulder of the ridge, return instantly and let me know." Fitzhugh dashed away. 3 minutes carried him into perfect peace, beyond the whistling of ball or the screeching of shell. On the right was a tranquil, wide waving of foliage, and on the left a serene landscape of cultivated fields, with here and there an embowered farmhouse. Only for the clamor of artillery and musketry far behind him, he could not have believed in the near presence of battle, of blood and suffering and triumphant death. But suddenly he heard to his right, assaulting and slaughtering the tranquillity of nature, a tumultuous outbreak of file firing mingled with savage yells. He wheeled, drove spurs into his horse, and flew back to Waldron. As he re-entered the wood, he met wounded men streaming through it, a few marching alertly upright, many more crouching and groaning, some clinging to their less injured comrades, but all haggard in face and ghastly. "Are we winning?" he hastily asked one man, who held up a hand with 3 fingers gone, and the bones projecting in sharp spikes through mangled flesh. "All right, sir. Sailing in," was the answer. Is the brigade commander all right?" he inquired of another, who was winding a bloody handkerchief around his arm. "Straight ahead, sir. Hurrah for Waldron!" responded the soldier, and almost in the same instant fell lifeless with a fresh ball through his head. "Hurrah for him!" Fitzhugh answered frantically, plunging on through the underwood. He found Waldron with Colburn, the two conversing tranquilly in their saddles amid hissing bullets and dropping branches. "Move your regiment forward now," the brigade commander was saying, "but halt it in the edge of the wood." "Shan't I relieve Gildersleeve if he gets beaten?" asked the subordinate officer eagerly. "No. The regiments on the left will help him out. I want your men and Peck's for the fight on top of the hill. Of course, the rebels will try to retake it. Then I shall call for you." Fitzhugh now approached and said, "Colonel, the 7th has attacked in force." "Good," answered Waldron with that sweet smile of his which thanked people who brought him pleasant news. "I thought I heard his fire. Cahogan will be on the right rear in 10 minutes. Then we shall get the ridge. Ride back now to Major Bradley and tell him to bring his Napoleons through the wood and set 2 of them to shelling the enemy's center. Tell him my idea is to amuse them and keep them from changing front." Again Fitzhugh galloped off, as before, on a comfortably safe errand, safer at all events than many errands of that day. "This man is sparing my life," he said to himself. "Would to God I knew how to spare his." He found Bradley lunching on a gun caisson and delivered his orders. "Something to do at last, eh?" laughed the rosy-cheeked youngster. "The smallest favors thankfully received. Won't you take a bite of rebel chicken, Captain? This rebellion must be put down, no? Well, tell the colonel I'm moving on, and John Brown's soul not far ahead." When Fitzhugh returned to Waldron, he found him outside of the wood at the base of the long incline which rose into the rebel position. About the slope were scattered prostrate forms, most numerous near the bottom, some crawling slowly rearward, some quiescent. Under the brow of the ridge, decimated and broken into a mere skirmish line, sheltered in knots and singly, behind rocks and knolls and bushes, lay the 14th Regiment, keeping up a steady, slow fire. From the edge above, smokily dim against a pure blue heaven, answered another rattle of musketry, incessant, obstinate, and spiteful. The combatants on both sides were lying down. Otherwise neither party could have lasted 10 minutes. From Fitzhugh's point of view, not a Confederate uniform could be seen. But the smoke of their rifles made a long grey line, which was disagreeably visible and permanent, and the sharp whit of their bullets continually passed him and cheeped away in the leafage behind. "Our men can't get on another inch," he ventured to say to his commander. "Wouldn't it be well for me to ride up and say a cheering word?" "Every battle consists largely in waiting," replied Waldron thoughtfully. "They have undoubtedly brought up a reserve to face Thomas, but when Cahogan strikes the flank of the reserve, we shall win." "I wish you would take shelter," begged Fitzhugh. "Everything depends on your life." "My life has been both a help and a hurt to my fellow creatures," sighed the brigade commander. "Let come what will to it." He glanced upward with an expression of profound emotion. He was evidently fighting 2 battles, an outward and an inward one. Presently he added, "I think the musketry is increasing on the left. Does it strike you so?" He was all eagerness again, leaning forward with an air of earnest listening, his face deeply flushed and his eye brilliant. Of a sudden, the combat above rose and swelled into higher violence. There was a clamor far away, it seemed nearly a mile away, over the hill. Then the nearer musketry, first Thomas on the shoulder of the ridge, next Gildersleeve's in front, caught fire and raged with new fury. Waldron laughed outright. "Cahogan has reached them," he said to one of his staff, who had just rejoined him. "We shall all be up there in 5 minutes. Tell Colburn to bring on his regiment slowly." Then, turning to Fitzhugh, he added, "Captain, we will ride forward." They set off at a walk, now watching the smoking brow of the eminence, now picking their way among the dead and wounded. Suddenly there was a shout above them and a sudden diminution of the firing, and looking upward they saw the men of the 14th running confusedly toward the summit. Without a word, the brigade commander struck spurs into his horse and dashed up the long slope at a run, closely followed by his enemy and aide. What they saw when they overtook the straggling, running, panting, screaming pell-mell of the 14th was victory. The entire right wing of the Confederates, attacked on 3 sides at once, placed at enormous disadvantage, completely outgeneraled, had given way in confusion, was retreating, breaking, and flying. There were lines yet of dirty gray or butternut, but they were few, meager, fluctuating, and recoiling, and there were scattered and scurrying men in hundreds. 3 veteran and gallant regiments had gone all to wreck under the shock of 3 similar regiments far more intelligently directed. A strong position had been lost because the heroes who held it could not perform the impossible feat of forming successively 2 fresh fronts under a concentric fire of musketry. The inferior brain power had confessed the superiority of the stronger one. On the victorious side, there was wild, clamorous, fierce exultation. The hurrying, shouting, firing soldiers, who noted their commander riding among them, swung their rifles or their tattered hats at him, and screamed, "Hurrah!" No one thought of the Confederate dead underfoot, nor of the Union dead who dotted the slope behind. "What are you here for, Colonel?" shouted rough old Gildersleeve, one leg of his trousers dripping blood. "We can do it alone." "It's a battle won," laughed Fitzhugh, almost worshipping the man whom he had come to slay. "It is a battle won, but not used," answered Waldron. "We haven't a gun yet, nor a flag. Where is the cavalry? Why isn't Stilton here? He must have got a foul of the enemy's horse, and been obliged to beat it off. Can anybody hear anything of Stilton?" "Let him go," roared old Grumps. "The infantry don't want any help." "Your regiment has suffered, Colonel," answered Waldron, glancing at the scattered files of the 14th. "Halt it and reorganize, and let it fall in with the right of the 1st when Peck comes up. I shall replace you with the 5th. Send your adjutant back to Colburn, and tell him to hurry along. Those fellows are making a new front over there," he added, pointing to the center of the hill. "I want the 5th, 7th, and 10th in echelon as quickly as possible, and I want that cavalry. Lieutenant," turning to one of his staff, "ride off to the left and find Colonel Stilton. Tell him that I need a charge in 10 minutes. Presently cannon opened from that part of the ridge still held by the Confederates, the shell tearing through or over the dissolving groups of their right wing, and cracking viciously above the heads of the victorious Unionists. The explosions followed each other with stunning rapidity, and the shrill whirring of the splinters was ominous. Men began to fall again in the ranks or to drop out of them wounded. Of all this Waldron took no further note than to ride hastily to the brow of the ridge and look for his own artillery. "See how he attends to everything himself," said Major Gahogan, who had cantered up to the side of Fitzhugh. "It's just a matter of plain business, and he looks after it like a businessman. Did you see us, though, Captain? When we come in on their right flank, by George, we murdered 'em. There's more'n 100 lying in heaps back there. As for old Stilton, I just caught sight of him behind that wood to our left, and he's making for the enemy right rare. He'll have lots of prisoners in half an hour." When Waldron returned to the group, he was told of his cavalry's whereabouts, and responded to the information with a smile of satisfaction. "Bradley is hurrying up," he said, "and Taylor is pushing their left smartly. They will make one more tussle to recover their line of retreat, but we shall smash them from end to end and take every gun." He galloped now to his infantry, and gave the word, "Forward!" The 3 regiments which composed the echelon were the 5th on the right, the 7th 50 yards to the rear and left of the 5th, the 10th to the rear and left of the 7th. It was behind the 5th, that is the foremost battalion, that the brigade commander posted himself. "Do you mean to stay here, Colonel?" asked Fitzhugh in surprise and anxiety. "It is a certain victory now," answered Waldron, with a singular glance upward. "My life is no longer important. I prefer to do my duty to the utmost in the sight of all men." "I shall follow you and do mine, sir," said the captain, much moved, he could scarcely say by what emotions. They were so many and conflicting. "I want you otherwheres. Ride to Colonel Taylor at once and hurry him up the hill. Tell him the enemy have greatly weakened their left. Tell him to push up everything, infantry and cavalry and artillery, and do it in haste." "Colonel, this is saving my life against my will," remonstrated Fitzhugh. "Go," ordered Waldron imperiously. "Time is precious." Fitzhugh dashed down the slope to the right at a gallop. The brigade commander turned tranquilly and followed the march of his echelon. The second and decisive crisis of the little battle was approaching, and to understand it we must glance at the ground on which it was to be fought. 2 hostile lines were marching toward each other along the broad, gently rounded crest of the hill, and at right angles to its general course. Between these lines, but much the nearest to the Union troops, a spacious road came up out of the forest in front, crossed the ridge, swept down the smooth decline in rear, and led to a single wooden bridge over a narrow but deep rivulet. On either hand the road was hedged in by a closed board fence, 4 feet or so in height. It was for the possession of this highway that the approaching lines were about to shed their blood. If the Confederates failed to win it, all their artillery would be lost, and their army captured or dispersed. The 2 parties came on without firing. The soldiers on both sides were veterans, cool, obedient to orders, intelligent through long service, and able to reserve all their resources for a short range and final struggle. Moreover, the fences as yet partially hid them from each other, and would have rendered all aim for the present vague and uncertain. "Forward, 5th!" shouted Waldron. "Steady! Reserve your fire!" Then, as the regiment came up to the fence, he added, "Halt! Right dress! Steady, men!" Meantime, he watched the advancing array with an eager gaze. It was a noble sight, full of moral sublimity, and worthy of all admiration. The long, lean, sunburned, weather-beaten soldiers in ragged gray stepped forward superbly, their ranks loose but swift and firm. The men leaning forward in their haste, their tattered slouch hats pushed backward, their whole aspect businesslike and virile. Their line was 3 battalions strong, far outflanking the 5th, and at least equal to the entire echelon. When within 30 or 40 yards of the further fence, they increased their pace to nearly a double-quick, many of them stooping low in hunter fashion, and a few firing. Then Waldron rose in his stirrups and yelled, "Battalion! Ready! Aim! Aim low! Fire!" There was a stunning roar of 350 rifles, and a deadly screech of bullets. But the smoke rolled out, the haste to reload was intense, and none could mark what execution was done. Whatever the Confederates may have suffered, they bore up under the volley, and they came on. In another minute each of those fences, not more than 25 yards apart, was lined by the shattered fragment of a regiment, each firing as fast as possible into the face of the other. The 5th bled fearfully. It had 5 of its 10 company commanders shot dead in 3 minutes, and its loss in other officers and in men fell scarcely short of this terrible ratio. On its left, the 7th and the 10th were up, pouring in musketry and receiving it in a fashion hardly less sanguinary. No one present had ever seen, or ever afterward saw, such another close and deadly contest. But the strangest thing in this whole wonderful fight was the conduct of the brigade commander. Up and down the rear of the lacerated 5th, Waldron rode thrice, spurring his plunging and wounded horse close to the yelling and fighting file-closers, and shouting in a piercing voice encouragement to his men. Stranger still, considering the character which he had borne in the army, and considering the evil deed for which he was to account on the morrow, were the words which he was distinctly and repeatedly heard to utter. "Stand steady, men! God is with us!" was the extraordinary battle-cry of this backslidden clergyman, this sinner above many. And it was a prophecy of victory. Bradley ran up his Napoleons on the right in the nick of time, and although only one of them could be brought to bear, it was enough. The grape raked the Confederate left, broke it, and the battle was over. In 5 minutes more their whole array was scattered, and the entire position open to galloping cavalry, seizing guns, standards, and prisoners. It was in the very moment of triumph, just as the stubborn Southern line reeled back from the fence in isolated clusters, that the miraculous immunity of Waldron terminated, and he received his death wound. A quarter of an hour later, Fitzhugh found a sorrowful group of officers gazing from a little distance upon their dying commander. "Is the colonel hit?" he asked, shocked and grieved, incredible as the emotion may seem. "Don't go near him," called Gildersleeve, who, it will be remembered, knew or guessed his errand in camp. "The chaplain and surgeon are there. Let him alone." "He's going to render his account," added Gahogan, "and whatever he's done wrong, he made it square today. Let him lave it to his brigade." Adjutant Wallace, who had been blubbering aloud, who had cursed the rebels and the luck energetically, and who had also been trying to pray inwardly, groaned out, "This is our last victory. You see if it ain't. Bet you 2-1. "Hush, man," replied Gahogan. "We'll win our share of 'em, though we'll have to work harder for it. We'll have to do more ourselves, and get less done for us in the way of tactics." "That's so, Major," whimpered a drummer, looking up from his duty of attending to a wounded comrade. "He knowed how to put his men in the right place, and his men knowed when they was in the right place. But it's going to be uphill through the steepest parts of hell the rest of the way." Soldiers, some of them weeping, some of them bleeding, arrived constantly to inquire after their commander, only to be sent quietly back to their ranks or to the rear. Around lay other men, dead men, and senseless groaning men, all for the present unnoticed. Everything except the distant pursuit of the cavalry waited for Waldron to die. Fitzhugh looked on silently with the tears of mingled emotions in his eyes, and with hopes and hatreds expiring in his heart. The surgeon supported the expiring victor's head, while Chaplain Colquhoun knelt beside him, holding his hand and praying audibly. Of a sudden the petition ceased. Both bent hastily toward the wounded man, and after what seemed a long time exchanged whispers. Then the chaplain rose, came slowly toward the now advancing group of officers, his hands outspread toward heaven in an attitude of benediction, and tears running down his haggard white face. "I trust, dear friends," he said in a tremulous voice, "that all is well with our brother and commander." His last words were, "God is with us." "Oh, but man, that isn't well," broke out Cahogan in a groan. "What did you pray for his soul for? Why didn't you pray for his life?" Fitzhugh turned his horse and rode silently away. The next day he was seen journeying rearward by the side of an ambulance, within which lay what seemed a strangely delicate boy, insensible, and one would say mortally ill. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by João Senna. Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. Who Was She? By Bayard Taylor, Part 1. Come, now. There may as well be an end of this. Every time I meet your eyes squarely, I detect the question, just slipping out of them. If you had spoken it, or even boldly looked it, if you had shown in your motions the least sign of a fussy or fidgety concern on my account, if this were not the evening of my birthday, and you the only friend who remembered it, if confession were not good for the soul, though harder than sin to some people, of whom I am one, well, if all reasons were not at this instant converged into a focus, and burning me rather violently, in that region where the seat of emotion is supposed to lie, I should keep my trouble to myself. Yes, I have 50 times had it on my mind to tell you the whole story. But who can be certain that his best friend will not smile, or, what is worse, cherish a kind of charitable pity ever afterward, when the external forms of a very serious kind of passion seem trivial, fantastic, foolish? And the worst of all is that the heroic part which I imagined I was playing proves to have been almost the reverse. The only comfort which I can find in my humiliation is that I am capable of feeling it. There isn't a bit of a paradox in this, as you will see. But I only mention it now to prepare you for, maybe, a little morbid sensitiveness of my moral nerves. The documents are all in this portfolio under my elbow. I had just read them again completely through when you were announced. You may examine them as you like afterwards. For the present, fill your glass, take another cabana, and keep silent until my ghastly tale has reached its most lamentable conclusion. The beginning of it was at Wompsocket Springs 3 years ago last summer. I suppose most unmarried men who have reached or passed the age of 30, and I was then 33, experience a milder return of their adolescent warmth, a kind of fainter second spring, since the first has not fulfilled its promise. Of course, I wasn't clearly conscious of this at the time. Who is? but I had had my youthful passion and my tragic disappointment, as you know. I had looked far enough into what Thackeray used to call the cryptic mysteries to save me from the Scylla of dissipation, and yet preserved enough of natural nature to keep me out of the Pharisaic Charybdis. My devotion to my legal studies had already brought me a mild distinction. The paternal legacy was a good nest egg for the incubation of wealth. In short, I was a fair, respectable party, desirable to the humbler mammas, and not to be despised by the haughty exclusives. The fashionable hotel at the Springs holds 300, and it was packed. I had meant to lounge there for a fortnight and then finish my holidays at Long Branch. But 80, at least, out of the 300 were young and moved lightly in muslin. With my years and experience, I felt so safe that to walk, talk, or dance with them became simply a luxury, such as I had never, at least so freely, possessed before. My name and standing, known to some families, were agreeable exaggerated to the others, and I enjoyed that supreme satisfaction which a man always feels when he discovers or imagines that he is popular in society. There is a kind of premonitory apology implied in my saying this, I am aware. You must remember that I am culprit and culprit's counsel at the same time. You have never been at Wompsocket? Well, the hills sweep around in a crescent on the northern side, and 4 or 5 radiating glens, descending from them, unite just above the village. The central one, leading to a waterfall, called Mainahehe by the irreverent young people, because there is so little of it, is the fashionable drive and promenade. But the second ravine on the left, steep, crooked, and cumbered with boulders which have tumbled from somewhere and lodged in the most extraordinary groupings, became my favorite walk of a morning. There was a footpath in it, well trodden at first, but gradually fading out as it became more like a ladder than a path, and I soon discovered that no other city feet than mine were likely to scale a certain rough slope which seemed the end of the ravine. With the aid of the tough laurel stems, I climbed to the top, passed through a cleft as narrow as a doorway, and presently found myself in a little upper dell, as wild and sweet and strange as one of the pictures that haunts us on the brink of sleep. There was a pond, no, rather a bowl, of water in the center. Hardly 20 yards across, yet the sky in it was so pure and far down that the circle of rocks and summer foliage enclosing it seemed like a little planetary ring floating off alone through space. I can't explain the charm of the spot, nor the selfishness which instantly suggested that I should keep the discovery to myself. 10 years earlier, I should have looked around for some fair spirit to be my minister, but now, one forenoon, I think it was the 3rd or 4th time I had visited the place, I was startled to find the dent of a heel in the earth halfway up the slope. There had been rain during the night, and the earth was still moist and soft. It was the mark of a woman's boot, only to be distinguished from that of a walking stick by its semicircular form. A little higher, I found the outline of a foot, not so small as to awake an ecstasy, but with a suggestion of lightness, elasticity, and grace. If hands were thrust through holes in a board fence, and nothing of the attached bodies seen, I can easily imagine that some would attract and others repel us. With footprints, the impression is weaker, of course, but we cannot escape it. I am not sure whether I wanted to find the unknown wearer of the boot within my precious personal solitude. I was afraid I should see her while passing through the rocky crevice, and yet was disappointed when I found no one. But on the flat, worn rock overhanging the tarn, my special throne, lay some withering wild flowers and a book. I looked up and down, right and left. There was not the slightest sign of another human life than mine. Then I lay down for a quarter of an hour and listened. There were only the noises of bird and squirrel, as before. At last I took up the book, the flat breadth of which suggested only sketches. There were, indeed, some tolerable studies of rocks and trees on the first pages. A few not very striking caricatures, which seemed to have been commenced as portraits, but recalled no faces I knew. Then, a number of fragmentary notes written in pencil. I found no name from first to last. Only, under the sketches, a monogram so complicated and laborious that the initials could hardly be discovered unless one already knew them. The writing was a woman's, but it had surely taken its character from certain features of her own. It was clear, firm, individual. It had nothing of that air of general debility which usually marks the manuscript of young ladies, yet its firmness was far removed from the stiff, conventional slope which all English women seem to acquire in youth and retain through life. I don't see how any man in my situation could have helped reading a few lines, if only for the sake of restoring lost property. But I was drawn on, and finished by reading all. Thence, since no further harm could be done, I reread, pondering over certain passages, until they stayed with me. Here they are, as I set them down that evening on the back of a legal blank. Quote, "It makes a great deal of difference whether we wear social forms as bracelets or handcuffs. Can we not still be wholly our independent selves, even while doing, in the main, as others do? I know two who are so, but they are married. The men who admire these bold, dashing young girls treat them like weaker copies of themselves, and yet they boast of what they call experience. I wonder if anyone felt the exquisite beauty of the noon as I did today. A faint appreciation of sunsets and storms is taught us in youth and kept alive by novels and flirtations. But the broad, imperial splendor of this summer noon, and myself standing alone in it, yes, utterly alone. The men I seek must exist. Where are they? How make an acquaintance when one obsequiously bows himself away as I advance? The fault is surely not all on my side." End quote. There was much more, intimate enough to inspire me with a keen interest in the writer, yet not sufficiently so to make my perusal a painful indiscretion. I yielded to the impulse of the moment, took out my pencil, and wrote a dozen lines on one of the blank pages. They ran something in this wise. Quote, Ignotus ignotae, you have bestowed without intending it, and I have taken without your knowledge. Do not regret the accident which has enriched another. This concealed Idyl of the hills was mine, as I supposed, but I acknowledge your equal right to it. Shall we share the possession, or will you banish me? End quote. There was a frank advance, tempered by a proper caution, I fancied, in the words I wrote. It was evident that she was unmarried, but outside of that certainty, there lay a vast range of possibilities, some of them alarming enough. However, if any nearer acquaintance should arise out of the incident, the next step must be taken by her. Was I one of the men she sought? I almost imagined so. Certainly hoped so. I laid the book on the rock, as I had found it, bestowed another keen scrutiny on the lonely landscape, and then descended the ravine. That evening, I went early to the ladies' parlour, chatted more than usual with the various damsels whom I knew, and watched with a new interest those whom I knew not. My mind, involuntarily, had already created a picture of the unknown. She might be 25, I thought. A reflective habit of mind would hardly be developed before that age. Tall and stately, of course, distinctly proud in her bearing, and somewhat reserved in her manners. Why she should have large dark eyes, with long dark lashes, I could not tell. But so I seemed to see her. Quite forgetting that I was, or had meant to be, ignotus, I found myself staring rather significantly at one or the other of the young ladies, in whom I discovered some slight general resemblance to the imaginary character. My fancies, I must confess, played strange pranks with me. They had been kept in a coop so many years that now, when I suddenly turned them loose, their rickety attempt at flight quite bewildered me. No, there was no use in expecting a sudden discovery. I went to the glen betimes next morning. The book was gone, and so were the faded flowers, but some of the latter were scattered over the top of another rock a few yards from mine. Ah, this means that I am not to withdraw, I said to myself. She makes room for me. But how to surprise her? For by this time I was fully resolved to make her acquaintance, even though she might turn out to be 40, scraggy, and sandy-haired. I knew no other way so likely as that of visiting the glen at all times of the day. I even went so far as to write a line of greeting, with the regret that our visits had not yet coincided, and laid it under a stone on the top of her rock. The note disappeared, but there was no answer in its place. Then I suddenly remembered her fondness for the noon hours, at which time she was utterly alone. The Hotel Table d'Hôte was at 1 o'clock. Her family, doubtless, dined later in their own rooms. Why, this gave me at least her place in society. The question of age, to be sure, remained unsettled, but all else was safe. The next day, I took a late and large breakfast and sacrificed my dinner. Before noon, the guests had all straggled back to the hotel from glen and grove and lane, so bright and hot was the sunshine. Indeed, I could hardly have supported the reverberation of heat from the sides of the ravine, but for a fixed belief that I should be successful. While crossing the narrow meadow upon which it opened, I caught a glimpse of something white among the thickets higher up. A moment later it had vanished, and I quickened my pace, feeling the beginning of an absurd nervous excitement in my limbs. At the next turn, there it was again, but only for another moment. I paused, exulting, and wiped my drenched forehead. "She cannot escape me," I murmured, between the deep draughts of cooler air I inhaled in the shadow of a rock. A few hundred steps more brought me to the foot of the steep ascent where I had counted on overtaking her. I was too late for that, but the dry, baked soil had surely been crumbled and dislodged here and there by a rapid foot. I followed, in reckless haste, snatching at the laurel branches right and left, and paying little heed to my footing. About 1/3 of the way up, I slipped, fell, caught a bush which snapped at the root, slid, whirled over, and before I fairly knew what had happened, I was lying doubled up at the bottom of the slope. I rose, made 2 steps forward, and then sat down with a groan of pain. My left ankle was badly sprained, in addition to various minor scratches and bruises. There was a revulsion of feeling, of course, instant, complete, and hideous. I fairly hated the unknown. "Fool that I was!" I exclaimed, in the theatrical manner, dashing the palm of my hand softly against my brow. "Lured to this by the fair traitress. But no, not fair. She shows the artfulness of faded, desperate spinsterhood. She is all compact of enamel, liquid bloom of youth, and hair dye." There was a fierce comfort in this thought, but it couldn't help me out of the scrape. I dared not sit still, lest a sunstroke should be added, and there was no resource but to hop or crawl down the rugged path in the hope of finding a forked sapling from which I could extemporize a crutch. With endless pain and trouble, I reached the thicket and was feebly working on a branch with my penknife when the sound of a heavy footstep surprised me. A brown harvest hand, in straw hat and shirt sleeves, presently appeared. He grinned when he saw me, and the thick snub of his nose would have seemed like a sneer at any other time. "Are you the gentleman that got hurt?" he asked. "Is it pretty tolerable bad?" "Who said I was hurt?" I cried in astonishment. "One of your town women from the hotel. I reckon she was. I was binding oats in the field over the ridge, but I haven't lost no time in coming here." While I was stupidly staring at this announcement, he whipped out a big clasp knife and in a few minutes fashioned me a practicable crutch. Then, taking me by the other arm, he set me in motion toward the village. Grateful as I was for the man's help, he aggravated me by his ignorance. When I asked if he knew the lady, he answered, "It's more than likely you know her better." "But where did she come from?" "Down from the hill," he guessed, "but it might have been up the road." "How did she look? Was she old or young? What was the color of her eyes, of her hair?" There now, I was too much for him. When a woman kept one of them speckled veils over her face, turned her head away, and held her parasol between, How were you to know her from Adam? I declare to you, I couldn't arrive at one positive particular. Even when he affirmed that she was tall, he added the next instant, Now I come to think on it, she stepped mighty quick, so I guess she must have been short. By the time we reached the hotel, I was in a state of fever. Opiates and lotions had their will of me for the rest of the day. I was glad to escape the worry of questions and the conventional sympathy expressed in inflections of the voice, which are meant to soothe and only exasperate. The next morning, as I lay upon my sofa, restful, patient, and properly cheerful, the waiter entered with a bouquet of wild flowers. Who sent them? I asked. I found them outside your door, sir. Maybe there's a card. Yes, here's a bit of paper. I opened the twisted slip he handed me and read, From your Dell and mine. I took the flowers. Among them were 2 or 3 rare and beautiful varieties, which I had only found in that one spot. Fool again. I noiselessly kissed, while pretending to smell them, had them placed on a stand within reach, and fell into a state of quiet and agreeable contemplation. Tell me yourself whether any male human being is ever too old for sentiment, provided that it strikes him at the right time and in the right way. What did that bunch of wild flowers betoken? Knowledge first, then sympathy, and finally, encouragement at least. Of course, she had seen my accident from above. Of course, she had sent the harvest laborer to aid me home. It was quite natural she should imagine some special, romantic interest in the lonely dell, on my part, and the gift took additional value from her conjecture. 4 days afterward, there was a hop in the large dining room of the hotel. Early in the morning, a fresh bouquet had been left at my door. I was tired of my enforced idleness, eager to discover the fair unknown. She was again fair to my fancy. And I determined to go down, believing that a cane and a crimson velvet slipper on the left foot would provoke a glance of sympathy from certain eyes and thus enable me to detect them. The fact was, the sympathy was much too general and effusive. Everybody, it seemed, came to me with kindly greetings. Seats were vacated at my approach, even fat Mrs. Huckster insisting on my taking her warm place at the head of the room. But Bob Leroy, you know him, as gallant a gentleman as ever lived, put me down at the right point and kept me there. He only meant to divert me, yet gave me the only place where I could quietly inspect all the younger ladies as dance or supper brought them near. One of the dances was an old-fashioned cotillon, and one of the figures, the coquette, brought everyone in turn before me. I received a pleasant word or two from those whom I knew, and a long, kind, silent glance from Miss May Danvers. Where had been my eyes? She was tall, stately, 25, had large dark eyes, and long dark lashes. Again, the changes of the dance brought her near me. I threw, or strove to throw, unutterable meanings into my eyes and cast them upon hers. She seemed startled, looked suddenly away, looked back to me, and blushed. I knew her for what is called a nice girl, that is, tolerably frank, gently feminine, and not dangerously intelligent. Was it possible that I had overlooked so much character and intellect? As the cotillon closed, she was again in my neighborhood, and her partner led her in my direction. I was rising painfully from my chair when Bob Leroy pushed me down again, whisked another seat from somewhere, planted it at my side, and there she was. She knew who was her neighbor, I plainly saw. But instead of turning toward me, she began to fan herself in a nervous way and to fidget with the buttons of her gloves. I grew impatient. "Miss Danvers?" I said at last. "Oh," was all her answer as she looked at me for a moment. "Where are your thoughts?" I asked. Then she turned, with wide, astonished eyes, coloring softly up to the roots of her hair. My heart gave a sudden leap. "How can you tell, if I cannot?" she asked. "May I guess?" She made a slight inclination of the head, saying nothing. I was then quite sure. "The second ravine to the left at the main drive?" This time she actually started. Her color became deeper, and the leaf of the ivory fan snapped between her fingers. "Let there be no more a secret," I exclaimed. "Your flowers have brought me your messages. I knew I should find you." Full of certainty, I was speaking in a low, impassioned voice. She cut me short by rising from her seat. I felt that she was both angry and alarmed. Fisher, of Philadelphia, jostling right and left in his haste, made his way toward her. She fairly snatched his arm, clung to it with a warmth I had never seen expressed in a ballroom, and began to whisper in his ear. It was not 5 minutes before he came to me, alone, with a very stern face, bent down, and said, "If you have discovered our secret, you will keep silent. You are certainly a gentleman." I bowed, coldly and savagely. There was a draught from the open window. My ankle became suddenly weary and painful, and I went to bed. Can you believe that I didn't guess immediately what it all meant? In a vague way, I fancied that I had been premature in my attempt to drop our mutual incognito, and that Fisher, a rival lover, was jealous of me. This was rather flattering than otherwise, but when I limped down to the ladies' parlor the next day, no Miss Danvers was to be seen. I did not venture to ask for her. It might seem importunate, and a woman of so much hidden capacity was evidently not to be wooed in the ordinary way. End of section 3. Section 4 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by João Senna. Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. Who Was She? By Bayard Taylor, Part 2. So, another night passed by, and then, with the morning, came a letter which made me feel at the same instant like a fool and a hero. It had been dropped in the Wompsocket post office, was legibly addressed to me, and delivered with some other letters which had arrived by the night mail. Here it is. Listen. Quote, Noto ignota. Haste is not a gift of the gods, and you have been impatient, with the usual result. I was almost prepared for this, and thus am not wholly disappointed. In a day or two more, you will discover your mistake, which, so far as I can learn, has done no particular harm. If you wish to find me, there is only one way to seek me. Should I tell you what it is, I should run the risk of losing you. That is, I should preclude the manifestations of a certain quality which I hope to find in the man who may, or rather must, be my friend. This sounds enigmatical, yet you have read enough of my nature, as written in those random notes in my sketchbook, to guess at least how much I require. Only this let me add. Mere guessing is useless. Being unknown, I can write freely. If you find me, I shall be justified. If not, I shall hardly need to blush, even to myself, over a futile experiment. It is possible for me to learn enough of your life, henceforth, to direct my relation toward you. This may be the end. If so, I shall know it soon. I shall also know whether you continue to seek me. Trusting in your honor as a man, I must ask you to trust in mine as a woman. End quote. I did discover my mistake, as the unknown promised. There had been a secret betrothal between Fisher and Miss Danvers, and, singularly enough, the momentous question and answer had been given in the very ravine leading to my upper dell. The two meant to keep the matter to themselves, but therein, it seems, I thwarted them. There was a little opposition on the part of their respective families, but all was amicably settled before I left Wompsocket. The letter made a very deep impression upon me. What was the one way to find her? What could it be but the triumph that follows ambitious toil, the manifestation of all my best qualities as a man? Be she old or young, plain or beautiful, I reflected, hers is surely a nature worth knowing, and its candid intelligence conceals no hazards for me. I have sought her rashly, blundered, betrayed, that I set her lower in my thoughts than her actual self. Let me now adopt the opposite course, seek her openly no longer, go back to my tasks, and, following my own aims vigorously and cheerfully, restore that respect which she seemed to be on the point of losing. For, consciously or not, she had communicated to me a doubt implied in the very expression of her own strength and pride. She had meant to address me as an equal, yet, despite herself, took a stand a little above that which she accorded to me. I came back to New York earlier than usual, worked steadily at my profession and with increasing success, and began to accept opportunities, which I had previously declined, of making myself personally known to the great, impressible, fickle, tyrannical public. One or two of my speeches in the hall of the Cooper Institute on various occasions, as you may perhaps remember, gave me a good headway with the party, and were the chief cause of my nomination for the state office which I still hold. There, on the table, lies a resignation, written today, but not yet signed. We'll talk of it afterward. Several months passed by, and no further letter reached me. I gave up much of my time to society, moved familiarly in more than one province of the kingdom here, and vastly extended my acquaintance, especially among the women. But not one of them betrayed the mysterious something or other. Really, I can't explain precisely what it was, which I was looking for. In fact, the more I endeavored quietly to study the sex, the more confused I became. At last, I was subjected to the usual onslaught from the strong-minded. A small but formidable committee entered my office one morning and demanded a categorical declaration of my principles. What my views on the subject were, I knew very well. They were clear and decided, and yet I hesitated to declare them. It wasn't a temptation of St. Anthony, that is, turned the other way, and the belligerent attitude of the dames did not alarm me in the least. But she, what was her position? How could I best please her? It flashed upon my mind, while Mrs. was making her formal speech, that I had taken no step for months without a vague, secret reference to her. So I strove to be courteous, friendly, and agreeable non-committal, begged for further documents, and promised to reply by letter in a few days. I was hardly surprised to find the well-known hand on the envelope of a letter shortly afterward. I held it for a minute in my palm, with an absurd hope that I might sympathetically feel its character before breaking the seal. Then I read it with a great sense of relief. Quote, I have never assumed to guide a man except toward the full exercise of his powers. It is not opinion in action, but opinion in a state of idleness or indifference, which repels me. I am deeply glad that you have gained so much since you left the country. If, in shaping your course, you have thought of me, I will frankly say that, to that extent, you have drawn nearer. Am I mistaken in conjecturing that you wish to know my relation to the movement concerning which you were recently interrogated? In this, as in other instances which may come, I must beg you to consider me only as a spectator. The more my own views may seem likely to sway your action, the less I shall be inclined to declare them. If you find this cold or unwomanly, remember that it is not easy. End quote. Yes, I felt that I had certainly drawn much nearer to her, and from this time on, her imaginary face and form became other than they were. She was 28, 3 years older, a very little above the middle height, but not tall, serene rather than stately in her movements, with a calm, almost grave face, relieved by the sweetness of the full, firm lips, and finally eyes of pure, limpid grey, such as we fancy belonged to the Venus of Milo. I found her thus much more attractive than with the dark eyes and lashes, but she did not make her appearance in the circles which I frequented. Another year slipped away. As an official personage, my importance increased, but I was careful not to exaggerate it to myself. Many have wondered, perhaps you among the rest, at my success, seeing that I possess no remarkable abilities. If I have any secret, it is simply this: doing faithfully, with all my might, whatever I undertake. 9/10 of our politicians become inflated and careless after the first few years, and are easily forgotten when they once lose place. I am a little surprised now that I had so much patience with the unknown. I was too important, at least, to be played with, too mature to be subjected to a longer test, too earnest, as I had proved, to be doubted or thrown aside without a further explanation. Growing tired at last of silent waiting, I bethought me of advertising. A careful written personal in which Ignotus informed Ignota of the necessity of his communicating with her appeared simultaneously in the Tribune, Herald, World, and Times. I renewed the advertisement as the time expired without an answer, and I think it was about the end of the third week before one came through the post as before. Ah, yes, I had forgotten. See, my advertisement is pasted on the note as a heading or motto for the manuscript lines. I don't know why the printed slip should give me a particular feeling of humiliation as I look at it, but such is the fact. What she wrote is all I need read to you. Quote, I could not, at first, be certain that this was meant for me. If I were to explain to you why I have not written for so long a time, I might give you one of the few clues which I insist on keeping in my own hands. In your public capacity, you have been, so far as a woman may judge, upright, independent, wholly manly. In your relations with other men, I learn nothing of you that is not honorable. Toward women, you are kind, chivalrous, no doubt, overflowing with the usual social refinements, but here again I run hard upon the absolute necessity of silence. The way to me, if you care to traverse it, is so simple, so very simple. Yet, after what I have written, I cannot even wave my hand in the direction of it without certain self-contempt. When I feel free to tell you, we shall draw apart and remain unknown forever. You desire to write? I do not prohibit it. I have heretofore made no arrangement for hearing from you in turn, because I could not discover that any advantage would accrue from it. But it seems only fair, I confess, and you dare not think me capricious. So, 3 days hence, at 6 o'clock in the evening, a trusty messenger of mine will call at your door. If you have anything to give her for me, the act of giving it must be the sign of a compact on your part that you will allow her to leave immediately, unquestioned and unfollowed. End quote. You look puzzled, I see. You don't catch the real drift of her words? Well, that's a melancholy encouragement. Neither did I, at the time. It was plain that I had disappointed her in some way, and my intercourse with, or manner toward women had something to do with it. In vain, I ran over as much of my later social life as I could recall. There had been no special attention, nothing to mislead a susceptible heart. On the other side, certainly no rudeness, no want of chivalrous. She used the word respect and attention. What, in the name of all the gods, was the matter? In spite of all my efforts to grow clearer, I was obliged to write my letter in a rather muddled state of mind. I had so much to say. 16 folio pages, I was sure, would only suffice for an introduction to the case. Yet, when the creamy volume lay before me and the moist pen drew my fingers toward it, I sat stock dumb for half an hour. I wrote, finally, in a half-desperate mood, without regard to coherency or logic. Here's a rough draft of a part of the letter, and a single passage from it will be enough. Quote, I can conceive of no simpler way to you than the knowledge of your name and address. I have drawn airy images of you, but they do not become incarnate, and I am not sure that I should recognize you in the brief moment of passing. Your nature is not of those which are instantly legible. As an abstract power, it has wrought in my life, and it continually moves my heart with desires which are unsatisfactory because so vague and ignorant. Let me offer you personally my gratitude, my earnest friendship. You would laugh if I were now to offer more. End quote. Stay. Here is another fragment, more reckless in tone. Quote, I want to find the woman whom I can love, who can love me. But this is a masquerade, where the features are hidden, the voice disguised, even the hands grotesquely gloved. Come, I will venture more than I ever thought was possible to me. You shall know my deepest nature as I myself seem to know it. Then give me the commonest chance of learning yours, through an intercourse which shall leave both free, should we not feel the closing of the inevitable bond. End quote. After I had written that, the pages filled rapidly. When the appointed hour arrived, a bulky epistle in a strong linen envelope, sealed with 5 wax seals, was waiting on my table. Precisely at 6, there was an announcement. The door opened, and a little outside in the shadow, I saw an old woman in a threadbare dress of rusty black. Come in, I said. The letter, answered a husky voice. She stretched out a bony hand without moving a step. It is for a lady. Very important business, said I, taking up the letter. Are you sure that there is no mistake? She drew her hand under the shawl, turned without a word, and moved toward the hall door. Stop! I cried. I beg 1,000 pardons. Take it, take it. You are the right messenger. She clutched it and was instantly gone. Several days passed, and I gradually became so nervous and uneasy that I was on the point of inserting another personal in the daily papers when the answer arrived. It was brief and mysterious. You shall hear the whole of it. Quote, I thank you. Your letter is a sacred confidence, which I pray you never to regret. Your nature is sound and good. You ask no more than is reasonable, and I have no real right to refuse. In the one respect which I have hinted, I may have been unskillful or too narrowly cautious. I must have the certainty of this. Therefore, as a generous favor, give me 6 months more. At the end of that time, I will write to you again. Have patience with these brief lines. Another word might be a word too much. End quote. You notice the change in her tone? The letter gave me the strongest impression of a new, warm, almost anxious interest on her part. My fancies, as first at Wompsocket, began to play all sorts of singular pranks. Sometimes she was rich and of an old family, sometimes moderately poor and obscure, but always the same calm, reposeful face and clear grey eyes. I ceased looking for her in society, quite sure that I should not find her, and nursed a wild expectation of suddenly meeting her face to face in the most unlikely places and under startling circumstances. However, the end of it all was patience, patience for 6 months. There's not much more to tell, but this last letter is hard for me to read. It came punctually to a day. I knew it would, and at the last I began to dread the time, as if a heavy note were falling due, and I had no funds to meet it. My head was in a whirl when I broke the seal. The fact in it stared at me blankly at once, but it was a long time before the words and sentences became intelligible. Quote, "The stipulated time has come, and our hidden romance is at an end. Had I taken this resolution a year ago, it would have saved me many vain hopes, and you, perhaps, a little uncertainty. Forgive me first, if you can, and then hear the explanation. You wished for a personal interview. You have had, not one, but many. We have met, in society, talked face to face, discussed the weather, the opera, toilette, Aurora Floyd, Long Branch and Newport, and exchanged a weary amount of fashionable gossip. And you never guessed that I was governed by any deeper interest. I have purposely uttered ridiculous platitudes, and you were as smilingly courteous as if you enjoyed them. I have let fall remarks whose hollowness and selfishness could not have escaped you, and have waited in vain for a word of sharp, honest, manly reproof. Your manner to me was unexceptionable, as it was to all other women. But there lies the source of my disappointment, of my sorrow. You appreciate, I cannot doubt, the qualities in woman which men value in one another: culture, independence of thought, a high and earnest apprehension of life. But you know not how to seek them. It is not true that a mature and unperverted woman is flattered by receiving only the general obsequiousness which most men give to the whole sex. In the man who contradicts and strives with her, she discovers a truer interest, a nobler respect. The empty-headed, spindle-shanked youths who dance admirably understand something of billiards, much less of horses, and still less of navigation, soon grow inexpressibly wearisome to us. But the men who adopt their social courtesy, never seeking to arouse, uplift, instruct us, are a bitter disappointment. What would have been the end had you really found me? Certainly a sincere, satisfying friendship. No mysterious magnetic force has drawn you to me or held you near me, nor has my experiment inspired me with an interest which cannot be given up without a personal pang. I am grieved for the sake of all men and all women. Yet, understand me, I mean no slightest reproach. I esteem and honor you for what you are. Farewell." End quote. There, nothing could be kinder in tone, nothing more humiliating in substance. I was sore and offended for a few days. But I soon began to see, and ever more and more clearly, that she was wholly right. I was sure also that any further attempt to correspond with her would be vain. It all comes of taking society just as we find it, and supposing that conventional courtesy is the only safe ground on which men and women can meet. The fact is, there's no use in hiding it from myself, and I see by your face that the letter cuts into your own conscience. She is a free, courageous, independent character, and I am not. But who was she? End of section 4.
Section 5 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Hulbert. Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. Mademoiselle Olympe Zabriski, by Thomas Bailey Aldrich. 1. We are accustomed to speak with a certain light irony of the tendency which women have to gossip, as if the sin itself, if it is a sin, were of the gentler sex, and could by no chance be a masculine peccadillo. So far as my observation goes, men are as much given to small talk as women, and it is undeniable that we have produced the highest type of gossiper extant. Where will you find, in or out of literature, such another droll, delightful, chatty busybody as Samuel Pepys, Esquire, Secretary to the Admiralty in the reigns of those fortunate gentlemen, Charles II and James II of England? He is the king of tattlers, as Shakespeare is the king of poets. If it came to a matter of pure gossip, I would back our club against the Sorosis or any women's club in existence. Whenever you see in your drawing room 4 or 5 young fellows lounging in easy chairs, cigar in hand, and now and then bringing their heads together over the small round Japanese table, which is always the pivot of these social circles, you may be sure that they are discussing Tom's engagement, or Dick's extravagance, or Harry's hopeless passion for the younger Miss Fleur-de-Lis. It is here old Templeton gets execrated for that everlasting bon mot of his, which was quite a success at dinner parties 40 years ago. It is here the belle of the season passes under the scalpels of merciless young surgeons. It is here B's financial condition is handled in a way that would make B's hair stand on end. It is here, in short, that everything is canvassed. Everything that happens in our set. I mean, much that never happens, and a great deal that could not possibly happen. It was at our club that I learned the particulars of the Van Twiller affair. It was great entertainment to our club, the Van Twiller affair, though it was rather a joyless thing, I fancy, for Van Twiller. To understand the case fully, it should be understood that Ralph Van Twiller is one of the proudest, most sensitive men living. He is a lineal descendant of Wouter Van Twiller, the famous old Dutch governor of New York, Nieuw Amsterdam, as it was then. His ancestors have always been burgomasters, or admirals, or generals, and his mother is the Mrs. Van Rensselaer Van Zandt Van Twiller, whose magnificent place will be pointed out to you on the right bank of the Hudson as you pass up the historic river toward Idlewild. Ralph is about 25 years old. Birth made him a gentleman, and the rise of real estate, some of it in the family since the old governor's time, made him a millionaire. It was a kindly fairy that stepped in and made him a good fellow also. Fortune, I take it, was in her most jocund mood when she heaped her gifts in this fashion on Van Twiller, who was, and will be again, when this cloud blows over, the flower of our club. About a year ago there came a whisper, if the word whisper is not too harsh a term to apply to what seemed a mere breath floating gently through the atmosphere of the billiard-room, imparting the intelligence that Van Twiller was in some kind of trouble. Just as everybody suddenly takes to wearing square-toed boots or to drawing his neck scarf through a ring, so it became all at once the fashion, without any preconcerted agreement, for everybody to speak of Van Twiller as a man in some way under a cloud. But what that cloud was, and how he got under it, and why he did not get away from it, were points that lifted themselves into the realm of pure conjecture. There was no man in the club with strong enough wing to his imagination to soar to the supposition that Van Twiller was embarrassed in money matters. Was he in love? That appeared nearly as improbable, for if he had been in love, all the world, that is, perhaps 100 first families, would have known all about it instantly. "He has the symptoms," said Delaney, laughing. "I remember once when Jack Fleming—" "Ned!" cried Fleming. "I protest against any allusion to that business." This was one night when Van Twiller had wandered into the club, turned over the magazines, absently, in the reading room, and wandered out again, without speaking 10 words. The most careless eye would have remarked the great change that had come over Van Twiller. Now and then he would play a game of billiards with the pastor, or Hazeltine, or stop to chat a moment in the vestibule with old Duane. But he was an altered man. When at the club, he was usually to be found in the small smoking room upstairs, seated on a fauteuil, fast asleep, with the last number of The Nation in his hand. Once, if you went to 2 or 3 places of an evening, you were certain to meet Van Twiller at them all. You seldom met him in society now. By and by came whisper number 2, a whisper more emphatic than number 1, but still untraceable to any tangible mouthpiece. This time the whisper said that Van Twiller was in love. But with whom? The list of possible Mrs. Van Twillers was carefully examined by experienced hands, and a check placed against a fine old Knickerbocker name here and there, but nothing satisfactory arrived at. Then that same still small voice of rumor, but now with an easily detected staccato sharpness to it, said that Van Twiller was in love with an actress. Van Twiller, whom it had taken all these years and all this waste of raw material in the way of ancestors to bring to perfection. Ralph von Twiller, the net result and flower of his race, the descendant of Wouter, the son of Mrs. Van Rensselaer Van Zandt Van Twiller, in love with an actress. That was too ridiculous to be believed, and so everybody believed it. 6 or 7 members of the club abruptly discovered in themselves an unsuspected latent passion for the histrionic art. In squads of 2 or 3, they stormed successively all the theaters in town, Booth's, Wallach's, Daly's Fifth Avenue, not burned down then, and the Grand Opera House. Even the shabby homes of the drama over in the Bowery, where the Germanic Thespis has not taken out his naturalization papers, underwent rigid exploration. But no clue was found to Van Twiller's mysterious attachment. The opera bouffe, which promised the widest field for investigation, produced absolutely nothing, not even a crop of suspicions. One night, after several weeks of this, Delaney and I fancied that we caught sight of Van Twiller in the private box of an uptown theater where some thrilling trapeze performance was going on, which we did not care to sit through, but we concluded afterward that it was only somebody who looked like him. Delaney, by the way, was unusually active in this search. I dare say he never quite forgave Van Twiller for calling him Muslin Delaney. Ned is fond of ladies' society, and that's a fact. The Cimmerian darkness which surrounded Van Twiller's inamorata left us free to indulge in the wildest conjectures. Whether she was black-tressed, Melpomene with bowl and dagger, or Thalia with the fair hair and the laughing face, was only to be guessed at. It was popularly conceded, however, that Van Twiller was on the point of forming a dreadful mésalliance. Up to this period, he had visited the club regularly. Suddenly, he ceased to appear. He was not to be seen on Fifth Avenue or in the Central Park, or at the houses he generally frequented. His chambers, and mighty comfortable chambers they were, on 34th Street, were deserted. He had dropped out of the world, shot like a bright, particular star from his orbit in the heaven of the best society. The following conversation took place one night in the smoking room. Where's Van Twiller? Who's seen Van Twiller? What has become of Van Twiller? Delaney picked up the Evening Post and read with a solemnity that betrayed young Firkins into exclaiming, "By Jove, now!" Married on the 10th instant by the Reverend Friar Lawrence at the residence of the bride's uncle, Montague Capulet, Esquire, Miss Adrienne Lecovier to Mr. Ralph Van Twiller, both of this city. No cards. Free list suspended, murmured the pastor. It strikes me, said Frank Livingstone, who had been ruffling the leaves of a magazine at the other end of the table, that you fellows are in a great fever about Van Twiller. So we are. Well, he has simply gone out of town. Where? Up to the old homestead on the Hudson. It's an odd time of year for a fellow to go into the country. He has gone to visit his mother, said Livingstone. In February? I didn't know, Delaney, that there was any statute in force prohibiting a man from visiting his mother in February if he wants to. Delaney made some light remark about the pleasure of communing with nature with a cold in her head, and the topic was dropped. Livingstone was hand in glove with Van Twiller, and if any man shared his confidence, it was Livingstone. He was aware of the gossip and speculation that had been rife in the club, but he either was not at liberty or did not think it worth while to relieve our curiosity. In the course of a week or two, it was reported that Van Twiller was going to Europe, and go he did. A dozen of us went down to the Cynthia to see him off. It was refreshing to have something as positive as the fact that Van Twiller had sailed. 2. Shortly after Van Twiller's departure, the whole thing came out. Whether Livingstone found the secret too heavy a burden, or whether it transpired through some indiscretion on the part of Mrs. Van Rensselaer Van Zandt Van Twiller, I cannot say. But one evening the entire story was in possession of the club. Van Twiller had actually been very deeply interested, not in an actress, for the legitimate drama was not her humble walk in life, but in Mademoiselle Olympe Zabriski, whose really perilous feats on the trapeze had astonished New York the year before, though they had failed to attract Delaney and me the night we wandered into the Uptown Theater on the trail of Van Twiller's mystery. That a man like Van Twiller should be fascinated, even for an instant, by a common circus girl seems incredible, but it is always the incredible thing that happens. Besides, Mademoiselle Olympe was not a common circus girl. She was a most daring and startling gymnast, with a beauty and a grace of movement that gave to her audacious performance almost an air of prudery. Watching her wondrous dexterity and pliant strength both exercised without apparent effort, it seemed the most natural proceeding in the world that she should do those unpardonable things. She had a way of melting from one graceful posture into another like the dissolving figures thrown from a stereopticon. She was a lithe, radiant shape out of Grecian mythology, now poised up there above the gaslights, and now gleaming through the air like a slender gilt arrow. I am describing Mademoiselle Olympe as she appeared to Van Twiller on the first occasion when he strolled into the theater where she was performing. To me, she was a girl of 18 or 20 years of age. Maybe she was much older, for pearl powder and distance keep these people perpetually young. Slightly but exquisitely built, with sinews of silver wire, rather pretty, perhaps after a manner, but showing plainly the effects of the exhaustive drafts she was making on her physical vitality. Now Van Twiller was an enthusiast on the subject of calisthenics. If I had a daughter, Van Twiller used to say, I wouldn't send her to a boarding school or a nunnery. I'd send her to a gymnasium for the first 5 years. Our American women have no physique. They are lilies, pallid, pretty, and perishable. You marry an American woman, and what do you marry? A headache. Look at English girls. They are at least roses, and last the season through. Walking home from the theater that first night, it flitted through Van Twiller's mind that if he could give this girl's set of nerves and muscles to any one of the 200 hybrid women he knew, he would marry her on the spot and worship her forever. The following evening he went to see Mademoiselle Olympe again. Olympe Zabriski, he soliloquized as he sauntered through the lobby. What a queer name. Olympe is French, and Zabriski is Polish. It is her nom de guerre, of course. Her real name is probably Sarah Jones. What kind of creature can she be in private life, I wonder? I wonder if she wears that costume all the time, and if she springs to her meals from a horizontal bar. Of course she rocks the baby to sleep on the trapeze. And Van Twiller went on making comical domestic tableaux of Mademoiselle Zabriski like the clever satirical dog he was, until the curtain rose. This was on a Friday. There was a matinee the next day, and he attended that, though he had secured a seat for the usual evening entertainment. Then it became a habit of Van Twiller's to drop into the theater for a half an hour or so every night, to assist at the interlude in which she appeared. He cared only for her part of the program, and timed his visits accordingly. It was a surprise to himself when he reflected one morning that he had not missed a single performance of Mademoiselle Olympe for nearly 2 weeks. "This will never do," said Van Twiller. "Olympe," he called her Olympe, as if she were an old acquaintance, and so she might have been considered by that time, "is a wonderful creature, but this will never do. Van, my boy, you must reform this altogether." But 9:30 that night saw him in his accustomed orchestra chair, and so on for another week. A habit leads a man so gently in the beginning that he does not perceive he is led. With what silken threads and down what pleasant avenues it leads him. By and by the soft silk threads become iron chains, and the pleasant avenues Avernus. Quite a new element had lately entered into Van Twiller's enjoyment of Mademoiselle Olympe's ingenious feats, a vaguely born apprehension that she might slip from that swinging bar, that one of the thin cords supporting it might snap and let her go headlong from the dizzying height. Now and then, for a terrible instant, he would imagine her lying a glittering, palpitating heap at the footlights, with no color in her lips. Sometimes it seemed as if the girl were tempting this kind of fate. It was a hard, bitter life, and nothing but poverty and sordid misery at home could have driven her to it. What if she should end it all some night by just unclasping that little hand? It looked so small and white from where Van Twiller sat. This frightful idea fascinated while it chilled him, and helped to make it nearly impossible for him to keep away from the theater. In the beginning, his attendance had not interfered with his social duties or pleasures, but now he came to find it distasteful after dinner to do anything but read, or walk the streets aimlessly, until it was time to go to the play. When that was over, he was in no mood to go anywhere but to his rooms, so he dropped away by insensible degrees from his habitual haunts, was missed, and began to be talked about at the club. Catching some intimation of this, he ventured no more in the orchestra stalls, but shrouded himself behind the draperies of the private box in which Delaney and I thought we saw him on one occasion. Now I find it very perplexing to explain what Van Twiller was wholly unable to explain to himself. He was not in love with Mademoiselle Olympe. He had no wish to speak to her, or hear her speak. Nothing could have been easier, and nothing further from his desire, than to know her personally. A Van Twiller personally acquainted with a strolling female acrobat? Good heavens! That was something possible only with the discovery of perpetual motion. Taken from her theatrical setting, from her lofty perch, so to say, on the trapeze bar, Olympe Zabriski would have shocked every aristocratic fiber in Van Twiller's body. He was simply fascinated by her marvelous grace and hand, and the magnetic recklessness of the girl. It was very young in him, and very weak, and no member of the Cirrhosis, or all the Cirrhosis sisters together, could have been more severe on Van Twiller than he was on himself. To be weak and to know it, is something of a punishment for a proud man, Van Twiller took his punishment and went to the theater regularly. When her engagement comes to an end, he meditated, that will finish the business. Mademoiselle Olympe's engagement finally did come to an end, and she departed. But her engagement had been highly beneficial to the treasury chest of the Uptown Theater, and before Van Twiller could get over missing her, she had returned from a short Western tour, and her immediate reappearance was underlined on the playbills. On a dead wall opposite the window of Van Twiller's sleeping room, there appeared, as if by necromancy, an aggressive poster with Mademoiselle Olympe Zabriski on it, in letters at least a foot high. The thing stared him in the face when he woke up one morning. It gave him a sensation as if she had called on him overnight and left her card. From time to time through the day, he regarded that poster with a sardonic eye. He had pitilessly resolved not to repeat the folly of the previous month. To say that this moral victory cost him nothing would be to deprive it of merit. It cost him many internal struggles. It is a fine thing to see a man seizing his temptation by the throat and wrestling with it, and trampling it underfoot like St. Anthony. This was the spectacle Van Twiller was exhibiting to the angels. The evening Mademoiselle Olympe was to make her reappearance, Van Twiller, having dined at the club, and feeling more like himself than he had for weeks, returned to his chamber, and, putting on dressing gown and slippers, piled up the greater portion of his library around him, and fell into reading assiduously. There is nothing like a quiet evening at home with some slight intellectual occupation, after one's feathers have been stroked the wrong way. When the lively French clock on the mantelpiece, a base of malachite surrounded by a flying bronze Mercury, with its arms spread gracefully in the air, and not remotely suggestive of Mademoiselle Olympe in the act of executing her grand flight from the trapeze. When the clock, I repeat, struck 9, Van Twiller paid no attention to it. That was certainly a triumph. I am anxious to render Van Twiller all the justice I can at this point in the narrative, inasmuch as when the half-hour sounded musically, like a crystal ball dropping into a silver bowl, he rose from the chair automatically, thrust his feet into his walking shoes, threw his overcoat across his arm, and strode out of the room. To be weak and to scorn your weakness, and not be able to conquer it, is, as has been said, a hard thing. And I suspect it was not with unalloyed satisfaction that Van Twiller found himself taking his seat in the back part of the private box, night after night, during the second engagement of Mademoiselle Olympe. It was so easy not to stay away. In this second edition of Van Twiller's fatuity, his case was even worse than before. He not only thought of Olympe quite a number of times between breakfast and dinner, he not only attended the interlude regularly, but he began, in spite of himself, to occupy his leisure hours at night by dreaming of her. This was too much of a good thing, and Van Twiller regarded it so. Besides, the dream was always the same, a harrowing dream, a dream singularly adapted to shattering the nerves of a man like Van Twiller. He would imagine himself seated at the theater, with all the members of our club in the parquet, watching Mademoiselle Olympe, as usual, when suddenly that young lady would launch herself desperately from the trapeze and come flying through the air like a firebrand hurled at his private box. Then the unfortunate man would wake up with cold drops standing on his forehead. There is one redeeming feature in this infatuation of Van Twiller's which the sober moralist will love to look upon, the serene unconsciousness of the person who caused it. She went through her role with admirable aplomb, drew her salary, it may be assumed, punctually, and appears from first to last to have been ignorant that there was a miserable slave wearing her chains nightly in the left-hand proscenium box, that Van Twiller, haunting the theater with the persistency of an ex-actor, conducted himself so discreetly as to not draw the fire of Mademoiselle Olympe's blue eyes, shows that Van Twiller, however deeply under a spell, was not in love. I say this, though I think if Van Twiller had not been Van Twiller, if he had been a man of no family, and no position, and no money, if New York had been Paris, and 34th Street a street in the Latin corridor, but it is useless to speculate on what might have happened. What did happen is sufficient. It happened then, in the second week of Queen Olympe's second unconscious reign, that an appalling whisper floated up the Hudson, effected a landing at a point between Spuyten Devil Creek and Cold Spring, and sought out a stately mansion of Dutch architecture standing on the bank of the river. The whisper straightway informed the lady dwelling in this mansion that all was not well with the last of the Van Twillers, that he was gradually estranging himself from his peers, and wasting his nights in a playhouse watching a misguided young woman turning unmaidenly somersaults on a piece of wood attached to 2 ropes. Mrs. Van Rensselaer Van Zandt Van Twiller came down to town by the next train to look into this little matter. She found the flower of the family taking an early breakfast at 11 a.m. in his cozy apartments on 34th Street. With the least possible circumlocution, she confronted him with what rumor had reported of his pursuits, and was pleased, but not too much pleased, when he gave her an exact account of his relations with Mademoiselle Zabriski, neither concealing nor qualifying anything. As a confession, it was unique, and might have been a great deal less entertaining. 2 or 3 times in the course of the narrative, the matron had some difficulty in preserving the gravity of her countenance. After meditating a few minutes, she tapped Van Twiller softly on the arm with the tip of her parasol, and invited him to return with her the next day up the Hudson and make a brief visit at the home of his ancestors. He accepted the invitation, with outward alacrity and inward disgust. When this was settled, and the worthy lady had withdrawn, Van Twiller went directly to the establishment of Messrs. Ball Black and Company, and selected, with unerring taste, the finest diamond bracelet procurable. For his mother? Dear me, no. She had the family jewels. I would not like to state the enormous sum that Van Twiller paid for this bracelet. It was such a clasp of diamonds as would have hastened the pulsation of a patrician wrist. It was such a bracelet as Prince Camaralzaman might have sent to the Princess Badoura, and the Princess Badoura might have been very glad to get. In the fragrant Levant Morocco case, where these happy jewels lived when they were at home, Van Twiller thoughtfully placed his card, on the back of which he had written a line begging Mademoiselle Olympe Zabriski to accept the accompanying trifle from one who had witnessed her graceful performances with interest and pleasure. This was not done inconsiderately. Of course I must enclose a card, as I would to any lady, Van Twiller said to himself. A Van Twiller can neither write an anonymous letter nor make an anonymous present. Blood entails its duties, as well as its privileges. The casket dispatched to its destination, Van Twiller felt easier in his mind. He was under obligations to the girl for many an agreeable hour that might otherwise have passed heavily. He had paid the debt, and he had paid it in prints, as became a Van Twiller. He spent the rest of the day in looking at some pictures at Goupil's and at the club, and in making a few purchases for his trip up the Hudson. A consciousness that this trip up the Hudson was a disorderly retreat came over him unpleasantly at intervals. When he returned to his rooms late at night, he found a note lying on the writing table. He started as his eyes caught the words "Theatre" stamped in carmine letters on one corner of the envelope. Van Twiller broke the seal with trembling fingers. Now this note, some time afterward, fell into the hands of Livingstone, who showed it to Stuyvesant, who showed it to Delaney, who showed it to me, and I copied it as a literary curiosity. The note ran as follows. Mr. Van Twiller, dear sir, I am very grateful to you for that bracelet. It come just in the nick of time for me. The Mademoiselle Zabriski dodge is about played out. My beard is getting too much for me. I shall have to grow a mustache and take to some other line of business. I don't know what now, but we'll let you know. You won't feel bad if I sell that bracelet. I have seen Abrams Moss, and he says he will do the square thing. Please accept my thanks for your beautiful and unexpected present. Your respectful servant, Charles Montmorency Walters. The next day, Van Twiller neither expressed nor felt any unwillingness to spend a few weeks with his mother at the old homestead. And then he went abroad. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. Brother Sebastian's Friendship, by Harold Frederic. I who tell this story am called Brother Sebastian. This name was given me more than 40 years ago, while Louis Philippe was still king. My other name has been buried so long that I have nearly forgotten it. I think that my people are dead. At least I have heard nothing from them in many years. My reputation has always been that of a misanthrope. If not that, then of a dreamer. In the seminary, I had no intimates. In the order, for I am a brother of the Christian schools, my associates are polite, nothing more. I seem to be outside their social circles, their plans, their enjoyments. True, I am an old man now, but in other years it was the same. All my life, I have been in solitude. To this there is a single exception. One star shining in the blackness, and my career has been so bleak that although it ended in deeper sadness than I had known before, I look back to the episode with gratitude. The bank of clouds which shut out this sole light of my life quickened its brilliancy before they submerged it. After the terrible siege of 71, when the last German was gone, and our houses had breasted the ordeal of the Commune, I was sent to the south. The superior thought my cheeks were ominously hollow, and suspected threats of consumption in my cough. So I was to go to the Mediterranean and try its milder air. I liked the change. Paris, with its gloss of nosy gaiety and its substance of skeptical heartlessness, was repugnant to me. Perhaps it was because of this that Brother Sebastian had been mured up in the capital 2/3 of his life. If our surroundings are too congenial, we neglect the work set before us. But no matter. To the coast I went. My new home was a long-established house, spacious, venerable, and dreary. It was on the outskirts of an ancient town, which was of far more importance before our Lord was born than it has ever been since. We had little to do. There were 9 brothers, a handful of resident orphans, and some 80 pupils. Ragged, stupid, big-eyed urchins they were, altogether different from the keen Paris boys. For that matter, every feature of my new home was odd. The heat of the summer was scorching in its intensity. The peasants were much more respectful to our cloth, and as to appearance, looked like figures from Murillo's canvases. The foliage, the wine, the language, the manners of the people, everything was changed. This interested me, and my morbidness vanished. The director was delighted with my improved condition. Poor man! He was positive that my cheeks had puffed out perceptibly after the first 2 months. So the winter came, a mild, wet, muggy winter, wholly unlike my favorite sharp season in the north. We were killing time in the library one afternoon, the director and a Swiss brother sitting by the lamp reading, I standing at one of the tall, narrow windows, drumming on the panes and dreaming. The view was not an inspiring one. There was a long horizontal line of pale yellow sky and another of flat black land, out of which an occasional poplar raised itself solemnly. The great mass below the stripes was brown, above gloomy gray. Close under the window, 2 boys were playing in the garden of the house. I recall distinctly that they threw armfuls of wet fallen leaves at each other with a great shouting. While I stood thus, the brother servitor, a bonus, came in and whispered to the director. He always whispered. It was not fraternal, but I did not like this a bonus. "Send him up here," said the director. Then I remembered that I had heard the roll of a carriage and the bell ring a few moments before. A bonus came in again. Behind him there was someone else, whose footsteps had the hesitating sound of a stranger's. Then I heard the director's voice. "You are from Algiers?" "I am, brother." "Your name?" "Edward, brother." "Well, tell me more." "I was under orders to be in Paris in January, brother. As my health was poor, I received permission to come back to France this autumn. At Marseille, I was instructed to come here. So, I am here. I have these papers from the mother house, and from Etienne, director, of Algiers." Something in the voice seemed peculiar to me. I turned and examined the newcomer. He stood behind and to one side of the director, who was laboriously deciphering some papers through his big horn spectacles. The light was not very bright, but there was enough to see a wonderfully handsome face, framed in dazzling black curls. Perhaps it looked more beautiful because contrasted with the shaven gray poll and surly features of grim Abonis. But to me, it was a dream of St. John the Evangel. The eyes of the face were lowered upon the director, so I could only guess their brilliancy. The features were those of an extreme youth, round, soft, and delicate. The expression was one of utter fatigue, almost pain. It bore out the statement of ill health. The director had finished his reading. He lifted his head now and surveyed the stranger in turn. Finally, stretching out his fat hand, he said, "You are welcome, Brother Edward. I see the letter says you have no experience except with the youngest children. Brother Photius does that now. We will have you rest for a time, then we will see about it. Meanwhile, I will turn you over to the care of good Abonis, who will give you one of the north rooms." So the 2 went out, Abonis shuffling his feet disagreeably. It was strange that he could do nothing to please me. "Brother Sebastian," said the director, as the door closed, "it is curious that they should have sent me a 10th man. Why, I lay awake now to invent pretenses of work for those I have already. I will give up all show of teaching presently, and give out that I keep a hospital, a retreat for ailing brothers. Still, this Edward is a pretty boy." "Very." "Etienne's letter says he is 20 and a Savoyard. He speaks like a Parisian." "Very likely he is seminary bred," put in the Swiss. "Whatever he is, I like his looks," said our superior. This good man liked everyone. His was the placid, easy Alsatian nature, prone to find goodness in all things, even crabbed Abonis. The director, or as he was known, Brother Elisy, was a stout, round little man, with a fine face and imperturbable good spirits. He was adored by all his subordinates, but I fancy he did not advance in favor at Paris very rapidly. I liked Edward from the first. The day after he came, we were together much, and when we parted after Vespers, I was conscious of a vast respect for this newcomer. He was bright, ready-spoken, and almost a man of the world. Compared with my dull career, his short life had been one of positive gaiety. He had seen Frederic Lemaitre at the Comédie Française. He had been at court and spoken with the Prince Imperial. He was on terms of intimacy with Monsignore and had been a protégé of the sainted Darboy. It was a rare pleasure to hear him talk of these things. Before this, The ceaseless shifting of brothers from one house to another had been indifferent to me. For the hundreds of strangers who came and went in the Paris house on Oudinot Street, I cared absolutely nothing. I did not suffer their entrance nor their exit to excite me. This was so much the case that they called me a machine. But with Edward, this was different. I grew to love the boy from the first evening, when as he left my room, I caught myself saying, "I shall be sorry when he goes." He seemed to be fond of me, too. For that matter, most of the brothers petted him, Elsie especially. But I was flattered that he chose me as his particular friend. For the first time, my heart had opened. We were alone one evening after the holidays. It was cold without, but in my room it was warm and bright. The fire crackled merrily, and the candles gave out a mellow and pleasant light. The director had gone up to Paris, and his mantle had fallen on me. Edward sat with his feet stretched to the fender, his curly head buried in the great curved back of my invalid chair. The red firelight reflected on his childish features. I took pleasure in looking at him. He looked at the coals and knit his brows as if in a puzzle. I often fancied that something weightier than the usual troubles of life weighed upon him. At last he spoke, just as I was about to question him. "Are you afraid to die, Sebastian?" Not knowing what else to say, I answered, "No, my child." "I wonder if you enjoy life in community." This was still stranger. I could but reply that I had never known any other life, that I was fitted for nothing else. "But still," persisted he, "would you not like to leave it? To have a career of your own before you die? Do you think this is what man is created for? To give away his chance to live?" "Edward, you are interrogating your own conscience," I answered. "These are questions which you must have answered yourself before you took your vows. When you answered them, you sealed them." Perhaps I spoke too harshly, for he colored and drew up his feet. Such shapely little feet they were. I felt ashamed of my crustiness. "But, Edward," I added, "your vows are those of your novitiate. You are not yet 28. You have still the right to ask yourself these things. The world is very fair to men of your age. Do not dream that I was angry with you." He sat gazing into the fire. His face wore a strange, far-away expression as he reached forth his hand in a groping way and rested it on my knee, clutching the gown nervously. Then he spoke slowly, seeking for words and keeping his eyes on the flames. "You have been good to me, Brother Sebastian. Let me ask you, may I tell you something in confidence, something which shall never pass your lips? I mean it." He had turned and poured those marvelous eyes into mine with irresistible magnetism. "Of course," I said. "Speak." And I said it without the slightest hesitation. "I am not a Christian, brother. I do not belong to your order. I have no claim upon the hospitality of this roof. I am an impostor." He ejected these astounding sentences with an energy almost fierce, gripping my knee meanwhile. Then as suddenly his grasp relaxed, and he fell to weeping bitterly. I stared at him, solemnly, in silence. My tongue seemed paralyzed. Confusing thoughts whirled in a maze unbidden through my head. I could say nothing, but a strange impulse prompted me to reach out and take his hot hand in mine. It was piteous to hear him sobbing, his head upon his raised arm, his whole frame quivering with emotion. I had never seen anyone weep like that before, so I sat dumb, trying in vain to answer this bewildering self-accusation. At last, there came out of the folds of the chair the words, faint and tear-choked. "You have promised me secrecy, and you will keep your word. But you will hate me." "Why, no, Edward, not hate you. I answered, scarcely knowing what I said. I did not comprehend it at all. There was nothing more for me to say. Finally, when some power of thought returned, I asked, "Of all things, my poor boy, why should you choose such a dreary life as this? What possible reason led you to enter the community? What attractions has it for you?" Edward turned again from the fire to me. His eyes sparkled. His teeth were tight-set. "Why? Why? I will tell you why, Brother Sebastian. Can you not understand how a poor hunted beast should rejoice to find shelter in such an out-of-the-way place, among such kind men, in the grave of this cloister life? I have not told you half enough. Do you not know in the outside world, in Toulon or Marseille, or that fine Paris of yours, there is a price on my head? Or no, not that, but enemies that are looking for me, searching everywhere, turning every little stone for the poor privilege of making me suffer? And do you know that these enemies wear shakos and are called gens d'armes? Would you be pleased to learn that it is a prison I escape by coming here? Now, will you hate me?" The boy had risen from his chair. He spoke hurriedly, almost hysterically, his eyes snapping at mine like coals, his curls disheveled, his fingers curved and stiffened like the talons of a hawk. I had never seen such intense earnestness in a human face. Passions like these had never penetrated the convent walls before. While I sat dumb before him, Edward left the room. I was conscious of his exit only in a vague way. For hours I sat in my chair beside the grate, thinking, or trying to think. You can see readily that I was more than a little perplexed. In the absence of Elsie, I was director. The management of the house, its good fame, its discipline, all rested on my shoulders. And to be confronted by such an abyss as this, I could do absolutely nothing. The boy had tied my tongue by the pledge. Besides, had I been unsworn, I am sure the idea of exposure would never have come to me. It was late before I retired that night, and I recall with terrible distinctness the chaos of brain and faculty, which ushered in a restless sleep almost as dawn was breaking. I had fancied that Brother Edward would find life intolerable in community after his revelation to me. He would be chary of meeting me before the brothers, would be constantly tortured by fear of detection. As I saw this prospect of the poor innocent, for it was absurd to think of him as anything else, dreading exposure at each step in his false life, shrinking from observation, biting his tongue at every word, I was greatly moved by pity. Judge my surprise, then, when I saw him the next morning join in the younger brother's regular walk around the garden, joking and laughing as I had never seen before. On his right was thin, sickly Victor, rest his soul, and on the other, pursy, thick-necked John, as merry a soul as cork ever turned out. And how they laughed, even the frail consumptive. It was a pleasure to see his blue eyes brighten with enjoyment and his warm cheeks blush. Above John's queer Irish chuckle, I heard Edward's voice, with its dainty Parisian accent, retailing jokes and leading in the laughter. The tramp was stretched out longer than usual, so pleasant did they find it. At this development, I was much amazed. The same change was noticeable in all that Edward did. Instead of the apathy, discharged his nominal duties, his baby pupils, for Photius had gone to Peru, now became bewitched with him. He told them droll stories, incited their rivalry in study by instituting prizes for which they struggled monthly, and, in short, metamorphosed his department. The change spread to himself. His cheeks took on a ruddier hue, the sparkle of his black eyes mellowed into a calm and steady radiance. There was no trace of feverish elation, which in solitude recoiled to the brink of despair. He sang himself evenings in his dormitory, clearly and with joy. His step was as elastic as that of any schoolboy. I often thought upon this change, and meditated how beautiful an illustration of confession's blessings it furnished. Frequently we were alone, but he never referred again to that memorable evening, even by implication. At first I dreaded to have the door close upon us, feeling that he must perforce seek to take up the thread where he had broken it then. But he talked of other things, and so easily and naturally that I felt embarrassed. For weeks I could not shake off the feeling that at our next talk he would broach this subject. But he never did. Elsie returned, bringing me kind words from the mother house, and a half-jocular hint that Superior General Philippe had me much in his mind. No doubt there had been a time when the idea of becoming a director would have stirred my pulses. Surely it was gone now. I asked for nothing but to stay beside Edward, to watch him, and to be near to lend him a helping hand when his hour of trouble should come. From that ordeal, which I saw approaching clearly and certainly, I shrank with all my nerves on edge. As the object of my misery grew bright-eyed and strong, I felt myself declining in health. My face grew thin, and I could not eat. I saw before my eyes always this wretched boy singing upon the brow of the abyss. Sometimes I strove not to see his fall, frightful and swift. His secret seemed to harass him no longer. To me, it was heavier than lead. The evening the brother director returned, we sat together in the reading room, the entire community. Elsie had been speaking of the mother house concerning which Brother Barnabas, an odd little arraigner who spoke better German than French, and who regarded Paris with the true provincial awe and veneration, exhibited much curiosity. We had a visitor, a gaunt, self-sufficient old Parisian, who had spent 14 days in the Mazas prison during the Commune. I will call him Brother Albert, for his true name and religion is very well known. I heard a curious story in the Vaugirard house, said the brother director, refreshing himself with a pinch of snuff, which made the more impression upon me that I once knew intimately one of the persons in it. Martin Delet was my schoolmate at Pfalzburg in the old days. A fine, studious lad he was, too. He took orders and went to the north, where he lived for many years a quiet country curé. He had a niece, a charming girl who was not now more than 20 or 21. She was an orphan and lived with him, going to a convent to school and returning at vacations. She was not a bad girl, but a trifle wayward and easily led. She gave the sisters much anxiety. Last spring she barely escaped compromising the house by an escapade with a young miserable of the town, named Banin. I know your story, said Albert, with an air which hinted that this was a sufficient reason why the rest should not hear it. Banin is in prison. Elsie proceeded. The girl was reprimanded. Next week she disappeared. To one of her companions she had confided a great desire to see Paris. So good Father Delet was summoned, and after a talk with the superioress, started post-haste for the capital. He found no signs either of poor René or of Banin, who had also disappeared. The curé was nearly heartbroken. Each day, they told me, added a year to his appearance. He did not cease to importune the police chiefs and to haunt the public places for a glimpse of his niece's face. But the summer came, and no René. The curé began to cough and grow weak. But one day in August, the director, good Prosper, called him down to the reception room to see a visitor. "There is news for you," he whispered, pressing poor Martin's hand. In the room he found, broken Albert, impertinently, but with a quiet tone of authority which cowed good Elsie. A shabby man, looking like a poorly fed waiter. This person rose and said, "I am a detective. Do you know Banin, young man, tall, blond, squints, broken tooth, upper jaw, hat back on his head, much talk, hails from Reims. Ah, said Dillette, I have not seen him, but I know him too well. The detective pointed with his thumb over his left shoulder. He is in jail. He is good for 20 years. I did it myself. My name is so-and-so. Good job. Procurator said you were interested. Some woman in the case. Parishioner of yours, eh? My niece, gasped the curé. Oh ho, does you credit. Pretty girl, curly head, good manners. Well, she's off. Good trick, too. She was the decoy. Banine stood in the shadow with club. She brought gentleman into alley. Friend did work. That's Banine's story. Perhaps a lie. You have a brother in Algiers? Thought so. Girl went out there once? So I was told. Probably there now. African officers say not, but they're a sleepy lot. If I was a criminal, I'd go to Algiers. Good hiding. The detective went. Dillette stood where he was, in silence. I went to him and helped carry him upstairs. We put him to bed. He died there. Brother Albert stopped. He had told the story, dialogue and all, like a machine. We did not doubt its correctness. The memory of Albert had passed into a proverb years before. Brother Albert raised his eyes again and added, as if he had not paused, he was ashamed to hold his head up. He might well be. A strange, excited voice rose from the other end of the room. I looked and saw that it was Edward who spoke. He had half arisen from his chair and scowled at Albert, throwing out his words with the tremulous haste of a young man first addressing an audience. Why should he be ashamed? Was he not a good man? Was the blame of his bad niece's acts his? From the story, she was well used and had no excuse. It is he who is to be pitied, not blamed. The brother director smiled benignly at the young enthusiast. Brother Edward is right, he said. Poor Martin was to be compassioned. Nonetheless, my heart is touched for the girl. In Banine's trial, it appeared that he maltreated her and forced her to do what she did by blows. They were really married. Her neighbors gave Renee a name for gentleness and a good heart. Poor thing. And she was never found? Asked Abonis eagerly. He spoke very rarely. He looked now at me as he spoke, and there was a strange, ungodly glitter in his eyes, which made me shudder involuntarily. Never, replied the director. Although there is a reward, 5,000 francs offered for her recovery. Miserable child, who can tell what depths of suffering she may be in at this moment. It would be remarkable if she should be found now, after all this time, said Abonis sharply. His wicked, squinting old eyes were still fastened upon me. This time, as by a flash of eternal knowledge, I read their meaning and felt the ground slipping from under me. I shall never forget the night that followed. I made no pretense of going to bed. Edward's little dormitory was in another part of the house. I went once to see him, but dared not knock, since Abonis was stirring about just across the hall in his own den. I scratched on a piece of paper, "Fly," in the dark, and pushed it under the door. Then I returned to walk my chamber, chafing like a wild beast. Ah, that night, that night. With the first cock crow in the village below, long before the bell, I left my room. I wanted air to breathe. I passed Abonis on the broad stairway. He strode up with unwonted vigor, bearing a heavy cauldron of water as if it had been straw. His gown was tumbled and dusty. His greasy rabat hung awry about his neck. I had it in my head to speak with him, but could not. So the early hours, with devotions which I went through in a dream, wore on in horrible suspense, and breakfast came. We sat at the long table, 5 on a side, the director, looking red-eyed and weary from the evening's unaccustomed dissipation, sitting at the head. Below us stood Brother Albert. reading from Tertullian in a dry, monotonous chant. I recall, as I write, how I found a certain comfort in those splendid, sonorous Latin sentences, though I was conscious of not comprehending a word. I dreaded the moment they should end. Edward sat beside me. We had not exchanged a word during the morning. How could I speak? What should I say? I was in a nervous flutter, like unto those who watch the final pinioning of a criminal whose guillotine is awaiting him. I could not keep my eyes from the fair face beside me, with its delicately cut profile, made all the more cameo-like by its pallid whiteness. The lips were tightly compressed. I could see askance that the tiny nostrils were quivering with excitement. All else was impassive on Edward's face. We two sat waiting for the axe to fall. It is as distinct as a nightmare to me. A bonus came in with his great server laden with victuals. He stumbled as he approached. He too was excited. He drew near and stood behind me. I seemed to feel his breath penetrate my skull, and yet I was forced to answer a whispered question of Brother John's with a smooth face. I saw Edward suddenly reach for the milk glass in front of his plate and hand it back to a bonus with the disdain of a duchess. He said in a sharp, peremptory tone, "Take it away and cleanse it. No one but a dirty monk would place such a glass on the table." Albert ceased his reading. A bonus did not touch the glass. He shuffled hastily to the sideboard and deposited his burden. Then he came back with the same eager movement. He placed his fists on his hips, like a fishwoman, and hissed, in a voice choking with concentrated rage, "No one but a woman would complain of it." The brothers stared at each other and the two speakers in mute surprise, but they saw nothing in the words beyond a personal wrangle, though even that was such a novelty as to arrest instant attention. I busied myself with my plate. The director assumed his harshest tone and asked the cause of the altercation. A bonus leaned over and whispered something in his ear. I remember next a room full of confusion, a babble of conflicting voices, and a whirling glimpse of uniforms. Then I fainted. When I revived, I was in my own room, stretched upon my pallet. I looked around in a dazed way and saw the brother director and a young gendarme by the closed door. Something black and irregular in the outline of the bed at my side attracted my eyes. I saw that it was Edward's head buried in the drapery. As in a dream, I laid my numb hand upon those crisp curls. I was an old man. She was a weak, wretched girl. She raised her face at my touch, and burned in my brain a vision of stricken agony, of horrible soul pain, which we liken, for want of a better simile, to the anguish in the eye of a dying doe. Her lips moved. She said something, I know not what. Then she went, and I was left alone with Elisee. His words, broken, stumbling words, I remember. She asked to see you, Sebastian, my friend. I could not refuse. Her papers were forged. She did not come from Algiers, where her uncle is a Capuchin. I do not ask. I do not wish to know how much you know of this. Before my Redeemer, I feel nothing but pity for the poor lamb. Lie still, my friend. Try to sleep. We are both older men than we were yesterday. There is little else to tell. Only twice have reflections of this episode in my old life reached me in the seclusion of a missionary post at the foot of the Andes. I learned a few weeks ago that the wretched Abonis had bought a sailor's cafe on the Toulon wharves with his 5,000 francs, and I know also that the heart of the Marshal President was touched by the sad story of Renée, and that she left the prison La Salpêtrière to lay herself in penitence at the foot of Mother Church. This is the story of my friendship. End of section 6. Read by JillianPack, February 21st, 2025.
Section 7 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Drew Rice. Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. A Good for Nothing, by Hjalmar, Hjorth, Boyesen. 1. Ralph Grimm was born a gentleman. He had the misfortune of coming into the world some 10 years later than might reasonably have been expected. Colonel Grimm and his lady had celebrated 12 anniversaries of their wedding day and had given up all hopes of ever having a son and heir, when this late-comer startled them by his unexpected appearance. The only previous addition to the family had been a daughter, and she was then 10 summers old. Ralph was a very feeble child, and could only, with great difficulty, be persuaded to retain his hold of the slender thread which bound him to existence. He was rubbed with whiskey, and wrapped in cotton, and given mare's milk to drink, and God knows what not, and the colonel swore a round oath of paternal delight when at last the infant stopped gasping in that distressing way and began to breathe like other human beings. The mother, who, in spite of her anxiety for the child's life, had found time to plot for him a career of future magnificence, now suddenly set him apart for literature, because that was the easiest road to fame, and disposed of him in marriage to one of the most distinguished families of the land. She cautiously suggested this to her husband when he came to take a seat at her bedside, but, to her utter astonishment, she found that he had been indulging a similar train of thought, and had already destined the infant prodigy for the army. She, however, could not give up her predilection for literature, and the colonel, who could not bear to be contradicted in his own house, as he used to say, was getting every minute louder and more flushed when, happily, the doctor's arrival interrupted the dispute. As Ralph grew up from infancy to childhood, he began to give decided promise of future distinction. He was fond of sitting down in a corner and sucking his thumb, which his mother interpreted as the sign of that brooding disposition peculiar to poets and men of lofty genius. At the age of 5, he had become sole master in the house. He slapped his sister Hilda in the face, or pulled her hair when she hesitated to obey him, tyrannized over his nurse, and sternly refused to go to bed in spite of his mother's entreaties. On such occasions, the colonel would hide his face behind his newspaper and chuckle with delight. It was evident that nature had intended his son for a great military commander. As soon as Ralph himself was old enough to have any thoughts about his future destiny, he made up his mind that he would like to be a pirate. A few months later, having contracted an immoderate taste for candy, he contented himself with the comparatively humble position of a baker. But when he had read Robinson Crusoe, he manifested a strong desire to go to sea, in the hope of being wrecked on some desolate island. The parents spent long evenings gravely discussing these indications of uncommon genius, and each interpreted them in his or her own way. "He is not like any other child I ever knew," said the mother. "To be sure," responded the father earnestly, "he is a most extraordinary child. I was a very remarkable child, too, even if I do say it myself. But, as far as I remember, I never aspired to being wrecked on an uninhabited island." The colonel probably spoke the truth, but he forgot to take into account that he had never read Robinson Crusoe. Of Ralph's school days there is but little to report, for, to tell the truth, he did not fancy going to school, as the discipline annoyed him. The day after his having entered the gymnasium, which was to prepare him for the military academy, the principal saw him waiting at the gate after his class had been dismissed. He approached him and asked why he did not go home with the rest. "I am waiting for the servant to carry my books," was the boy's answer. "Give me your books," said the teacher. Ralph reluctantly obeyed. That day, the colonel was not a little surprised to see his son marching up the street, and every now and then glancing behind him with a look of discomfort at the principal, who was following quietly in his train, carrying a parcel of schoolbooks. Colonel Grimm and his wife, divining the teacher's intention, agreed that it was a great outrage, but they did not mention the matter to Ralph. Henceforth, however, the boy refused to be accompanied by his servant. A week later, he was impudent to the teacher of gymnastics, who whipped him in return. The colonel's rage knew no bounds. He rode in great haste to the gymnasium, reviled the teacher for presuming to chastise his son, and committed the boy to the care of a private tutor. At the age of 16, Ralph went to the capital with the intention of entering the military academy. He was a tall, handsome youth, slender of stature, and carried himself as erect as a candle. He had a light, clear complexion of almost feminine delicacy, blonde, curly hair, which he always kept carefully brushed, a low forehead, and a straight, finely modeled nose. There was an expression of extreme sensitiveness about the nostrils and a look of indolence in the dark blue eyes. But the ensemble of his features was pleasing, his dress irreproachable, and his manners bore no trace of the awkward self-consciousness peculiar to his age. Immediately on his arrival in the capital, he hired a suite of rooms in the aristocratic part of the city, and furnished them rather expensively, but in excellent taste. From a bosom friend whom he met by accident in the restaurant's pavilion in the park, he learned that a pair of antlers, a stuffed eagle or falcon, and a couple of swords were indispensable to a well-appointed apartment. He accordingly bought these articles at a curiosity shop. During the first weeks of his residence in the city, he made some feeble efforts to perfect himself in mathematics, in which he suspected he was somewhat deficient. But when the same officious friend laughed at him and called him green, he determined to trust to fortune, and henceforth devoted himself the more assiduously to the French ballet, where he had already made some interesting acquaintances. The time for the examination came. The French ballet did not prove a good preparation. Ralph failed. It quite shook him for the time, and he felt humiliated. He had not the courage to tell his father, so he lingered on from day to day, sat vacantly gazing out of his window, and tried vainly to interest himself in the busy bustle down on the street. It provoked him that everybody else should be so light-hearted when he was, or at least fancied himself, in trouble. The parlor grew intolerable. He sought refuge in his bedroom. There he sat one evening, it was the third day after the examination, and stared out upon the grey stone walls which on all sides enclosed the narrow courtyard. The round, stupid face of the moon stood tranquilly dozing like a great Limburger cheese suspended under the sky. Ralph at least could think of a no more fitting simile. But the bright-eyed young girl in the window hard by sent a longing look up to the same moon, and thought of her distant home on the fjords, where the glaciers stood like hoary giants, and caught the yellow moonbeams on their glittering shields of snow. She had been reading Ivanhoe all the afternoon, until the twilight had overtaken her quite unaware. And now she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to write her German exercise. She lifted her face and saw a pair of sad, vacant eyes gazing at her from the next window in the angle of the court. She was a little startled at first, but in the next moment she thought of her German exercise and took heart. "Do you know German?" she said, then immediately repented that she had said it. "I do," was the answer. She took up her apron and began to twist it with an air of embarrassment. "I didn't mean anything," she whispered, at last. "I only wanted to know." "You are very kind." That answer roused her. He was evidently making sport of her. Well then, if you do, you may write my exercise for me. I have marked the place in the book. And she flung her book over to the window, and he caught it on the edge of the sill, just as it was falling. You are a very strange girl, he remarked, turning over the leaves of the book, although it was too dark to read. How old are you? I shall be 14 6 weeks before Christmas, answered she frankly. Then I excuse you. No, indeed, cried she vehemently. You needn't excuse me at all. If you don't want to write my exercise, you may send the book back again. I am very sorry I spoke to you, and I shall never do it again. But you will not get the book back again without the exercise, replied he quietly. Good night. The girl stood long looking after him, hoping that he would return. Then, with a great burst of repentance, she hid her face in her lap and began to cry. Oh, dear, I didn't mean to be rude, she sobbed. But it was Ivanhoe and Rebecca who upset me. The next morning she was up before daylight and waited for 2 long hours in great suspense before the curtain of his window was raised. He greeted her politely, threw a hasty glance around the court to see if he was observed, and then tossed her book dexterously over into her hands. I have pinned the written exercise to the flyleaf, he said. You will probably have time to copy it before breakfast. I am ever so much obliged to you, she managed to stammer. He looked so tall and handsome and grown up, and her remorse stuck in her throat and threatened to choke her. She had taken him for a boy as he sat there in his window the evening before. By the way, what is your name? He asked carelessly as he turned to go. Bertha. Well, my dear Bertha, I'm happy to have made your acquaintance. And he again made her a polite bow and entered his parlor. How provokingly familiar he is, thought she. But no one can deny that he is handsome. The bright, roguish face of the young girl haunted Ralph during the whole next week. He had been in love at least 10 times before, of course, but like most boys, with young ladies far older than himself. He found himself frequently glancing over to her window in the hope of catching another glimpse of her face. But the curtain was always drawn down, and Bertha remained invisible. During the 2nd week, however, she relented, and they had many a pleasant chat together. He now volunteered to write all her exercises, and she made no objections. He learned that she was the daughter of a well-to-do peasant in the sea districts of Norway, and it gave him quite a shock to hear it, and that she was going to school in the city and boarded with an old lady who kept a pension in the house adjoining the one in which he lived. One day in the autumn, Ralph was surprised by the sudden arrival of his father, and the fact of his failure in the examination could no longer be kept a secret. The old colonel flared up at once when Ralph made his confession. The large veins upon his forehead swelled, he grew coppery red in his face, and stormed up and down the floor, until his son became seriously alarmed. But, to his great relief, he was soon made aware that his father's wrath was not turned against him personally, but against the officials of the military academy who had rejected him. The colonel took it as an insult to his own good name and irreproachable standing as an officer. He promptly refused any other explanation, and vainly racked his brain to remember if any youthful folly of his could possibly have made him enemies among the teachers of the academy. He at last felt satisfied that it was envy of his own greatness and rapid advancement which had induced the rascals to take vengeance on his son. Ralph reluctantly followed his father back to the country town where the latter was stationed, and the fair-haired Bertha vanished from his horizon. His mother's wish now prevailed, and he began, in his own easy way, to prepare himself for the university. He had little taste for Cicero, and still less for Virgil, but with the use of a pony, He soon gained sufficient knowledge of these authors to be able to talk in a sort of patronizing way about them, to the great delight of his fond parents. He took quite a fancy, however, to the ode in Horace ending with the lines Dulce ridentem, dulce liquentem, lelegem amabo. And in his thought he substituted for Lalage the fair-haired Bertha, quite regardless of the requirements of the meter. To make a long story short, 3 years later, Ralph returned to the capital and, after having worn out several tutors, actually succeeded in entering the university. The first year of college life is a happy time to every man, and Ralph enjoyed its processions, its parliamentary gatherings, and its leisure, as well as the rest. He was certainly not the man to be sentimental over the loss of a young girl whom, moreover, he had only known for a few weeks. Nevertheless, he thought of her at odd times, but not enough to disturb his pleasure. The standing of his family, his own handsome appearance, and his immaculate linen opened to him the best houses of the city, and he became a great favorite in society. At lectures he was seldom seen, but more frequently in the theatres, where he used to come in during the middle of the first act, take his station in front of the orchestra box, and eye, through his lorgnette, by turns, the actresses and the ladies of the parquet. 2. 2 months passed, and then came the great annual ball, which the students give at the opening of the second semester. Ralph was a man of importance that evening, first because he belonged to a great family, secondly because he was the handsomest man of his year. He wore a large golden star on his breast, for his fellow students had made him a Knight of the Golden Boar, and a badge of colored ribbons in his buttonhole. The ball was a brilliant affair, and everybody was in excellent spirits, especially the ladies. Ralph danced incessantly, twirled his soft mustache, and uttered amiable platitudes. It was toward midnight, just as the company was moving out to supper, that he caught the glance of a pair of dark blue eyes, which suddenly drove the blood to his cheeks and hastened the beating of his heart. But when he looked once more, the dark blue eyes were gone, and his unruly heart went on hammering against his side. He laid his hand on his breast and glanced furtively at his fair neighbor, but she looked happy and unconcerned, for the flavor of the ice cream was delicious. It seemed an endless meal, but when it was done, Ralph rose, led his partner back to the ballroom, and hastily excused himself. His glance wandered round the wide hall, seeking the well-remembered eyes once more, and, at length, finding them in a remote corner, half hid behind a moving wall of promenaders. In another moment he was at Bertha's side. "You must have been purposely hiding yourself, Miss Bertha," said he, when the usual greetings were exchanged. "I have not caught a glimpse of you all this evening, until a few moments ago." "But I have seen you all the while," answered the girl frankly. "I knew you at once as I entered the hall." "If I had but known that you were here," resumed Ralph, as it were invisibly expanding with an agreeable sense of dignity, "I assure you, you would have been the very first one I should have sought." She raised her large grave eyes to his, as if questioning his sincerity, but she made no answer. "Good gracious," thought Ralph, "she takes things terribly in earnest." "You look so serious, Miss Bertha," said he after a moment's pause. "I remember you as a bright-eyed, flaxen-haired little girl, who threw her German exercise book to me across the yard, and whose merry laughter still rings pleasantly in my memory. I confess, I don't find it quite easy to identify this grave young lady with my merry friend of 3 years ago." "In other words, you are disappointed at not finding me the same as I used to be." "No, not exactly that, but—" Ralph paused and looked puzzled. There was something in the earnestness of her manner which made a facetious compliment seem grossly inappropriate, and in the moment no other escape suggested itself. "But what?" demanded Bertha, mercilessly. Have you ever lost an old friend?" asked he abruptly. "Yes. How so?" "Then," answered he, while his features lighted up with a happy inspiration, "then you will appreciate my situation. I fondly cherished my old picture of you in my memory. Now I have lost it, and I cannot help regretting the loss. I do not mean, however, to imply that this new acquaintance, this second edition of yourself, so to speak, will prove less interesting." She again sent him a grave, questioning look, and began to gaze intently upon the stone in her bracelet. "I suppose you will laugh at me," began she, while a sudden blush flitted over her countenance. "But this is my first ball, and I feel as if I had rushed into a whirlpool, from which I have, since the first rash plunge was made, been vainly trying to escape. I feel so dreadfully forlorn. I hardly know anybody here except my cousin who invited me, and I hardly think I know him either." "Well, since you are irredeemably committed," replied Ralph, as the music, after some prefatory flourishes, broke into the delicious rhythm of a Strauss waltz, "then it is no use struggling against fate. Come, let us make the plunge together. Misery loves company." He offered her his arm, and she rose, somewhat hesitatingly, and followed. "I am afraid," she whispered, as they fell into line with the procession that was moving down the long hall, "that you have asked me to dance merely because I said I felt forlorn. If that is the case, I should prefer to be led back to my seat." "What a base imputation!" cried Ralph. There was something so charmingly naive in this self-deprecation, something so altogether novel in his experience, and he could not help adding, just a little bit countrified. His spirits rose. He began to relish keenly his position as an experienced man of the world, and, in the agreeable glow of patronage and conscious superiority, chatted with hearty abandon with his little rustic beauty. "If your dancing is as perfect as your German exercises were," said she, laughing as they swung out upon the floor, "then I promise myself a good deal of pleasure from our meeting." "Never fear," answered he, quickly reversing his step and whirling with many a capricious turn away among the thronging couples. When Ralph drove home in his carriage toward morning, he briefly summed up his impressions of Bertha in the following adjectives: intelligent, delightfully unsophisticated, a little bit verdant, but devilish pretty. Some weeks later, Colonel Grimm received an appointment at the fortress of Agershus, and immediately took up his residence in the capital. He saw that his son cut a fine figure in the highest circles of society, and expressed his gratification in the most emphatic terms. If he had known, however, that Ralph was in the habit of visiting, with alarming regularity, at the house of a plebeian merchant in a somewhat obscure street, he would, no doubt, have been more chary of his praise. But the colonel suspected nothing, and it was well for the peace of the family that he did not. It may have been cowardice in Ralph that he never mentioned Bertha's name to his family, or to his aristocratic acquaintances, for, to be candid, he himself felt ashamed of the power she exerted over him, and by turns pitied and ridiculed himself for pursuing so inglorious a conquest. Nevertheless, it wounded his egotism that she never showed any surprise at seeing him, that she received him with a certain frank unceremoniousness, which, however, was very becoming to her, that she invariably went on with her work heedless of his presence, and in everything treated him as if she had been his equal. She persisted in talking with him in a half-sisterly fashion about his studies and his future career, warned him with great solicitude against some of his reprobate friends, of whose merry adventures he had told her, and if he ventured to compliment her on her beauty or her accomplishments, she would look up gravely from her sewing, or answer him in a way which seemed to banish the idea of love-making into the land of the impossible. He was constantly tormented by the suspicion that she secretly disapproved of him, and that from a mere moral interest in his welfare she was conscientiously laboring to make him a better man. Day after day he parted from her, feeling humiliated, faint-hearted, and secretly indignant both at himself and her, and day after day he returned, only to renew the same experience. At last it became too intolerable. He could endure it no longer. Let it make or break, certainty, at all risks, was the least preferable to this sickening suspense. That he loved her he could no longer doubt. Let his parents foam and fret as much as they pleased, for once he was going to stand on his own legs. And in the end, he thought they would have to yield, for they had no son but him. Bertha was going to return to her home on the seacoast in a week. Ralph stood in the little low-ceiled parlor, as she imagined, to bid her goodbye. They had been speaking of her father, her brothers, and the farm, and she had expressed the wish that if he ever should come to that part of the country, he might pay them a visit. Her words had kindled a vague hope in his breast, but in their very frankness and friendly regard, there was something which slew the hope they had begotten. He held her hand in his, and her large confiding eyes shone with an emotion which was beautiful, but was yet not love. "If you were but a peasant born like myself," said she in a voice which sounded almost tender, "then I should like to talk to you as I would to my own brother. But—" "No, not brother, Bertha," cried he with sudden vehemence. "I love you better than I ever loved any earthly being, and if you knew how firmly this love has clutched at the roots of my heart, you would at least not look so reproachfully at me." She dropped his hand and stood for a moment silent. "I am sorry that it should have come to this, Mr. Grimm," said she, visibly struggling for calmness. "And I am perhaps more to blame than you." "Blame?" muttered he. "Why are you to blame?" "Because I do not love you, although I sometimes feared that this might come. But then again, I persuaded myself that it could not be so." He took a step toward the door, laid his hand on the knob, and gazed down before him. "Bertha," began he, slowly raising his head, "you have always disapproved of me. You have despised me in your heart. But you thought you would be doing a good work if you succeeded in making a man of me." "You use strong language," answered she, hesitatingly, "but there is truth in what you say." Again there was a long pause, in which the ticking of the old parlor clock grew louder and louder. "Then," he broke out at last, "tell me before we part, if I can do nothing to gain, I will not say your love, but only your regard. What would you do if you were in my place?" "My advice you will hardly heed, and I do not even know that it would be well if you did. But if I were a man in your position, I should break with my whole past, start out into the world where nobody knew me, and where I should be dependent only upon my own strength, and there I would conquer a place for myself, if it were only for the satisfaction of knowing that I was really a man. Here cushions are sewed under your arms, 100 invisible threads bind you to a life of idleness and vanity. Everybody is ready to carry you on his hands. The road is smoothed for you, every stone carefully moved out of your path, and you will probably go to your grave without having ever harbored one earnest thought, without having done one manly deed." Ralph stood transfixed, gazing at her with open mouth. He felt a kind of stupid fright, as if someone had suddenly seized him by the shoulders and shaken him violently. He tried vainly to remove his eyes from Bertha. She held him, as by a powerful spell. He saw that her face was lighted with an altogether new beauty. He noticed the deep glow upon her cheek, the brilliancy of her eye, the slight quiver of her lip. But he saw all this as one sees things in a half-trance, without attempting to account for them. The door between his soul and his senses was closed. "I know that I have been bold in speaking to you in this way," she said at last, seating herself in a chair at the window. But it was yourself who asked me, and I have felt all the time that I should have to tell you this before we parted." "And," answered he, making a strong effort to appear calm, "if I follow your advice, will you allow me to see you once more before you go?" "I shall remain here another week, and shall, during that time, always be ready to receive you." "Thank you. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Ralph carefully avoided all the fashionable thoroughfares. He felt degraded before himself, and he had an idea that every man could read his humiliation in his countenance. Now he walked on quickly, striking the sidewalk with his heels. Now, again, he fell into an uneasy, reckless saunter, according as the changing moods inspired defiance of his sentence or a qualified surrender. And as he walked on, the bitterness grew within him, and he piteously reviled himself for having allowed himself to be made a fool of by that little country goose, when he was well aware that there were hundreds of women of the best families of the land who would feel honored at receiving his attentions. But this sort of reasoning he knew to be both weak and contemptible, and his better half soon rose in loud rebellion. "After all," he muttered, "in the main thing she was right. I am a miserable good-for-nothing, a hothouse plant, a poor stick, and if I were a woman myself, I don't think I should waste my affections on a man of that caliber." Then he unconsciously fell to analyzing Bertha's character, wondering vaguely that a person who moved so timidly in social life, appearing so diffident from an ever-present fear of blundering against the established forms of etiquette, could judge so quickly and with such a merciless certainty, whenever a moral question, a question of right and wrong, was at issue. And, pursuing the same train of thought, he contrasted her with himself, who moved in the highest spheres of society as in his native element, heedless of moral scruples and conscious of no loftier motive for his actions than the immediate pleasure of the moment. As Ralph turned the corner of a street, he heard himself hailed from the other sidewalk by a chorus of merry voices. "Ah, my dear Baroness!" cried a young man, springing across the street and grasping Ralph's hand. All his student friends called him the Baroness. "In the name of this illustrious company, allow me to salute you. But why the deuce? What is the matter with you? If you have the Katzenjammer, soda water is the thing. Come along, it's my treat." The students instantly thronged around Ralph, who stood distractedly swinging his cane and smiling idiotically. "I am not quite well," said he. "Leave me alone." "No, to be sure, you don't look well," cried a jolly youth, against whom Bertha had frequently warned him. "But a glass of sherry will soon restore you. It would be highly immoral to leave you in this condition without taking care of you." Ralph again vainly tried to remonstrate, but the end was that he reluctantly followed. He had always been a conspicuous figure in the student world, but that night he astonished his friends by his eloquence, his reckless humor, and his capacity for drinking. He made a speech for women, which bristled with wit, cynicism, and sarcastic epigrams. One young man named Vinter, who was engaged, undertook to protest against his sweeping condemnation and declared that Ralph, who was a universal favorite among the ladies, ought to be the last to revile them. "If," he went on, "the Baroness should propose to 6 well-known ladies here in this city, whom I could mention, I would wager 6 Johannesburgers and an equal amount of champagne that every one of them would accept him." The others loudly applauded this proposal, and Ralph accepted the wager. The letters were written on the spot and immediately dispatched. Toward morning, the merry carousal broke up, and Ralph was conducted in triumph to his home. End of section 7. Section 8 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Drew Rice. Short Story Classics American, Volume 2, by Various. A Good for Nothing, by Hjalmar, Hjorth, Boyesen. 3. 2 days later, Ralph again knocked on Bertha's door. He looked paler than usual, almost haggard. His immaculate linen was a little crumpled, and he carried no cane. His lips were tightly compressed, and his face wore an air of desperate resolution. "It is done," he said, as he seated himself opposite her. "I am going." "Going?" cried she, startled at his unusual appearance. "How? Where?" "To America. I sail tonight. I have followed your advice, you see. I have cut off the last bridge behind me." "But, Ralph," she exclaimed, in a voice of alarm, "something dreadful must have happened. Tell me, quick! I must know it." "No, nothing dreadful," muttered he, smiling bitterly. "I have made a little scandal, that is all. My father told me today to go to the devil, if I chose, and my mother gave me $500 to help me along the way. If you wish to know, here is the explanation." And he pulled from his pocket 6 perfumed and carefully folded notes, and threw them into her lap. "Do you wish me to read them?" she asked, with growing surprise. "Certainly. Why not?" She hastily opened one note after the other, and read. "But, Ralph!" she cried, springing up from her seat, while her eyes flamed with indignation. "What does this mean? What have you done?" "I didn't think it needed any explanation," replied he, with feigned indifference. "I proposed to them all, and, you see, they all accepted me. I received all these letters today. I only wished to know whether the whole world regarded me as such a worthless scamp as you told me I was." She did not answer, but sat mutely, staring at him, fiercely crumpling a rose-colored note in her hand. He began to feel uncomfortable under her gaze, and threw himself about uneasily in his chair. "Well," said he, at length rising, "I suppose there is nothing more. Goodbye." "One moment, Mr. Grimm," demanded she sternly. "Since I have already said so much, and you have obligingly revealed to me a new side of your character, I claim the right to correct the opinion I expressed of you at our last meeting." "I am all attention." "I did think, Mr. Grimm," began she, breathing hard and steadying herself against the table at which she stood, "that you were a very selfish man, an embodiment of selfishness, absolute and supreme. But I did not believe that you were wicked." "And what convinced you that I was selfish, if I may ask?" "What convinced me?" repeated she, in a tone of inexpressible contempt. "When did you ever act from any generous regard for others? What good did you ever do to anybody?" "You might ask, with equal justice, what good I ever did to myself." "In a certain sense, yes, because to gratify a mere momentary wish is hardly doing one's self good." "Then I have, at all events, followed the biblical precept and treated my neighbor very much as I treat myself." "I did think," continued Bertha, without heeding the remark, "that you were at bottom kind-hearted, but too hopelessly well-bred ever to commit an act of any decided complexion, either good or bad. Now I see that I have misjudged you, and that you are capable of outraging the most sacred feelings of a woman's heart in mere wantonness or for the sake of satisfying a base curiosity, which never could have entered the mind of an upright and generous man." The hard, benumbed look in Ralph's face thawed in the warmth of her presence, and her words, though stern, touched a secret spring in his heart. He made 2 or 3 vain attempts to speak, then suddenly broke down and cried. Bertha, Bertha, even if you scorn me, have patience with me and listen." And he told her, in rapid, broken sentences, how his love for her had grown from day to day, until he could no longer master it, and how, in an unguarded moment when his pride rose in fierce conflict against his love, he had done this reckless deed of which he was now heartily ashamed. The fervor of his words touched her, for she felt that they were sincere. Large mute tears trembled in her eyelashes as she sat gazing tenderly at him, and in the depth of her soul the wish awoke that she might have been able to return this great and strong love of his. For she felt that in this love lay the germ of a stronger and better man. She noticed with a half-regretful pleasure his handsome figure, his delicately shaped hands, and the noble cast of his features. An overwhelming pity for him rose within her, and she began to reproach herself for having spoken so harshly, and, as she now thought, so unjustly. Perhaps he read in her eyes the unspoken wish. He seized her hand, and his words fell with a warm and alluring cadence upon her ear. "I shall not see you for a long time to come, Bertha," said he. "But if at the end of 5 or 6 years your hand is still free, and I return another man, a man to whom you could safely entrust your happiness, would you then listen to what I may have to say to you? For I promise, by all that we both hold sacred—" "No, no!" interrupted she hastily. "Promise nothing. It would be unjust to yourself, and perhaps also to me. For a sacred promise is a terrible thing, Ralph. Let us both remain free, and if you return and still love me, then come, and I shall receive you and listen to you. And even if you have outgrown your love, which is indeed more probable, come still to visit me wherever I may be, and we shall meet as friends and rejoice in the meeting." "You know best," he murmured. "Let it be as you have said." He arose, took her face between his hands, gazed long and tenderly into her eyes, pressed a kiss upon her forehead, and hastened away. That night, Ralph boarded the steamer for Hull, and 3 weeks later landed in New York. 4. The first 3 months of Ralph's sojourn in America were spent in vain attempts to obtain a situation. Day after day he walked down Broadway, calling at various places of business, and night after night he returned to his cheerless room with a faint heart and declining spirits. It was, after all, a more serious thing than he had imagined, to cut the cable which binds one to the land of one's birth. There 100 subtle influences, the existence of which no one suspects until the moment they are withdrawn, unite to keep one in the straight path of rectitude, or at least of external respectability. And Ralph's life had been all in society. The opinion of his fellow men had been the one force to which he implicitly deferred, and the conscience by which he had been wont to test his actions had been nothing but the aggregate judgment of his friends. To such a man, the isolation and the utter irresponsibility of a life among strangers was tenfold more dangerous, and Ralph found, to his horror, that his character contained innumerable latent possibilities which the easygoing life in his home probably never would have revealed to him. It often cut him to the quick when, on entering an office in his daily search for employment, he was met by hostile or suspicious glances, or when, as it occasionally happened, the door was slammed in his face as if he were a vagabond or an impostor. Then the wolf was often roused within him, and he felt a momentary wild desire to become what the people here evidently believed him to be. Many a night he sauntered irresolutely about the gambling places in obscure streets, and the glare of light, the rude shouts and clamors in the same moment repelled and attracted him. If he went to the devil, who would care? His father had himself pointed out the way to him, and nobody could blame him if he followed the advice. But then again a memory emerged from that chamber of his soul which still he held sacred, and Bertha's deep blue eyes gazed upon him with their earnest look of tender warning and regret. When the summer was half gone, Ralph had gained many a hard victory over himself, and learned many a useful lesson, and at length he swallowed his pride, divested himself of his fine clothes, and accepted a position as assistant gardener at a villa on the Hudson. And as he stood perspiring with a spade in his hand and a cheap broad-brimmed straw hat on his head, he often took a grim pleasure in picturing to himself how his aristocratic friends at home would receive him if he should introduce himself to them in this new costume. After all, it was only my position they cared for, he reflected bitterly. Without my father's name, what would I be to them? Then again, there was a certain satisfaction in knowing that, for his present situation, humble as it was, he was indebted to nobody but himself. And the thought that Bertha's eyes, if they could have seen him now, would have dwelt upon him with pleasure and approbation, went far to console him for his aching back, his sunburned face, and his swollen and blistered hands. One day, as Ralph was raking the gravel walks in the garden, his employer's daughter, a young lady of 17, came out and spoke to him. His culture and refinement of manner struck her with wonder, and she asked him to tell her his history. But then he suddenly grew very grave, and she forbore pressing him. From that time she attached a kind of romantic interest to him, and finally induced her father to obtain him a situation that would be more to his taste. And before winter came, Ralph saw the dawn of a new future glimmering before him. He had wrestled bravely with fate, and had once more gained a victory. He began the career in which success and distinction awaited him as proofreader on a newspaper in the city. He had fortunately been familiar with the English language before he left home, and by the strength of his will he conquered all difficulties. At the end of 2 years, he became attached to the editorial staff. New ambitious hopes, hitherto foreign to his mind, awoke within him, and with joyous tumult of heart he saw life opening its wide vistas before him, and he labored on manfully to repair the losses of the past and to prepare himself for greater usefulness in times to come. He felt in himself a stronger and fuller manhood, as if the great arteries of the vast universal world life pulsed in his own being. The drowsy, indolent existence at home appeared like a dull, remote dream from which he had awaked, and he blessed the destiny which, by its very sternness, had mercifully saved him. He blessed her, too, who, from the very want of love for him, had, perhaps, made him worthier of love. The years flew rapidly. Society had flung its doors open to him, and what was more, he had found some warm friends in whose houses he could come and go at pleasure. He enjoyed keenly the privilege of daily association with high-minded and refined women. Their eager activity of intellect stimulated him. Their exquisite ethereal grace and their delicately chiseled beauty satisfied his aesthetic cravings, and the responsive vivacity of their nature prepared him ever new surprises. He felt a strange fascination in the presence of these women, and the conviction grew upon him that their type of womanhood was superior to any he had hitherto known. And by way of refuting his own argument, he would draw from his pocketbook the photograph of Bertha, which had a secret compartment there all to itself, and, gazing tenderly at it, would eagerly defend her against the disparaging reflections which the involuntary comparison had provoked. And still, how could he help seeing that her features, though well molded, lacked animation, that her eye, with its deep, trustful glance, was not brilliant, and that the calm earnestness of her face, when compared with the bright intellectual beauty of his present friends, appeared pale and simple, like a violet in a bouquet of vividly colored roses. It gave him a quick pang when, at times, he was forced to admit this. Nevertheless, it was the truth. After 6 years of residence in America, Ralph had gained a very high reputation as a journalist of rare culture and ability, and in 1867 he was sent to the World's Exhibition in Paris as correspondent of the paper on which he had during all these years been employed. What wonder, then, that he started for Europe a few weeks before his presence was needed in the imperial city, and that he steered his course directly toward the fjord valley where Bertha had her home. It was she who had bidden him Godspeed when he fled from the land of his birth, and she, too, should receive his first greeting on his return. 5. The sun had fortified itself behind a citadel of flaming clouds, and the upper forest region shone with a strange ethereal glow, while the lower plains were wrapped in shadow. But the shadow itself had a strong suffusion of color. The mountain peaks rose cold and blue in the distance. Ralph, having inquired his way of the boatman who had landed him at the pier, walked rapidly along the beach, with a small valise in his hand and a light summer overcoat flung over his shoulder. Many half-thoughts grazed his mind, and ere the first had taken shape, the second and the third came and chased it away. And still they all in some fashion had reference to Bertha, for in a misty, abstract way she filled his whole mind. But for some indefinable reason, he was afraid to give free rein to the sentiment which lurked in the remoter corners of his soul. Onward he hastened, while his heart throbbed with the quickening tempo of mingled expectation and fear. Now and then, one of those chill gusts of air which seemed to be careering about aimlessly in the atmosphere during early summer would strike into his face and recall him to a keener self-consciousness. Ralph concluded from his increasing agitation that he must be very near Bertha's home. He stopped and looked around. He saw a large maple at the roadside, some 30 steps from where he was standing, and the girl who was sitting under it, resting her head in her hand and gazing out over the sea, he recognized in an instant to be Bertha. He sprang up on the road, not crossing, however, her line of vision, and approached her noiselessly from behind. "Bertha," he whispered. She gave a little joyous cry, sprang up, and made a gesture as if to throw herself in his arms, then suddenly checked herself, blushed crimson, and moved a step backward. "You came so suddenly," she murmured. "But Bertha!" cried he, and the full bass of his voice rang through her very soul. "Have I gone into exile and waited these many years for so cold a welcome?" "You have changed so much, Ralph," she answered, with that old grave smile which he knew so well, and stretched out both her hands toward him. "And I have thought of you so much since you went away, and blamed myself because I had judged you so harshly, and wondered that you could listen to me so patiently, and never bear me any malice for what I said." "If you had said a word less," declared Ralph, seating himself at her side on the green sward, "or if you had varnished it over with politeness, then you would probably have failed to produce any effect, and I should not have been burdened with that heavy debt of gratitude which I now owe you. I was a pretty thick-skinned animal in those days, Bertha. You said the right word at the right moment. You gave me a bold and a good piece of advice, which my own ingenuity would never have suggested to me. I will not thank you, because in so grave a case as this, spoken thanks sound like a mere mockery. Whatever I am, Bertha, and whatever I may hope to be, I owe it all to that hour." She listened with rapture to the manly assurance of his voice. Her eyes dwelt with unspeakable joy upon his strong, bronzed features, his full, thick blonde beard, and the vigorous proportions of his frame. Many and many a time during his absence had she wondered how he would look if he ever came back, and with that minute conscientiousness which, as it were, pervaded her whole character, she had held herself responsible before God for his fate, prayed for him, and trembled lest evil powers should gain the ascendancy over his soul. On their way to the house they talked together of many things, but in a guarded, cautious fashion, and without the cheerful abandonment of former years. They both, as it were, groped their way carefully in each other's minds, and each vaguely felt that there was something in the other's thought which it was not well to touch unbidden. Bertha saw that all her fears for him had been groundless, and his very appearance lifted the whole weight of responsibility from her breast. And still, did she rejoice at her deliverance from her burden? Ah, no. In this moment, she knew that that which she had foolishly cherished as the best and noblest part of herself had been but a selfish need of her own heart. She feared that she had only taken that interest in him which one feels in a thing of one's own making, and now, when she saw that he had risen quite above her, that he was free and strong and could have no more need of her, she had, instead of generous pleasure at his success, but a painful sense of emptiness, as if something very dear had been taken from her. Ralph, too, was loath to analyze the impression his old love made upon him. His feelings were of so complex a nature, he was anxious to keep his more magnanimous impulses active, and he strove hard to convince himself that she was still the same to him as she had been before they had ever parted. But, alas, though the heart be warm and generous, the eye is a merciless critic. And the man who had moved on the wide arena of the world, whose mind had housed the large thoughts of this century and expanded with its invigorating breath, was he to blame because he had unconsciously outgrown his old provincial self and could no more judge by its standards? Bertha's father was a peasant, but he had, by his lumber trade, acquired what in Norway was called a very handsome fortune. He received his guests with dignified reserve, and Ralph thought he detected in his eyes a lurking look of distrust. "I know your errand," that look seemed to say, "but you had better give it up at once. It will be of no use for you to try." And after supper, as Ralph and Bertha sat talking confidingly with each other at the window, he sent his daughter a quick, sharp glance, and then, without ceremony, commanded her to go to bed. Ralph's heart gave a great thump within him, not because he feared the old man, but because his words, as well as his glances, revealed to him the sad history of these long, patient years. He doubted no longer that the love which he had once so ardently desired was his at last, and he made a silent vow that, come what might, he would remain faithful. As he came down to breakfast the next morning, he found Bertha sitting at the window, engaged in hemming what appeared to be a rough kitchen towel. She bent eagerly over her work, and only a vivid flush upon her cheek told him that she had noticed his coming. He took a chair, seated himself opposite her, and bade her "Good morning." She raised her head and showed him a sweet, troubled countenance, which the early sunlight illumined with a high spiritual beauty. It reminded him forcibly of those pale, sweet-faced saints of Fra Angelico, with whom the frail flesh seems ever on the point of yielding to the ardent aspirations of the spirit. And still, even in this moment, he could not prevent his eyes from observing that one side of her forefinger was rough from sewing, and that the whiteness of her arm, which the loose sleeves displayed, contrasted strongly with the browned and sunburned complexion of her hands. After breakfast they again walked together on the beach, and Ralph, having once formed his resolution, now talked freely of the new world, of his sphere of activity there, of his friends, and of his plans for the future, and she listened to him with a mild, perplexed look in her eyes, as if trying vainly to follow the flight of his thoughts. And he wondered, with secret dismay, whether she was still the same strong, brave-hearted girl whom he had once accounted almost bold, whether the life in this narrow valley, amid 100 petty and depressing cares, had not cramped her spiritual growth and narrowed the sphere of her thought. Or was she still the same, and was it only he who had changed? At last he gave utterance to his wonder, and she answered him in those grave, earnest tones which seemed in themselves to be half a refutation of his doubts. "It was easy for me to give you daring advice then, Ralph," she said. "Like most schoolgirls, I thought that life was a great and glorious thing, and that happiness was a fruit which hung within reach of every hand. Now I have lived for 6 years, trying single-handed to relieve the want and suffering of the needy people with whom I come in contact, and their squalor and wretchedness have sickened me, and, what is still worse, I feel that all I can do is as a drop in the ocean, and, after all, amounts to nothing. I know I am no longer the same reckless girl who, with the very best intention, sent you wandering through the wide world, and I thank God that it proved to be for your good, although the whole now appears quite incredible to me. My thoughts have moved so long within the narrow circle of these mountains that they have lost their youthful elasticity, and can no more rise above them." Ralph detected in the midst of her despondency a spark of her former fire, and grew eloquent in his endeavors to persuade her that she was unjust to herself, and that there was but a wider sphere of life needed to develop all the latent powers of her rich nature. At the dinner table, her father again sat eyeing his guest with that same cold look of distrust and suspicion, and when the meal was at an end, he rose abruptly and called his daughter into another room. Presently, Ralph heard his angry voice resounding through the house, interrupted now and then by a woman's sobs, and a subdued, passionate pleading. When Bertha again entered the room, her eyes were very red, and he saw that she had been weeping. She threw a shawl over her shoulders, beckoned to him with her hand, and he arose and followed her. She led the way silently until they reached a thick copse of birch and elder near the strand. She dropped down upon a bench between 2 trees, and he took his seat at her side. "Ralph," began she, with a visible effort, "I hardly know what to say to you, but there is something which I must tell you. My father wishes you to leave us at once." "And you, Bertha?" "Well, yes, I wish it too." She saw the painful shock which her words gave him, and she strove hard to speak. Her lips trembled, her eyes became suffused with tears, which grew and grew, but never fell. She could not utter a word. "Well, Bertha," answered he, with a little quiver in his voice, "if you too wish me to go, I shall not tarry. Goodbye." He rose quickly and, with averted face, held out his hand to her. But as she made no motion to grasp the hand, he began distractedly to button his coat, and moved slowly away. "Ralph!" He turned sharply, and before he knew it, she lay sobbing upon his breast. "Ralph!" she murmured, while the tears almost choked her words. "I could not have you leave me thus. It is hard enough, it is hard enough." "What is hard, beloved?" She raised her head abruptly and turned upon him a gaze full of hope and doubt and sweet perplexity. "Ah, no, you do not love me," she whispered sadly. "Why should I come to seek you after these many years, dearest, if I did not wish to make you my wife before God and man? Why should I—" "Ah, yes, I know," she interrupted him with a fresh fit of weeping. "You are too good and honest to wish to throw me away. Now, when you have seen how my soul has hungered for the sight of you these many years, how even now I cling to you with a despairing clutch. But you cannot disguise yourself, Ralph, and I saw from the first moment that you loved me no more. Do not be such an unreasonable child, he remonstrated feebly. I do not love you with the wild, irrational passion of former years, but I have the tenderest regard for you, and my heart warms at the sight of your sweet face, and I shall do all in my power to make you as happy as any man can make you who does not love me, she finished. A sudden shudder seemed to shake her whole frame, and she drew herself more tightly up to him. "Ah, no," she continued, after a while sinking back upon her seat. "It is a hopeless thing to compel a reluctant heart. I will accept no sacrifice from you. You owe me nothing, for you have acted toward me honestly and uprightly, and I shall be a stronger, or at least a better woman, for what you gave me, and for what you could not give me, even though you would." "But, Bertha," exclaimed he, looking mournfully at her, "it is not true when you say that I owe you nothing. 6 years ago, when first I wooed you, you could not return my love, and you sent me out into the world, and even refused to accept any pledge or promise for the future." "And you returned," she responded, "a man such as my hope had pictured you. But while I had almost been standing still, you had outgrown me, and outgrown your old self, and, with your old self, outgrown its love for me. For your love was not of your new self, but of the old. Alas, it is a sad tale, but it is true." She spoke gravely now, and with a steadier voice, but her eyes hung upon his face with an eager look of expectation, as if yearning to detect there some gleam of hope, some contradiction of the dismal truth. He read that look aright, and it pierced him like a sharp sword. He made a brave effort to respond to its appeal, but his features seemed hard as stone, and he could only cry out against his destiny and bewail his misfortune and hers. Toward evening, Ralph was sitting in an open boat, listening to the measured oar-strokes of the boatmen who were rowing him out to the nearest stopping place of the steamer. The mountains lifted their great placid heads up among the sun-bathed clouds, and the fjord opened its cool depths as if to make room for their vast reflections. Ralph felt as if he were floating in the midst of the blue infinite space, and with the strength which this feeling inspired, he tried to face boldly the thought from which he had but a moment ago shrunk as from something hopelessly sad and perplexing. And in that hour he looked fearlessly into the gulf which separates the new world from the old. He had hoped to bridge it, but alas, it cannot be bridged. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. The Idyl of Red Gulch, by Bret Harte. Sandy was very drunk. He was lying under an azalea bush, in pretty much the same attitude in which he had fallen some hours before. How long he had been lying there he could not tell, and didn't care. How long he should lie there was a matter equally indefinite and unconsidered. A tranquil philosophy, born of his physical condition, suffused and saturated his moral being. The spectacle of a drunken man, and of this drunken man in particular, was not, I grieve to say, of sufficient novelty in Red Gulch to attract attention. Earlier in the day some local satirist had erected a temporary tombstone at Sandy's head, bearing the inscription, "Effects of McCorkle's Whiskey, kills at 40 rods," with a hand pointing to McCorkle's saloon. But this, I imagine, was, like most local satire, personal, and was a reflection upon the unfairness of the process rather than a commentary upon the impropriety of the result. With this facetious exception, Sandy had been undisturbed. A wandering mule, released from his pack, had cropped the scant herbage beside him, and sniffed curiously at the prostrate man. A vagabond dog, with that deep sympathy which the species have for drunken men, had licked his dusty boots and curled himself up at his feet, and lay there, blinking one eye in the sunlight with a simulation of dissipation that was ingenuous and dog-like in its implied flattery of the unconscious man beside him. Meanwhile the shadows of the pine trees had slowly swung around until they crossed the road, and their trunks barred the open meadow with gigantic parallels of black and yellow. Little puffs of red dust, lifted by the plunging hooves of passing teams, dispersed in a grimy shower upon the recumbent man. The sun sank lower and lower, and still Sandy stirred not. And then the repose of this philosopher was disturbed, as other philosophers have been, by the intrusion of an unphilosophical sex. Miss Mary, as she was known to the little flock that she had just dismissed from the log schoolhouse beyond the pines, was taking her afternoon walk. Observing an unusually fine cluster of blossoms on the azalea bush opposite, she crossed the road to pluck it, picking her way through the red dust, not without certain fierce little shivers of disgust and some feline circumlocution. And then she came suddenly upon Sandy. Of course she uttered the little staccato cry of her sex, but when she had paid that tribute to her physical weakness, she became overbold and halted for a moment, at least 6 feet from this prostrate monster, with her white skirts gathered in her hand, ready for flight. But neither sound nor motion came from the bush. With one little foot she then overturned the satirical headboard and muttered, "Beasts!" an epithet which probably at that moment conveniently classified in her mind the entire male population of Red Gulch. For Miss Mary, being possessed of certain rigid notions of her own, had not, perhaps, properly appreciated the demonstrative gallantry for which the Californian had been so justly celebrated by his brother Californians, and had, as a newcomer, perhaps fairly earned the reputation of being stuck up. As she stood there, she noticed also that the slant of sunbeams were heating Sandy's head to what she judged to be an unhealthy temperature, and that his hat was lying uselessly at his side. To pick it up and to place it over his face was a work requiring some courage, particularly as his eyes were open. Yet she did it and made good retreat. But she was somewhat concerned, on looking back, to see that the hat was removed, and that Sandy was sitting up and saying something. The truth was that in the calm depths of Sandy's mind, he was satisfied that the rays of the sun were beneficial and healthful, that from childhood he had objected to lying down in a hat, that no people but condemned fools, past redemption, ever wore hats, and that his right to dispense with them when he pleased was inalienable. This was the statement of his inner consciousness. Unfortunately, its outward expression was vague, being limited to a repetition of the following formula. "Sunshine all right. What's the matter, eh? What's up, sunshine?" Miss Mary stopped, and taking fresh courage from her vantage of distance, asked him if there was anything that he wanted. "What's up? What's the matter?" continued Sandy, in a very high key. "Get up, you horrid man," said Miss Mary, now thoroughly incensed. "Get up and go home." Sandy staggered to his feet. He was 6 feet high, and Miss Mary trembled. He started forward a few paces and then stopped. "What's I going for?" he suddenly asked with great gravity. "Go and take a bath," replied Miss Mary, eyeing his grimy person with great disfavor. To her infinite dismay, Sandy suddenly pulled off his coat and vest, threw them on the ground, kicked off his boots, and, plunging wildly forward, darted headlong over the hill in the direction of the river. "Goodness heavens! The man will be drowned!" said Miss Mary, and then, with feminine inconsistency, she ran back to the schoolhouse and locked herself in. That night, while seated at supper with her hostess, the blacksmith's wife, it came to Miss Mary to ask, demurely, if her husband ever got drunk. "Abner," responded Mrs. Steiger reflectively. "Let's see. Abner hasn't been tight since last election." Miss Mary would have liked to ask if he preferred lying in the sun on these occasions, and if a cold bath would have hurt him, but this would have involved an explanation, which she did not then care to give. So she contented herself with opening her gray eyes widely at the red-cheeked Mrs. Steiger, a fine specimen of southwestern efflorescence, and then dismissed the subject altogether. The next day she wrote to her dearest friend in Boston. "I think I find the intoxicated portion of this community the least objectionable. I refer, my dear, to the men, of course. I do not know anything that could make the women tolerable." In less than a week Miss Mary had forgotten this episode, except that her afternoon walks took thereafter, almost unconsciously, another direction. She noticed, however, that every morning a fresh cluster of azalea blossoms appeared among the flowers on her desk. This was not strange, as her little flock were aware of her fondness for flowers, and invariably kept her desk bright with anemones, syringas, and lupines, but on questioning them, they one and all professed ignorance of the azaleas. A few days later, Master Johnny Steiger, whose desk was nearest to the window, was suddenly taken with spasms of apparently gratuitous laughter that threatened the discipline of the school. All that Miss Mary could get from him was that someone had been looking in the window. Irate and indignant, she sallied from her hive to do battle with the intruder. As she turned the corner of the schoolhouse, she came plump upon the quondam drunkard, now perfectly sober, and inexpressibly sheepish and guilty-looking. These facts Miss Mary was not slow to take a feminine advantage of in her present humor. But it was somewhat confusing to observe, also, that the beast, despite some faint signs of past dissipation, was amiable-looking, in fact, a kind of blonde Samson, whose corn-colored silken beard apparently had never yet known the touch of barber's razor or Delilah's shears. So that the cutting speech which quivered on her ready tongue died upon her lips, and she contented herself with receiving his stammering apology with supercilious eyelids and the gathered skirts of uncontamination. When she re-entered the schoolroom, her eyes fell upon the azaleas with a new sense of revelation, and then she laughed, and the little people all laughed, and they were all unconsciously very happy. It was a hot day, and not long after this, that two short-legged boys came to grief on the threshold of the school with a pail of water, which they had laboriously brought from the spring, and that Miss Mary compassionately seized the pail and started for the spring herself. At the foot of the hill a shadow crossed her path, and a blue-shirted arm dexterously but gently relieved her of her burden. Miss Mary was both embarrassed and angry. "If you carried more of that for yourself," she said spitefully to the blue arm, without deigning to raise her lashes to its owner, "you'd do better." In the submissive silence that followed, she regretted the speech, and thanked him so sweetly at the door that he stumbled, which caused the children to laugh again, a laugh in which Miss Mary joined, until the color came faintly into her pale cheeks. The next day a barrel was mysteriously placed beside the door, and as mysteriously filled with fresh spring water every morning. Nor was this superior young person without other quiet attentions. Profane Bill, driver of the Slumgullion stage, widely known in the newspapers for his gallantry in invariably offering the box seat to the fair sex, had accepted Miss Mary from this attention, on the ground that he had a habit of cussin' on upgrades, and gave her half the coach to herself. Jack Hamlin, a gambler, having once silently ridden with her in the same coach, afterward threw a decanter at the head of a confederate for mentioning her name in a bar-room. The overdressed mother of a pupil, whose paternity was doubtful, had often lingered near his astute Vestal's temple, never daring to enter its sacred precincts, but content to worship the priestess from afar. With such unconscious intervals, the monotonous procession of blue skies, glittering sunshine, brief twilights, and starlight nights passed over Red Gulch. Miss Mary grew fond of walking in the sedate and proper woods. Perhaps she believed, with Mrs. Steiger, that the balsamic odors of the firs did her chest good, for certainly her slight cough was less frequent, and her step was firmer. Perhaps she had learned the unending lesson which the patient pines are never weary of repeating to heedful or listless ears. And so one day she planned a picnic on Buckeye Hill, and took the children with her. Away from the dusty road, the straggling shanties, the yellow ditches, and the clamor of restless engines, the cheap finery of shop windows, the deep glitter of paint and colored glass, and the thin veneering which barbarism takes upon itself in such localities, what infinite relief was theirs! The last heap of ragged rock and clay passed, the last unsightly chasm crossed. How the waiting woods opened their long files to receive them! How the children, perhaps because they had not yet grown quite away from the breast of the bounteous mother, threw themselves face downward on her brown bosom with uncouth caresses, filling the air with their laughter. And how Miss Mary herself, felinely fastidious and entrenched as she was in the purity of spotless skirts, collar, and cuffs, forgot all, and ran like a crested quail at the head of her brood, until romping, laughing, and panting, with a loosened braid of brown hair, a hat hanging by a knotted ribbon from her throat, she came suddenly and violently in the heart of the forest upon the luckless Sandy. The explanations, apologies, and not overwise conversation that ensued need not be indicated here. It would seem, however, that Miss Mary had already established some acquaintance with this ex-drunkard, enough that he was soon accepted as one of the party, that the children, with the quick intelligence which Providence gives the helpless, recognized a friend, and played with his blond beard and long silken mustache, and took other liberties, as the helpless are apt to do. And when he had built a fire against a tree, and had shown them other mysterious of woodcraft, their admiration knew no bounds. At the close of 2 such foolish, idle, happy hours, he found himself lying at the feet of the schoolmistress, gazing dreamily in her face as she sat upon the sloping hillside, waving wreaths of laurel and syringa in very much the same attitude as he had lain when first they met. Nor was the similitude greatly forced. The weakness of an easy, sensuous nature that had found a dreamy exultation in liquor, it is to be feared, was now finding an equal intoxication in love. I think that Sandy was dimly conscious of this himself. I know that he longed to be doing something, slaying a grizzly, scalping a savage, or sacrificing himself in some way for the sake of this sallow-faced, gray-eyed schoolmistress. As I should like to present him in a heroic attitude, I stay my hand with great difficulty at this moment, being only withheld from introducing such an episode by a strong conviction that it does not usually occur at such times, and I trust that my fairest reader who remembers that, in a real crisis, it is always some uninteresting stranger or unromantic policeman, and not Adolphus, who rescues, will forgive the omission. So they sat there undisturbed, the woodpeckers chattering overhead and the voices of the children coming pleasantly from the hollow below. What they said matters little. What they thought, which might have been interesting, did not transpire. The woodpeckers only learned how Miss Mary was an orphan, how she left her uncle's house to come to California for the sake of health and independence, how Sandy was an orphan too, and how he came to California for excitement, how he had lived a wild life, and how he was trying to reform, and other details, which, from a woodpecker's viewpoint, undoubtedly must have seemed stupid and a waste of time. But even in such trifles was the afternoon spent, and when the children were again gathered, and Sandy, with a delicacy which the schoolmistress well understood, took leave of them quietly at the outskirts of the settlement, it had seemed the shortest day of her weary life. As the long, dry summer withered to its roots, the school term of Red Gulch, to use a local euphemism, dried up also. In another day Miss Mary would be free, and for a season at least Red Gulch would know her no more. She was seated alone in the schoolhouse, her cheeks resting on her hand, her eyes half closed in one of those daydreams in which Miss Mary, I fear, to the danger of school discipline, was lately in the habit of indulging. Her lap was full of mosses, ferns, and other woodland memories. She was so preoccupied with these and her own thoughts that a gentle tapping at the door passed unheard, or translated itself into the remembrance of far-off woodpeckers. When at last it asserted itself more distinctly, she started up with a flushed cheek and opened the door. On the threshold stood a woman, the self-assertion and audacity of whose dress were in singular contrast to her timid, irresolute bearing. Miss Mary recognized at a glance the dubious mother of her anonymous pupil. Perhaps she was disappointed. Perhaps she was only fastidious. But as she coldly invited her to enter, she half unconsciously settled her white cuffs and collar, and gathered closer her own chaste skirts. It was perhaps for this reason that the embarrassed stranger, after a moment's hesitation, left her gorgeous parasol open and sticking in the dust beside the door, and then sat down at the further end of a long bench. Her voice was husky as she began. "I heard tell that you were going down to the bay tomorrow, and I couldn't let you go until I came to thank you for your kindness to my Tommy." Tommy, Miss Mary said, was a good boy, and deserved more than the poor attention she could give him. "Thank you, miss, thank ye," cried the stranger, brightening even though the color which Red Gulch knew facetiously as her war paint, and striving, in her embarrassment, to drag the long bench near the schoolmistress. "I thank you, miss, for that. And if I am his mother, there ain't a sweeter, dearer, better boy lives than him. And if I ain't much as says it, there ain't a sweeter, dear, angeler teacher lives than he's got." Miss Mary, sitting primly behind her desk, with a ruler over her shoulder, opened her gray eyes widely at this, but said nothing. "It ain't for you to be complimented by the like of me, I know," she went on hurriedly. "It ain't for me to be comin' here, in broad day, to do it, either. But I come to ask a favor, not for me, miss, not for me, but for the darling boy." Encouraged by a look in the young schoolmistress's eye, and putting her lilac-gloved hands together, the fingers downward between her knees, she went on in a low voice. "You see, miss, there's no one the boy has any claim on but me, and I ain't the proper person to bring him up. I thought some last year of sending him away to Frisco to school, but when they talked of bringing a schoolma'am here, I waited till I saw you, and then I knew it was all right, and I could keep my boy a little longer. And oh, miss, he loves you so much, and if you could hear him talk about you in his pretty way, and if he could ask you what I ask you now, you couldn't refuse him. It is natural," she went on rapidly, in a voice that trembled strangely between pride and humility. "It's natural that he should take to you, miss, for his father, when I first knew him, was a gentleman, and the boy must forget me sooner or later, and so I ain't a-going to cry about that. For I come to ask you to take my Tommy, God bless him, for the bestest, sweetest boy that lives, to take him with you." She had risen and caught the young girl's hand in her own, and had fallen on her knees beside her. "I've got plenty money, and it's all yours and his. Put him in some good school, where you can go and see him, and help him to forget his mother. Do with him what you like. The worst you can do will be kindness to what he will learn with me. Only take him out of this wicked life, this cruel place, this home of shame and sorrow. You will, I know you will, won't you? You will, you must not. You cannot say no. You will make him as pure, as gentle as yourself. And when he has grown up, you will tell him his father's name, the name that hasn't passed my lips for years, the name of Alexander Morton, whom they call here Sandy. Miss Mary, do not take your hand away. Miss Mary, speak to me. You will take my boy? Do not put your face from me. I know it ought not to look on such as me. Miss Mary? My God, be merciful. She is leaving me." Miss Mary had risen, and in the gathering twilight had felt her way to the open window. She stood there, leaning against the casement, her eyes fixed on the last rosy tints that were fading from the western sky. There was still some of its light on her pure young forehead, on her white collar, on her clasped white hands, but all fading slowly away. The suppliant had dragged herself, still on her knees, beside her. "I know it takes time to consider. I will wait here all night, but I cannot go until you speak. Do not deny me. You will. I see in your sweet face such a face as I have seen in my dreams. I see it in your eyes, Miss Mary. You will take my boy." The last red beam crept higher, suffused Miss Mary's eyes with something of its glory, flickered and faded, and went out. The sun had set on Red Gulch. In the twilight and silence Miss Mary's voice sounded pleasantly. "I will take the boy. Send him to me tonight." The happy mother raised the hem of Miss Mary's skirts to her lips. She would have buried her hot face in its virgin folds, but she dared not. She rose to her feet. "Does this man know of your intention?" asked Miss Mary suddenly. "No, nor cares. He has never seen the child to know it." "Go to him at once. Tonight. Now. Tell him what you have done. Tell him I have taken his child. And tell him he must never see the child again. Wherever it may be, he must not come. Wherever I may take it, he must not follow. There, go now, please. I'm weary, and have much yet to do." They walked together to the door. On the threshold, the woman turned. "Good night." She would have fallen at Miss Mary's feet, but at the same moment the young girl reached out her arms, caught the sinful woman to her own pure breast for one brief moment, and then closed and locked the door. It was with a sudden sense of great responsibility that Profane Bill took the reins of the Slumgullion stage the next morning, for the schoolmistress was one of his passengers. As he entered the highroad, in obedience to a pleasant voice from the inside, he suddenly reined up his horses and respectfully waited as Tommy hopped out at the command of Miss Mary. "Not that bush, Tommy, the next." Tommy whipped out his new pocket-knife, and cutting a branch from a tall azalea bush, returned with it to Miss Mary. "All right now?" "All right." And the stage door closed on the Idyl of Red Gulch. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Short Story Classics American Volume 2 by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Short Story Classics American Volume 2 by Various. Crutch, the Page by George Alfred Townsend, Part 1. Chapter 1. Chips. The Honorable James B. of Texas, sitting in his committee room half an hour before the convening of Congress, waiting for his Negro familiar to compound a julep, was suddenly confronted by a small boy on crutches. "A letter," exclaimed Mr. B., "with a frank of Raybould on it, that Yankist of Pennsylvania Whigs. Yours familiarity. Wants me to appoint one you what?" "Uriel Basil," said the small boy on crutches, with a clear, bold, but rather sensitive voice. Uriel Basil, a page in the House of Representatives, being an infirm, deservin' boy willin' to work to support his mother. Infirm boy wants to be a page on the recommendation of a Whig to a Democratic committee. I say, gentlemen, what do you think of that, eh? This last addressed to some other members of the committee who had meantime entered. "Infant boy will make a spry page," said the Honorable Box Izzard of Arkansas. "Harder to get infant page than the speaker's eye," said the orator Pontotoc Bibb of Georgia. "Harder to get both than appointment in these crowded times on an opposition recommendation when all old Virginny is yot to be took care of," said Honorable Fitzhugh Smythe of the Old Dominion. The small boy, standing up on crutches with large hazel eyes swimming and wistful, so far from being cut down by these criticisms, stood straighter, and only his narrow little chest showed feeling as it breathed quickly under his brown jacket. "I can run as fast as anybody," he said impetuously. "My sister says so. You try me." "Who's your sister, bub?" "Joyce." "Who's Joyce?" "Joyce Basil. Miss Joyce Basil to you, gentlemen. My mother keeps boarders. Mr. Raybould boards there. I think it's hard when a little boy from the South wants to work, that the only body to help him find it is a Northern man. Don't you?" "Good hit," cried Jeroboam Coffee, Esquire of Alabama. "That boy would run if he could." "Gentlemen," said another member of the committee, the youthful abstractionist from South Carolina, who was reputed to be a great poet on the stump, the Honorable Lowndes Cleburne. "Gentlemen, that boy puts the thing on its equal merits and brings it home to us. I'll do my duty in this issue. Abe, where's my julep?" "Gentlemen," said the chairman of the committee, James B., "it 'pears to me that there's a social point right here. Raybould, being the only Whig on the Lake and Bayou Committee, ought to have something if he sees fit to ask for it. That's courtesy. We of all men, gentlemen, can't afford to forget it." "No, by dern!" cried Fitzhugh Smythe. "You're right, B.," cried Box Izzard. "You give it a constitutional set." "Raybould," continued James B., thus encouraged, "Raybould is, to speak out, no genius. He never will rise to the summits of usefulness. He lacks the air, the swing, the pose, as the sculptors say. He won't treat, but he'll lend a little money, provided he knows where you're going with it. If he ain't open-hearted, he ain't precisely mean. You're right, B. General expression. Further on, it may be said that the framers of the government never intended all the patronage to go to one side. Mr. Jefferson put that on the steelyard principle. The long beam here, the big weight of the being in the minority there. Mr. Jackson only threw it considerable more on one side, but even he, gentlemen, didn't take the whole patronage from the outs. He always left 'em enough to keep up the courtesy of the thing, and we can't go behind him. Not and be true to our traditions. Do I put it right? B, said the youthful Lowndes Claiborne, extending his hand. You put it with the lucidity and spirituality of Colquhoun himself. Thanks, Cleburne, said B. This is a compliment not likely to be forgotten, coming from you. Then it is agreed as the chairman of your committee that I accede to the request of Mr. Raybould of Pennsylvania? Aye, from everybody. And now, said Mr. B., as we were all up late at the club last night, I propose we take a second julep, and as Raybould is coming in, he will join us. I won't give you a farthing, cried Raybould at the door, speaking to someone. Chips, indeed. What shall I give you money to gamble away for? A gambling beggar is worse than an impostor. No, sir, emphatically no. $1 for 4 chips for brave old Beau, said the other voice. I've struck 'em all but you. By the state arms, I've got rights in this district. Everybody pays toll to brave old Beau. Come down. The Northern Congressman retreated before this pertinacious mendicant into his committee room, and his pesterer followed him closely, nothing abashed, even into the privileged cloisters of the committee. The Southern members enjoyed the situation. Chips, right honorable. Chips for old Beau. Nobody this tenure has run as long as you. I've been late for you, and now I've fell on you. Judge B., this first business before your committee this morning is an assessment for old Beau, who's way down. Rheumatized, betting on the black, failure of remittances from Fauquois, and other casualties by wind and flood have put old Beau away down. He's an institution of his country and must be sustained. The laughter was general and cordial among the Southerners, while the intruder pressed hard upon Mr. Raybould. He was a singular object, tall, grim, half-comical, with a leer of low familiarity in his eyes, but his waxed mustache of military proportions, his patch of goatee just above the chin, his elaborately oiled hair and flaming necktie, set off his faded face with an odd gear of finery and impressiveness. His skin was that of an old ruse, patched up and chalked, but the features were those of a once handsome man of style and carriage. He wore what appeared to be a cast-off spring overcoat out of season in color on this blustering winter day, a rich buff waistcoat of an embossed pattern such as few persons would care to assume, save perhaps a gambler, negro buyer, or fine buck barber. The assumption of a large and flashy pin stood in his frilled shirt bosom. He wore watch seals without the accompanying watch, and his pantaloons, though faded and threadbare, were once of fine material and cut in a style of extravagant elegance, and they covered his long, shrunken, but aristocratic limbs, and were strapped beneath his boots to keep them shapely. The boots themselves had been once of varnished kid or fine calf, but they were cracked and cut, partly by use, partly for comfort, for it was plain that the wearer had the gout by his aristocratic hobble upon a gold-mounted cane, which was not the least inconsistent garniture of mendicancy. "Boy," said Fitzhugh Smythe, "I suppose we better come down early. There's a shillin', Beau. If I had one more such constituent as you, I should resign or die prematurely." "There's a piece of tobacco," said James B. languidly. "All I can afford, Beau, this morning. I went to a chicken fight yesterday and lost all my change." "Mine," said Box Izard, "is a regulation penknife, contributed by the United States with the regret, Beau, that I can't accommodate you with a pine coffin for you to get into and get away down lower than you ever been." "Yah's $1," said Pontotoc Bibb. "It'll do for me and Lowndes Claiborne, who's a poet and genius and never has no money. This buys me off, Beau, for a month." The gorgeous old mendicant took them all grimly and leering, and then pounced upon the northern man, assured by their twinkles and winks that the rest expected some sport. "And now, right honorable from the banks of the Susquehanna, Colonel Raybould, you see, I got your name. I been a-layin' for you. Come down handsome for the uncle and ornament of this capital and country. What's yours?" "Nothing," said Raybould in a quiet way. "I cannot give a man like you anything, even to get rid of him." "You're mean," said the stylish beggar, winking to the rest. "You hate to put your hand down in your pocket mightily. I'd rather be old Beau and live on suppers at the faro banks than love $1 like you." I'll make it a V for Beau, said Pontotoc Bib, if he gives him a rub on the raw like that another lick. Durn a mean man, Cleburne. Come down, Northerner, pressed the incorrigible loafer again. It don't become a right honourable to be so mean with old Beau. The little boy on crutches, who had been looking at this scene in a state of suspense and interest for some time, here cried hotly, If you say Mr. Raybould is a mean man, you tell a story, you nasty beggar. He often gives things to me and Joyce, my sister. He's just got me work, which is the best thing to give. Don't you think so, gentlemen? Work, said Loudness Claiborne, is the best thing to give away, and the most on-handy thing to keep. I like play the best. Beau's kind of play. Yes, said Jeroboam Coffee. I think I prefer to make the chips fly out of a table more than out of a log. I like to work, cried the little boy, his hazel eyes shining and his poor narrow body beating with unconscious fervor, half suspended on his crutches as if he were of that good descent and natural spirit which he could assert itself without bashfulness in the presence of older people. I like to work for my mother. If I was strong like other little boys, I would make money for her so that she shouldn't keep any boarders except Mr. Raybould. Oh, she has to work a lot, but she's proud and won't tell anybody. All the money I get I mean to give her, but I wouldn't have it if I had to beg for it like that man. Oh, Beau, said Colonel James B., you've coached it now. Raybould's even with you. Little Crutch has cooked your goose. Crutch is right eloquent when his wind will permit. The fine old loafer looked at the boy, whom he had not previously noticed, and it was observed that the last chaff had hurt his pride. The boy returned his wounded look with a straight, undaunted, spirited glance out of a child's nature. Mr. Raybould was impressed with something in the attitude of the two, which made him forget his own interest in the controversy. Beau answered with a tone of nearly tender pacification. Now, my little man, come, don't be hard on the old veteran. He's down, old Beau is, since the time he owned his blooded pacer and dined with the Corps Diplomatique. Beau's down since then, but don't call the old feller hard names. We take it back, don't we? We take them words back? There's an angel somewhere, said Lowndes Claiborne, even in a Washington bummer which responds to a little chap on crutches with a clear voice. Whether the angel takes the side of the bummer or the little chap is a point out of our jurisdiction. Abe, give Beau a julep. He seems to have been demoralized by little Crutch's last. Take them hard words back, bub, whined the licensed mendicant with either real or affected pain. It's a point of honor I'm a-standin' on. Do now, little major. I shan't, cried the boy. Go and work like me. You're big, and you called Mr. Raybould mean. Haven't you got a wife or little girl or nobody to work for? You ought to work for yourself anyhow, oughtn't he, gentlemen? Raybould, who had slipped around by the little cripple and was holding him in a caressing way from behind, looked over to Beau and was even more impressed with that generally undaunted worthy's expression. It was that of acute and suffering sensibility, perhaps the effervescence of some little remaining pride, or it might have been a twinge of the gout. Beau looked at the little boy suspended there with the weak back and the narrow chest, and that scintillant, sincere spirit beaming out with courage born in the stock he belonged to. Admiration, conciliation, and pain were in the ruined vagrant's eyes. Raybould felt a sense of pity. He put his hand in his pocket and drew forth $1. Here, Beau, he said, I'll make an exception. You seem to have some feeling. Don't mind the boy. In an instant the coin was flying from his hand through the air. The beggar with a livid face and clinched cane confronted the congressman like a maniac. You bilk, he cried. You supper customer, I'll brain you. I'd rather parted with my shoes at a dolly shop and gone gadding the hoof without a doss to sleep on, a town pauper done on the badge, than to have been made scurvy in the sight of that child and to deserve his words of shame. He threw his head upon the table and burst into tears. Chapter 2. Hash. Mrs. Tryphonia Basil kept a boarding-house of the usual kind on 4½ Street. Male clerks, there were no female clerks in the government in 1854, to the number of half a dozen, 2 old bureau officers, an architect's assistant, Raybould, and certain temporary visitors made up the table. The landlady was the mistress, the slave was Joyce. Joyce Basil was a fine-looking girl who did not know it, a fact so astounding as to be fitly related only in fiction. She did not know it because she had to work so hard for the boarders and her mother. Loving her mother with the whole of her affection, she had suffered all the pains and penalties of love from that repository. She was today upbraided for her want of coquetry and neatness, tomorrow for proposing to desert her mother and elope with a person she had never thought of. The mainstay of the establishment, she was not aware of her usefulness. Accepting every complaint and outbreak as if she deserved it, the poor girl lived at the capital, a beautiful scullion, an unsalaried domestic, and daily forwarded the food to the table, led in the chamber work, rose from bed, unrested and retired with all her bones aching. But she was of a natural grace that hard work could not make awkward. Work only gave her bodily power, brawn, and form. Though no more than 17 years of age, she was a superb woman, her chest thrown forward, her back like the torso of a Venus de Milo, her head placed on the throat of a Minerva, and the nature of a child molded in the form of a matron. Joyce Basil had black hair and eyes, very long, excessive hair that in the mornings she tied up with haste so imperfectly that once Raybould had seen it drop like a cloud around her and nearly touched her feet. At that moment, seeing him, she blushed. He pleaded for once a congressman's impudence, and without her objection wound that great crown of woman's glory around her head, and as he did so, the perfection of her form and skin and the overrunning health and height of the Virginia girl struck him so thoroughly that he said, "Miss Joyce, I don't wonder that Virginia is the mother of presidents." Between Raybould and Joyce there were already the delicate relations of a girl who did not know that she was a woman, and a man who knew she was beautiful and worthy. He was a man vigilant over himself, and the poverty and menial estate of Joyce Basil were already insuperable obstacles to marrying her, but still he was attracted by her insensibility that he could ever have regarded her in the light of marriage. Who was her father, the judge, he used to reflect. The judge was a favorite topic with Mrs. Basil at the table. "Mr. Raybould," she would say, "you commercial people of the North can't hunt, I believe. Judge Basil is now in the mountains of Fauquier hunting the plover. His grandfather's estate is full of plover." If, by chance, Raybould saw a look of care on Mrs. Basil's face, he inquired for the judge, her husband, and found he was still shooting on the Aquin. "Does he never come to Washington, Mrs. Basil?" asked Raybould one day when his mind was very full of Joyce, the daughter. "Not while Congress is in session," said Mrs. Basil. "It's a little too much of the oi polloi for the judge. His family you may not know, Mr. Raybould, heir of the Basils of King George. They married into the Taslow of Mount Snaffle. The Taslow of Mount Snaffle have Injun blood in their veins, the blood of Pocahontas. They dropped the name of Taylor, which had got to be common through a want of Injun blood, and spelled it with an E. It used to be Taylor, but now it's Taylows." On another occasion, at sight of Joyce Basil cooking over the fire, against whose flame her molded arms took momentary roses upon their ivory, Raybould said to himself, "Surely there is something above the common in the race of this girl," and he asked the question of Mrs. Basil. "Madam, how was the judge your husband at the last advices?" "Hunting the snipe, Mr. Raybould. I suppose you do not have snipe in the North. It is the aristocratic fowl of the Old Dominion. Its bill is only shorter than its legs, and it will not brown at the fire to perfection unless upon a silver spit. Ah, when the judge and myself were young, before his land troubles overtook us, we went to the springs with our own silver and carriages, Mr. Raybould." Looking up at Mrs. Basil, Raybould noticed a pallor and flush alternately, and she evaded his eye. Once Mrs. Basil borrowed $100 from Raybould in advance of board, and the table suffered in consequence. "The judge," she had explained, "is short of taxes on his Fauquier lands. It's a desperate moment with him. Yet in 2 days the judge was shooting blue-winged teal at the mouth of the Accotink, and his entire indifference to his family set Raybould to thinking whether their Virginia husband and father was anything more than a forgetful savage. The boarders, however, made very merry over the absent unknown. If the beefsteak was tough, threats were made to send for the judge, and let him try a tooth on it. If scant, it was suggested that the judge might have paid a gunning visit to the premises and inspected the larder. The daughter of the house kept such an even temper, and was so obliging within the limitations of the establishment, that many a boarder went to his department without complaint, though with an appetite only partly satisfied. The boy, Uriel, also was the guardsman of the household, old-faced as if with the responsibility of taking care of 2 women. Indeed, the children of the landlady were so well behaved and prepossessing that, compared with Mrs. Basil's shabby hauteur and garrulity, the legend of the judge seemed to require no other foundation than offspring of such good spirit and intonation. Mrs. Tryphonia Basil was no respecter of persons. She kept boarder, she said, as a matter of society, and to lighten the load of the judge. He had very little idea that she was making a mercantile matter of hospitality, but, as she feelingly remarked, the old families are misplaced in such times as these year, when the departments are filled with Dutch, Yankees, crackers, Poors, whites, and other foreigners. Her manner was, at periods, insolent to Mr. Raybould, who seldom protested out of regard to the daughter and the little page. He was a man of quite ordinary appearance, saying little, never making speeches or soliciting notice, and he accepted his fare and quarters with little or no complaint. "Crutch," he said one day to the little boy, "did you ever see your father?" "No, I never saw him, Mr. Raybould, but I've had letters from him." "Don't he ever come to see you when you are sick?" "No, he wanted to come once when my back was very sick, and I laid in bed weeks and weeks, sir, dreamin', oh, such beautiful things. I thought Mamma and Sister and I were all with Papa in that old home we are going to some day. He carried me up and down in his arms, and I felt such rest that I never knew anything like it, when I woke up and my back began to ache again. I wouldn't let Mamma send for him, though, because she said he was working for us all to make our fortunes and get doctors for me and clothes and school for dear Joyce. So I sent him my love and told Papa to work, and he and I would bring the family out all right." "What did your Papa seem like in that dream, my little boy?" "Oh, sir, his forehead was bright as the sun. Sometimes I see him now when I am tired at night after running all day through Congress." Raybould's eyes were full of tears as he listened to the boy, and turning aside he saw Joyce Basil weeping also. "My dear girl," he said to her, looking up significantly, "I fear he will see his great father very soon." Raybould had few acquaintances, and he encouraged the landlady's daughter to go about with him when she could get a leisure hour or evening. Sometimes they took a seat at the theater, more often at the old Ascension Church, and once they attended a president's reception. Joyce had the bearing of a well-bred lady and the purity of thought of a child. She was noticed as if she had been a new and distinguished arrival in Washington. "Ah, Raybould," said Pontotoc Bibb, "I understand, old feller, what keeps you so quiet now. You've got a wife unbeknown to the committee, and a happy man I know ye air." It pleased Raybould to hear this, and deepened his interest in the landlady's family. His attention to her daughter stirred Mrs. Basil's pride and revolt together. "My daughter, Colonel Raybould," she said, "is designed for the army. The judge never writes to me, but he says, 'Tryphany, be careful that you impress upon my daughter the importance of the military profession. My mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother married into the army, and no girl of the Basil stock shall descend to civil life while I can keep the Fauquier estates.'" "Madam," said the congressman, "will you permit me to make the suggestion that your daughter is already a woman and needs a father's care, if she is ever to receive it? I beseech you to impress this subject upon the judge. His estates cannot be more precious to his heart if he is a man of honor. Nay, what is better than honor, his duty requires him to come to the side of these children, though he be ever so constrained by business or pleasure to attend to more worldly concerns." "The judge," exclaimed Mrs. Basil, much miffed, "is a man of hereditary aegis, Colonel Raybould. He is now in pursuit of the canvas-back on his ancestral waters. If he should hear that you suggest a pacific life and the groveling associations of the capital for him, he might call you out, sir." Raybould said no more, but one evening when Mrs. Basil was absent, called across the Potomac, as happened frequently at the summons of the judge, and on such occasions she generally requested a temporary loan or a slight advance of board, Raybould found Joyce Basil in the little parlor of the dwelling. She was alone and in tears, but the little boy Ariel slept before the chimney fire on a rug, and his pale, thin face, catching the glow of the burning wood, looked beautified as Raybould addressed the young woman. "Miss Joyce," he said, "our little brother works too hard. Is there never to be relief for him? His poor, withered body, slung on those crutches for hours and hours, racing up the aisles of the house with stronger pages, is wearing him out. His ambition is very interesting to see, but his breath is growing shorter, and his strength is frailer every week. Do you know what it will lead to?" "Oh, my lord," she said in the negrified phrase natural to her latitude, "I wish it was no sin to wish him dead." "Tell me, my friend," said Raybould, "can I do nothing to assist you both? Let me understand you. Accept my sympathy and confidence. Where is Ariel's father? What is this mystery?" She did not answer. "It is for no idle curiosity that I ask," he continued. "I will appeal to him for his family, even at the risk of his resentment. Where is he?" "Oh, do not ask," she exclaimed. "You want me to tell you only the truth. He is there." She pointed to one of the old portraits in the room, a picture fairly painted by some provincial artist, and it revealed a handsome face, a little voluptuous but aristocratic, the shoulders clad in a martial cloak, the neck in ruffles, and a diamond in the shirt bosom. Raybould studied it with all his mind. "Then it is no fiction," he said, "that you have a living father, one answering to your mother's description. Where have I seen that face? Has some irreparable mistake, some miserable controversy alienated him from his wife? Has he another family? She answered with spirit, No, sir, he is my father and my brother's only, but I can tell you no more. Joyce, he said, taking her hand, this is not enough. I will not press you to betray any secret you may possess. Keep it. But of yourself I must know something more. You are almost a woman. You are beautiful. At this he tightened his grasp, and it brought him closer to her side. She made a little struggle to draw away, but it pleased him to see that when the first modest opposition had been tried, she had sat quite happily, though trembling, with his arm around her. Joyce, he continued, you have a double duty, one to your mother and this poor invalid, whose journey towards that father's house not made with hands is swiftly hastening. Another duty toward your nobler self, the future that is in you and your woman's heart. I tell you again that you are beautiful, and the slavery to which you are condemning yourself forever is an offense against the Creator of such perfection. Do you know what it is to love? I know what it is to feel kindness, she answered after a time of silence. I ought to know no more. Your goodness is very dear to me. We never sleep, brother and I, but we say your name together and ask God to bless you. Raybould sought in vain to suppress a confession he had resisted. The contact of her form, her large dark eyes now fixed upon him in emotion, the birth of the conscious woman and the virgin and her affection still in the leashes of a slavish sacrifice, tempted him onward to the conquest. I am about to retire from Congress, he said. It is no place for me in times so insubstantial. There is darkness and beggary ahead for all your southern race. There is a crisis coming which will be followed by desolation. The generation to which your parents belong is doomed. I open my arms to you, dear girl, and offer you a home never yet gladdened by a wife. Accept it and leave Washington with me and with your brother. I love you wholly. A happy light shone in her face a moment. She was weary to the bone with the day's work, and had not the strength, if she had the will, to prevent the congressman drawing her to his heart. Sobbing there, she spoke with bitter agony. Heaven bless you, dear Mr. Raybould, with a wife good enough to deserve you. Blessings on your generous heart. But I cannot leave Washington. I love another here. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Short Story Classics American, Volume 2 by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Story Classics American, Volume 2 by Various. Crutch the Page by George Alfred Townsend, Part 2. Chapter 3. Dust. The Lake and Bayou Committee reaped the reward of a good action. Crutch, the page, as they all called Uriel Basil, affected the sensibility of the whole committee to the extent that profanity almost ceased there, and vulgarity became a crime in the presence of a child. Gentle words and wishes became the rule. A glimmer of reverence and a thought of piety were not unknown in that little chamber. "Dog my skin," said Jeems B. "If I ever made a pintment that gave me siech satisfaction, I feel as if I had sawed a nigger free." The youthful abstractionist, Lowndes Cleburne, expressed it even better. "Crutch," he said, "is like a angel reduced to his bones. Them air wings or pinions that he might have flew off with, being a pair of crutches, keeps him here to tarry a while in our service. But, gentlemen, he's not got long to stay. His crutches is growing too heavy for that expandin' spirit. Some day we'll look up and miss him through our tears." They gave him many a present. They put a silver watch in his pocket, and dressed him in a jacket with gilt buttons. He had a bouquet of flowers to take home every day to that marvelous sister of whom he spoke so often, and there were times when the whole committee, seeing him drop off to sleep as he often did through frail and weary nature, sat silently watching lest he might be wakened before his rest was over. But no persuasion could take him off the floor of Congress. In that solemn old Hall of Representatives, under the semicircle of gray columns, he darted with agility from noon to dusk, keeping speed upon his crutches with the healthiest of the pages, and racing into the document room, and through the dark and narrow corridors of the old Capitol loft, where the House Library was lost in twilight. Visitors looked with interest and sympathy at the narrow back and body of this invalid child, whose eyes were full of bright, beaming spirit. He sometimes nodded on the steps by the speaker's chair, and these spells of dreaminess and fatigue increased as his disease advanced upon his wasting system. Once he did not waken at all until adjournment. The great Congress and audience passed out, and the little fellow still slept with his head against the clerk's desk, while all the other pages were grouped around him, and they finally bore him off to the committee room in their arms, where, among the sympathetic watchers, was old Beau. When Uriel opened his eyes, the old mendicant was looking into them. "Ah, little Major," he said, "poor Beau has been waiting for you to take those bad words back. Old Beau thought it was all Bob with his little cove." "Beau," said the boy, "I've had such a dream. I thought my dear father, who was working so hard to bring me home to him, had carried me out on the river in a boat. We sailed through the greenest marshes, among white lilies, where the wild ducks were tame as they can be. All the ducks were diving, and they brought up long stalks of celery from the water and gave them to us. Father ate all his, but mine turned into lilies and grew up so high that I felt myself going with them, and the higher I went, the more beautiful grew the birds. Oh, let me sleep and see if it will be so again." The outcast raised his gold-headed cane and hobbled up and down the room with a laced handkerchief at his eyes. "Great God!" he exclaimed. "Another generation is going out, and here I stay without a stake, playing a lone hand, forever and forever." "Beau," said Raybould, "there's hope while one can feel. Don't go away until you have a good word from our little passenger." The outstretched hand of the northern congressman was not refused by the vagrant, whose eccentric sorrow yet amused the southern committeemen. "Old Beau's jib-boom of a mustach'll put his eye out," said Pototic Bib, "if he fetches another groan like that." "Beau's very shaky around the hams and knees," said Box Izard. "He's been a good figger, but even figgers can lie if they stand up too long." The little boy unclosed his eyes and looked around on all those kindly, watching faces. "Did anybody fire a gun?" he said. "Oh, no. I was only dreaming that I was hunting with Father, and he shot at the beautiful pheasants that were making such a whirring of wings for me. It was music. When can I hunt with Father, dear gentlemen?" They all felt the tread of the mighty hunter before the Lord, very near at hand, the hunter whose name is Death. "There are little tiny birds along the beach," muttered the boy. "They twitter and run into the surf and back again, and I am one of them. I must be, for I feel the water cold, and yet I see you all, so kind to me. Don't whistle for me now, for I don't get much play, gentlemen. Will the speaker turn me out if I play with the beach birds just once? I'm only a little boy working for my mother." "Dear Uriel," whispered Raybould, "here's old Beau, to whom you once spoke angrily. Don't you see him?" The little boy's eyes came back from far land somewhere, and he saw the ruined gamester at his feet. "Dear Beau," he said, "I can't get off to go home with you. They won't excuse me, and I give all my money to Mother. But you go to the back gate. Ask for Joyce. She'll give you a nice warm meal every day. Go with him, Mr. Raybould. If you ask for him, it will be all right. For Joyce, dear Joyce, she loves you." The beach birds played again along the strand. The boy ran into the foam with his companions and felt the spray once more. The mighty hunter shot his bird, a little cripple that twittered the sweetest of them all. Nothing moved in the solemn chamber of the committee but the voice of an old forsaken man, sobbing bitterly. Chapter 4. Cake. The funeral was over, and Mr. Raybould marveled much that the judge had not put in an appearance. The whole committee had attended the obsequies of Crutch and acted as pallbearers. Raybould had escorted the page's sister to the congressional cemetery, and had observed even old Beau to come with a wreath of flowers and hobble to the grave and deposit them there. But the judge, remorseless in death as frivolous in life, never came near his mourning wife and daughter in their severest sorrow. Mrs. Tryphonia Basil, seeing that this singular want of behavior on the judge's part was making some ado, raised her voice above the general din of meals. "Jeege Basil," she exclaimed, "has been on his Tennessee purchase. These Christmas times there's no getting through the snow in the Cumberland Gap. He stopped off thaw to shoot the wild turkey, a great passion with the jidge. His half-uncle, General Johnson of Oquenzo, was a turkey killer of high celebrity. He was a Deshay on his ma's side. I suppose you haven't had the turkey in the Dutch country, Mr. Raybould?" "Madam," said Raybould in a quieter moment, "have you written to the judge the fact of his son's death?" "Oh, yes, to Fauquier." Mrs. Basil, continued the congressman, I want you to be explicit with me. Where is the judge, your husband, at this moment? Excuse me, Colonel Raybould, this is a little of an assumption, sir. The jidge might call you out, sir, for intruding upon his incog. He's very fine on his incog, you air aware. Madam, exclaimed Raybould straightforwardly, there are reasons why I should communicate with your husband. My term in Congress is nearly expired. I might arouse your interest, if I chose, by recalling to your mind the memorandum of about $700 in which you are my debtor. That would be a reason for seeing your husband anywhere north of the Potomac, but I do not intend to mention it. Is he aware, are you, that Joyce Basil is in love with someone in this city? Mrs. Basil drew a long breath, raised both hands, and ejaculated, Well, I declare! I have it from my own lips, continued Raybould. She told me as a secret, but all my suspicions are awakened. If I can prevent it, madam, that girl shall not follow the example of hundreds of her class in Washington, and descend through the boarding-house or the lodging-quarter to be the wife of some common and unambitious clerk, whose penury she must some day sustain by her labor. I love her myself, but I will never take her until I know her heart to be free. Who is this lover of your daughter? An expression of agitation and cunning passed over Mrs. Basil's face. Colonel Raybould, she whined, I pity your blasted hopes. If I was a widow, they should be comforted. Alas, my daughter is in love with one of the Fitzchews of Fauquier. His parents is cousins of the judge and attached to the military. The congressman looked disappointed, but not yet satisfied. Give me at once the address of your husband, he spoke. If you do not, I shall ask your daughter for it, and she cannot refuse me. The mistress of the boarding-house was not without alarm, but she dispelled it with an outbreak of anger. If my daughter disobeys her mother, she cried, and betrays the judge's incog, she is no Basil, Colonel Raybould. The Basils repudiate her, and she may Jane the Dutch and other foreigners at her pleasure. That is her only safety, exclaimed Raybould. I hope to break every string that holds her to yonder barren honor and exhausted soil. He pointed toward Virginia, and hastened away to the capital. All the way up the squalid and muddy avenue of that day he mused and wondered, Who is Fitzhugh? Is there such a person any more than a Judge Basil? And yet there is a judge, for Joyce has told me so. She, at least, cannot lie to me. At last, he thought, the dream of my happiness is over. Invincible in her prejudice as all these Virginians, Joyce Basil has made her bed among the starveling first families, and there she means to live and die. 5 years hence she will have her brood around her. In 10 years she will keep a boarding-house and borrow money. As her daughters grow up to the stature and grace of their mother, they will be proud and poor again and breed in and out until the race will perish from the earth. Slow to love, deeply interested, baffled but unsatisfied, Raybould made up his mind to cut his perplexity short by leaving the city for the county of Fauquier. As he passed down the avenue late that afternoon, he turned into East Street near the theater to engage a carriage for his expedition. It was a street of livery stables, gambling dens, drinking houses, and worse. Murders had been committed along its sidewalks. The more pretentious canaille of the city harbored there to prey on the hotels close at hand and aspire to the chance acquaintance of gentlemen. As Raybould stood in an archway of this street, just as the evening shadows deepened above the line of sunset, he saw something pass which made his heart start to his throat and fastened him to the spot. Veiled and walking fast, as if escaping detection or pursuit, the figure of Joyce Basil flitted over the pavement and disappeared in a door about at the middle of this Alsatian quarter of the capital. "What house is that?" he asked of a constable passing by, pointing to the door she entered. "Gamblin' den," answered the officer. "It used to be old Phil Pendleton's." Raybould knew the reputation of the house, a resort for the scions of the old Tidewater families, where hospitality thinly veiled the paramount design of plunder. The connection established the truth of Mrs. Basil's statement. Here, perhaps already married to the dissipated heir of some unproductive estate, Joyce Basil's lot was cast forever. It might even be that she had been tempted here by some wretch whose villainy she knew not of. Raybould's brain took fire at the thought, and he pursued the fugitive into the doorway. A negro steward unfastened a slide and peeped at Raybould knocking in the hall, and seeing him of respectable appearance, bowed ceremoniously as he let down a chain and opened the door. "Short cards in the front saloon," he said. "Supper and faro back. Chambers on the 3rd floor. Walk up." Raybould only tarried a moment at the gaming tables, where the silent, monotonous deal from the tin box, the lazy stroke of the markers, and the transfer of ivory chips from card to card of the sweat cloth impressed him as the dullest form of vice he had ever found. Treading softly up the stairs, he was attracted by the light of a door partly ajar, and a deep groan as of a dying person. He peeped through the crack of the door and beheld Joyce Basil leaning over an old man, whose brow she moistened with her handkerchief. "Dear father," he heard her say, and it brought consolation to more than the sick man. Raybould threw open the door and entered into the presence of Mrs. Basil and her daughter. The former arose with surprise and shame and cried, "Jidge Basil, the Dutch have hunted you down. He's here, the Yankee creditor." Joyce Basil held up her hand in imploration, but Raybould did not heed the woman's remark. He felt a weight rising from his heart, and the blindness of many months lifted from his eyes. The dying mortal upon the bed, over whose face the blue billow of death was rolling rapidly, and whose eyes sought in his daughter the promise of mercy from on high, was the mysterious parent who had never arrived, the judge from Fauquier. In that old man's long waxed mustache, crimped hair, and threadbare finery, the congressman recognized Old Beau, the outcast gamester and mendicant, and the father of Joyce and Uriel Basil. "Colonel Raybould," faltered that old wreck of manly beauty and of promise long departed, "Old Beau's passin' in his checks. The chant cubs will be tellin' tomorrow what they know of his life in the papers, but I've dropped a cold deck on 'em these 20 years. Not one knows Old Beau, the bloke to be Tom Basil, cadet at West Point in the last generation. I've kept nothing of my own but my children's good names. My little boy never knew me to be his father. I tried to keep the secret from my daughter, but her affection broke down my disguises. Thank God, the old rounder's deal is run out at last. For his wife he'll flash her dials no more, nor be taken on the vag." "Basil," said Raybould, "what trust do you leave to me and your family?" Mrs. Basil strove to interpose, but the dying man raised his voice. "Trypheny can go home to Fauquier. She was always welcome there, without me. I was disinherited. But here, Colonel, my last drop of blood is in the girl. She loves you." A rattle arose in the sinner's throat. He made an effort and transferred his daughter's hand to the congressman's. Not taking it away, she knelt with her future husband at the bedside and raised her voice. "Lord, when thou comest into thy kingdom, remember him." End of section 11.
Section 12 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. In Each Other's Shoes, by George Parsons Lathrop. 1. John Crombie had taken a room at the new apartment building, the Lorne, having advanced so far in his experience of New York as to be aware that if he could once establish himself in a house associated by name with foreign places and titles, his chance of securing position would be greatly increased. He did not, however, take his meals in the expensive cafe of that establishment, finding it more economical to go to an outlandish little French restaurant some distance away, which had been nicknamed, among those of his acquaintance who resorted to it, the Fried Cat. This designation, based on a supposed resemblance to the name of the proprietor, Frycat, was also believed to have value as a sarcasm. It was with no pleasant sensations, therefore, that Crombie, waking on a gray and drizzling morning of November, remembered that he must hie him to the Fried Cat for an early breakfast. He was in a hurry that day. He had a great deal to do. His room was very small and dark. He bounced up and dressed himself in an obscure sort of way, surreptitiously opening the door and reaching vaguely for his shoes, which stood just outside, ready blacked. Nor did it add to his comfort to know that the shoes were very defective as to their soles, and would admit the water freely from the accumulated puddles of the sidewalks. In fact, he had been ashamed to expose their bad condition to the porter when he put them out every night, as he was forced to do, since they were his only pair. Drawing them on hastily, in order to conceal his mortification from even his own mind, he sallied forth, and though at the moment of putting them on a dim sense of something unfamiliar crossed his mind, it was not until he reached the fried cat that he became fully aware that he had carried off someone else's shoes. He turned up the soles privately underneath the low-hanging tablecloth, and by a brief examination convinced himself that the gaiters did not belong to him. The test was simple. His feet were unaccountably dry, and there were none of those breaks in the lower surface of their leather covering which he had so often been obliged to contemplate. He saw at once that the porter of the Lorne had made a mistake, and must have deposited at another apartment his own very insufficient footgear, but there was no chance now to remedy the confusion. Crombie had barely time to reach the office where he was employed. On an ordinary occasion he would perhaps have gone back to the Lorne and effected an honorable exchange. This particular day, however, was by no means an ordinary occasion. Crombie had made up his mind to take a momentous step, and it was therefore essential that he should appear at his desk exactly on time. He was a clerk in an important engraving company. For several years he had occupied that post without any opportunity having presented itself for a promotion. At the best, even should he rise, what could he expect? To be cashier, perhaps, or possibly, under exceptional circumstances, a confidential private secretary. This prospect did not satisfy him. He was determined to strike for something higher. It will naturally be inferred that he was ambitious. I am not in a position to deny this, but all I can be certain of is that he was in love, which is often about the same thing. Several times at the Lorne he had met in the hallways or in the elevator a young lady who was in no small degree beautiful, and charmed him still more by her generous presence, which conveyed the idea of a harmonious and lovely character. She had light hair and blue eyes, but these outward attributes were joined with a serenity and poise of manner that indicated greater stability than is attributed, as a rule, to individuals of her type. Once he happened to arrive at the main entrance just as his vision of beauty emerged to take her place in a coupe which was waiting by the curbstone. She dropped her card case upon the sidewalk, and Crombie's heart throbbed with delight as he picked it up, gave it to her, and received her smiling thanks for his little service. Another time, as he was descending in the elevator, a door opposite the shaft on the second floor stood open, and he caught a glimpse of the apartment to which it gave access. The room was finished in soft tints and was full of upholstery and hangings that lent it a dim golden atmosphere. In the middle of it stood the young girl, clad in the palest blue, above which her hair shone like a golden cloud on some dim evening sky. Slight occurrences of this sort had affected him. He learned that she was the daughter of Litimer, the rich widowed banker. Her name was Blanche. 2. In these new stout shoes that did not belong to him, Crombie trod with a buoyancy and assurance strongly in contrast with the limp and half-hearted pace to which his old shabby gaiters had formerly inclined him. He rattled down the stairs of the elevated station with an alacrity almost bumptious, and the sharp, confident step that announced his entrance into the company's office made the other clerks quite ashamed of their own want of spirit. He worked at his desk until noon, but when the bells of Trinity rang 12 in solemn music over the busy streets, he dropped his pen, walked with a decisive air the length of the room, and opening a door at the other end, presented himself before Mr. Blatchford, the treasurer, who was also an influential director. "Crombie, eh? Well, what is it? I want to speak with you a moment, sir. Anything important? I'm busy. Yes, sir, quite important. To me. Possibly it may be to you. Fire away then, but cut it short. Mr. Blatchford's dense, well-combed gray side whiskers were directed toward the young man in an aggressive way, as if they had been some sort of weapon. Crombie nonchalantly settled himself in a chair, at ease. I am tired of being a clerk, he said. I'm going to be a director in this company. I guess you're going to be an inmate of a lunatic asylum, Mr. Blatchford remarked with astonished cheerfulness. That seems as unlikely to me as the other thing does to you, said Crombie. Hereupon Mr. Blatchford became sarcastically deferential. And just about when do you propose to become a director? He asked. In the course of a month. The election, I believe, takes place in December. Quite right, said his senior, whose urbanity was meant to be crushing. Meanwhile, you will need leisure to attend to this little matter. Suppose I oblige you by saying that the company has no further need of your services. Suppose you do. What then? Mr. Blatchford gave way to his anger. What then? Why, then you would have to go, that's all. You would be thrown out of employment. You would have to live on your principal as long as there was any, and afterward you would be obliged to find some other work, or beg, or borrow, or— That's enough, said Crombie, rising with dignity. No, it isn't, the treasurer declared, for you don't seem to understand even now. I discharge you, Mr. Crombie, on the company's behalf, and you may leave this office at once. Crombie bowed and went out. I'm going to be a director all the same, he told Mr. Blatchford before he closed the door. Then he collected the few articles that belonged to him from his desk and departed, a free man. He had his future to himself, or else he had no future worth speaking of. He wasn't sure which. Nevertheless, he felt quite happy. Such a result as this had seemed to him in the prospect hardly possible. But now that it had arrived, he was not discomfited. Unbounded courage seemed to rise from the stout soles of the alien boots, percolating through his whole system. He was surprised at himself. He had intended to use more diplomacy with Mr. Blatchford, and it was no joke to him to lose his place. But instead of feeling despondent or going at once in search of new employment, he cheerfully went about making calls on several gentlemen who, he thought, might be induced to aid in his ambitious project. His manner was that of a person sure of his powers and enjoying a well-earned leisure. It had its effect. 2 or 3 stockholders of the company joined in agreeing with him that improved methods could be introduced into its management, and that it would be a good thing to have in the board, say, 2 young, fresh, active men, of whom Crombie, by reason of his experience and training, should be one. I own a little stock, said the deposed clerk, who had taken the precaution to obtain a couple of shares by great effort in saving. Besides, not having any other engrossing interests at present, I could give my whole attention to the company's affairs. Quite so, said the merchant, whom he was addressing comfortably. We must see if we can get together a majority. No time to be lost, you know. No, sir, I shall go right to work, and perhaps you will speak to some of your friends and give me some names. Certainly. Come in again pretty soon, will you? Crombie saw that he had a good foundation to build upon already. Blatchford was not popular, even among the other directors, and sundry stockholders, as well as people having business with the company, had conceived a strong dislike of him on account of his overbearing manners. Therefore, it would not be hard to enlist sympathy for a movement obnoxious to him. But it was imperative that the self-nominated candidate should acquire more of the stock, and to do this, capital must be had. Crombie did not see quite how it was to be got. He had no sufficient influence with the bankers. The afternoon was nearly spent, and he trudged uptown, thinking of the ways and means. But though the problem was far from solved, he still continued in a state of extraordinary buoyancy. Those shoes! He was so much impressed by their comfort and the service they had done him in making a good appearance that he resolved to get a new pair of his own. He stopped and bought them, then kept on toward the lawn, carrying his purchase under his arm without embarrassment. The cold drizzle had ceased, and the sunset came out clear and golden, dipping its bright darts into the shallow pools of wet on the pavement, and somehow mingling with his financial dreams a dream of that fair hair that gave glory to Miss Blanche's face. On regaining his modest apartment, he sent for the boot boy and inquired the whereabouts of his missing shoes. "Couldn't tell you, sir," said the servant. "Pretty near all the men's boots in the house has gone out, you see, and they'll only be coming back just about now. I'll look out for 'em, sir, and nab 'em as soon as they show up." "All right. Whose are these that I've been wearing?" The boy took them, turned them over, and examined them with the eye of a connoisseur in every part. "Them? I should say, sir, them was Mr. Littimer's." Crombie blushed with mortification. Of all the dwellers in the Lorne, this was the very one with whom it was the most embarrassing to have such a complication occur. And yet, strange inconsistency, he had been longing for any accident, no matter how absurd or fantastic, that could bring him some chance of an acquaintance with Blanche. "Take these boots, dry them right away, and give 'em a shine. Then carry them up to Mr. Littimer's rooms." He gave the boy a quarter. He was becoming reckless. Now that he had embarked upon a new career, he perceived the impropriety of a future director in the engraving company going to dine at the Fried Cat, and so resolved to take his dinner in the gorgeous café of the Lorne. While he was waiting for the proper moment to descend thither, he could not get the shoe question out of his mind. Surely the boot boy could not have been so idiotic as to have left that ancient, broken-down pair at Littimer's threshold, and yet it was possible. Crombie felt another flush of humility upon his cheeks. Then he wandered off into reverie upon the multifarious errands of all the pairs of boots and shoes that had gone forth from the great apartment house that day. Patter, 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 tramp, tramp. He imagined he heard them all walking, stamping, shuffling along toward different parts of the city, with many different objects, and sending back significant echoes. Whither had his own ruinous Congress gaiters gone? To what destination which they would never have reached had he been in them? Had they carried their temporary possessor into such worriment and trouble as he himself had often traveled through on their worn but faithful souls? Breaking off from these idle fancies at length, he went down to the café, and there he had the pleasure of dining at a table not far from Blanche Littimer. But to his surprise, she was alone. Her father did not appear during the meal. 3. The fact was that the awful possibility, mere conjecture of which had frightened Crombie, had occurred. Littimer had received the young man's shoes in place of his own. They happened to fit him moderately well, so that he likewise did not notice the exchange until he had started for his office. He believed in walking the entire distance, no matter what the weather, and to this practice he made rare exceptions. But he had not progressed very far before he became annoyed by an unaccustomed intrusion of dampness that threatened him with a cold. He looked down, carefully surveyed the artificial casing of his extremities, and decided to hail the first unoccupied coupe he should meet. It was some time before he found one, and when finally he took his seat in the luxurious little bank parlor at Broad Street, his feet were quite wet. His surprise at this occurrence was doubled when, on taking off the shoes and scrutinizing them more closely, he ascertained that they were the work of his usual maker. What had happened to him? Was he dreaming? It seemed to him that he had gone back many years, that he was a poor young man again, entering upon his first struggle for a foothold in the crowded, selfish, unhomelike metropolis. He remembered the day when he had worn shoes like these. He sent out for an assortment of new ones, from which, with unnecessary lavishness, he chose and kept 3 or 4 pairs. All the rest of the day, nevertheless, those sorry Congress boots of Crombie's, which he had directed his office boy to place beside the soft coal fire for drying, faced him with a sort of haunting look. However much he might be occupied with weightier matters, he could not keep his eyes from straying in that direction, and whenever they rested on that battered right and that way-worn left, turned up in that mute, appealing repose and uselessness at the fender, his thoughts recurred to his early years of trial and poverty. Ah, how greatly he had changed since then! On some accounts he could almost wish that he were poor again. But when he remembered Blanche, he was glad for her sake that he was rich. But if for her sake, why not for others? Perhaps he had been rather selfish, not only about Blanche, but toward her. His conscience began to reproach him. Had he made for her a large life? Since her mother's premature death, had he instilled into her sympathies, tastes, companionships that would make her existence the richer? Had he not kept her too much to himself? On the other hand, he had gratified all her material wants. She could wear what she pleased. She could go where she chose. She had acquaintances of a sort becoming to the daughter of a wealthy man. Yet there was something lacking. What did she know about old, used-up boots and all that pertains to them? What did she know about indigence, real privation, and brave endurance, such as 100,000 fellow creatures all around her were undergoing? Somehow it dawned upon the old banker that if she knew about all these things and had some share in them, albeit only through sympathy and helping, she might be happier, more truly a woman, than she was now. As he sat alone in reverie, he actually heaved a deep sigh. A sigh is often as happy a deliverance as a laugh in this world of sorrows. It was the first that had escaped Litimer in years. Let us say that it was a breathing space which gave him time for reflection. It marked the turning of a leaf. It was the beginning of a new chapter in his life. Before he left the bank, he locked the door of the private parlor and was alone for 2 or 3 minutes. The office boy was greatly puzzled the next morning when he found all the new pairs of shoes ranged intact in the adjoining cupboard. The old ones were missing. Litimer had gone away in them furtively. He was ashamed of his own impulse. This time he resolutely remained afoot instead of hiring a carriage. He dispatched a messenger to Blanche, saying that sudden business would prevent his returning to dinner, and continued indefinitely on his way. Whither? As to that he was by no means certain. He knew only that he must get out of the beaten track, out of the ruts. For an hour or 2 he must cease to be Litimer, the prosperous, moneyed man, and must tread once more the obscure paths through which he had made his way to fortune. He could hardly have explained the prompting which he obeyed. Could it have had anything to do with the treacherous holes in the bottoms of those old shoes? As it chanced, he passed by the Fried Cat, and, dingy though the place was, he felt an irresistible desire to enter it. Seating himself, he ordered the regular dinner of the day. The light was dim, the tablecloth was dirty, the attendance was irregular and distracted. Litimer took 1 sip of the sour wine, which had a flavor resembling vinegar and carmine ink in equal parts, and left the further contents of his bottle untasted. The soup, the stew, and the faded roast that were set before him he could scarcely swallow, but a small cup of coffee at the end of the well-nigh Barmecide repast came in very palatably. In default of prandial attractions, Litimer tried to occupy himself by looking at the people around him. The omnifarious assembly included pale, prim-whiskered young clerks, shabby, lonely, sallow young women, whose sallowness and shabbiness stamped them with the mark of integrity, other females whose spacious splendor was not nearly so reassuring, old men, broken-down men, middle-aged men of every description except the well-to-do. Some of them, Litimer reflected, are no worse than I am, but are any of them really any better? He could not convince himself that they were, yet his sympathies somehow went out toward this motley crowd. It appeared to him very foolish that he should sympathize, but he could not help it. And after all, was the next thought that came to him, are we to give pity to people or withhold it simply because they are better or worse than ourselves? No, there is something more in it than that. Leaving the fried cat abruptly, he betook himself to an acquaintance who he knew was very active in charities, a man who worked practically and gave time to the work. "Do you visit any of your distress cases tonight?" he asked. "Yes, I shall make a few calls," answered the man of charity. "Would you like to go along?" "Very much." So the two started out together. The places they went to were of various kinds and revealed a considerable diversity of misfortune. Sometimes they entered tenement houses of the most wretched character, but in other instances they went to small and cheap but decent lodgings over the shops on West Side avenues, or even penetrated into boarding houses of such good appearance that the banker was surprised to find his friend's mission carrying them thither. All the cases, however, had been studied and were vouched for, and several were those of young men and women having employment, but temporarily disabled and without friends who could help them. "You do well to help these beginners at critical times," said the banker with satisfaction. "I take a special interest in them." It was almost the same as if he were receiving relief himself. Who knows? Perhaps he was, but to the outward eye it appeared merely that, with his friend's sanction, he was dispensing money and offers of goodwill to the needy. What a strange freak it was, though, in Litimer. He kept on with the work until quite late in the evening, regardless of the risk he ran by continuing out of doors when so ill shod. I think he had some idea in his mind that he was performing an act of penance. 4. Having waited a reasonable length of time after dinner, Crombie again left his room, resolved to make a call upon Mr. Litimer on the plea of apologizing for having marched away with his shoes. He would not run the risk by sending his card of being denied as a stranger, so, notwithstanding much hesitation and tremor, he approached the door which he had once seen standing open, and knocked. A voice which he now heard for the second time in his life, but which was so sweet and crept so naturally into the center of his heart that the thought of it seemed always to have been there, answered, "Come in," and he did come in. Is your father at home?" It seemed to bring him a little nearer to her to say, "Your father." Blanche had risen from the chair where she was reading and looked very much surprised. "Oh," she exclaimed with girlish simplicity, "I thought it was the waiter." No, he hasn't come home yet." "I beg pardon. Then perhaps I'd better call later." Crombie made a feeble movement toward withdrawal. "Did you want to see him on business? Who shall I tell him?" "Mr. Crombie, please. It's nothing very important." "Oh," said Blanche with a little blush at her own deception. "Haven't I seen you in the house before? Are you staying here?" She remembered distinctly the incident of the card case and how very nice she had thought him, both on that occasion and every time she had seen him. But as for him, his heart sank at the vague impersonality with which she seemed to regard him. "Yes, I'm here, and can easily come in again." "I expect my father almost any moment," she said. "Would you like to wait?" What an absurd question to one in his frame of mind. Well, really, it is such a very small matter, he began, examining his hat attentively. Then he glanced up at her again and smiled. I only wanted to make an apology. An apology? Echoed Blanche, becoming rather more distant. Oh dear, I'm very sorry, I'm sure. I didn't know there'd be any trouble. She began to look anxious and turned her eyes upon the smoldering fire in the grate. So this was to be the end of her pleasant, cheerful reveries about this nice young man. And the reveries had been more frequent than she had been aware of until now. There has been no trouble, he assured her eagerly. Just a little mistake that occurred, and in fact I was hardly responsible for it. Blanche's eyes began to twinkle with a new and amusing interpretation. Ah, she cried, are you the gentleman who... Then she stopped short. Crombie was placed in an unexpected embarrassment. How could he possibly drag into his conversation with this lovely young creature so commonplace and vulgar a subject as shoe leather? Ignoring her unfinished question, he asked, Do you know, Miss Littimer, whether one of the servants here has brought up anything for your father? That is, a parcel, a pair of shoes? Blanche broke in, her eyes dancing, while her lips parted in a smile. Yes, that's what I meant. They came up just after dinner, Blanche returned. Then you are the gentleman. I'm afraid I am, Crombie owned, and they both laughed. Blanche quietly, and with no apparent intention, resumed her chair, and this time Crombie took a seat without waiting to be invited again. Thus they fell to talking in the friendliest way. I can't imagine what has become of Papa, said Blanche. He sent word in the most mysterious manner that he had an engagement, and it is so unusual. Perhaps it's something about the new house he's building, uptown, you know. Dear me, it does make so much trouble, and I don't believe I shall like it half as well as these little cozy rooms. The little cozy rooms were as the abode of giants compared with Crombie's contracted quarters, but he drew comfort from what she said, thinking how such sentiments might make it possible to win even so unattainable an heiress into some modest home of his own. You don't know till you try it, he replied. Just think of having a place all to yourself, belonging to you. Blanche lifted her eyebrows, and a little sigh escaped her. She was reflecting, perhaps, that a place all to herself would be rather lonely. You have never met my father? She asked. No, I have seen him. Well, I think you will like him when you know him. I don't doubt it, Crombie exclaimed with fervor, worshipping the very furniture that surrounded Blanche. I hope we may become better acquainted. Only I think, Mr. Crombie, he will owe you an apology now. Why? For keeping your shoes out so late. My shoes? Said the young man in vehement surprise. Why, yes. Didn't you know they came to him? The porter said so. Crombie grew red with the sense of his disgrace in having his poverty-stricken boots come to the knowledge of the banker. Really, his mortification was so great that the accident seemed to him to put an end to all his hopes of further relations with Blanche and her father. Oh, I assure you, he said, rising, that makes no difference at all. I'm sorry I mentioned the matter. Pray tell Mr. Littimer not to think of it. I believe I better go now, Miss Littimer. Blanche rose too, and Crombie was on the point of bowing a good night when the door opened and a weary figure presented itself on the threshold. The figure of a short man with a spare face and whiskers in which gray mingled with the sandy tint. He had a pinched, half-growling expression, was draped in a light, draggled overcoat, and carried an umbrella, the ribs of which hung loose around the stick. "There's Papa this moment," cried Blanche. Crombie perceived that escape was impossible, and in a few words the reason of his presence there was made known to the old gentleman. Litimer examined the visitor swiftly from head to foot, especially the foot. He advanced to the fire, toasted first one and then the other of the damp gaiters he had on, and at length broke out in a tone bordering on reproach. "So you are the owner, are you? Then my sympathy has all been wasted. Why, I supposed from the condition of these machines that I've been lugging around with me half the day that you must be in the greatest distress. And lo and behold, I find you a young fellow in prime health, spruce and trim, doing well, I should say, and perfectly happy." "I can't help that, sir," retorted Crombie, nettled but speaking with respect. "I confess I was very happy until a moment or two ago." "What do you mean by that?" the other demanded with half-yielding pugnacity. "Till I came in? Is that the idea?" "Oh, Papa," said Blanche softly. "Well, Honeybee, what's the matter?" her father asked, trying to be gruff. "Can't I say what I like here?" But he surrendered at once by adding, "You may be sure I don't want to offend anyone. Sit down, Mr. Crombie, and wait just a few moments while I go into the other room and rejuvenate my hoofs, so to speak, for I fear I've made a donkey of myself." He disappeared into an adjoining room with Blanche, who there informed him artlessly of Crombie's consideration and attentiveness in restoring the errant shoes. When they came back, Litimer insisted upon having the young man remain a little longer and drink a glass of port with him. Before taking his departure, however, Crombie, who felt free to speak since Blanche had retired, made a brief statement in satisfaction of conscience. "You hinted," he said, "that you judged me to be doing well. I don't want to leave you with a false impression. The truth is, I am not doing well. I have no money to speak of, and today I lost the position on which I depended." "You don't tell me." Litimer's newly roused charitable impulses came to the fore. "Why, now you begin to be really interesting, Mr. Crombie." "Thanks," said Crombie. "I'm not ambitious to interest people in that way. I told you only because I thought it fair." "Don't be touchy, my dear sir," answered the banker. "I meant what I said. Come, let's see what can be done. Have you any scheme in view?" "Yes, I have," said Crombie with decision. Litimer gave a grunt. He was afraid of people with schemes, and was disappointed with the young man's want of helplessness. Dependence would have been an easier thing to deal with. "Well," said he, "we must talk it over. Come and see me at the bank tomorrow. You know the address. 5. The next day Crombie called at the bank, but Litimer was not there. He was not very well, it was said, had not come downtown. Crombie did what he could toward organizing his fight for a directorship, and then returned to the Lorne, where he punctually inquired after Mr. Litimer's health, and learned that the banker's ardor in making the rounds among distressed people the night before had been followed by reaction into a bad cold, with some threat of pneumonia. Blanche was plainly anxious. The attack lasted 3 or 4 days, and Crombie, though the affair of the directorship was pressing for attention, could not forbear to remain as near as possible to Blanche, offering every aid within his power so far as he might without overstepping the lines of his very recent acquaintance. But the Litimers did not, according to his observation, number any very intimate companions in their circle, or at least had not many friends who would be assiduous in such an emergency. Perhaps their friends were too busy with social engagements. Consequently, he saw a good deal of Blanche, and became to her an object of reliance. Well, it was simply one of those things that happen only in fairy tales, or in romances, or in real life. Litimer recovered without any serious illness, and after a brief conference with Crombie, entered heartily into the young man's campaign. Crombie showed him just what combinations could be formed, how success could be achieved, and what lucrative results might be made to ensue. He conquered by figures and by lucid common sense. Litimer agreed to buy a number of shares in the engraving company, which he happened to know could be purchased, and to advance Crombie a good sum with which to procure a portion of the same lot. But before this agreement could be consummated, Crombie, with his usual frankness, said to the banker, "I will conceal nothing from you, Mr. Litimer. I fell in love with Blanche before I knew her, and if this venture of mine succeeds, I shall ask her to become my wife." "Let us attend to business," said Litimer, severely. "Sentiment can take care of itself." Their maneuver went on so vigorously that Blatchford became alarmed and sent an ambassador to arrange a compromise. But by this time Crombie had determined to oust Blatchford himself and elect an entirely new set of men to compose more than half the board and so control everything. He succeeded. But Litimer did not forget the charitable enthusiasm which had been awakened by a circumstance on the surface so trivial as the mistake of a boot boy. He did not desist from his interest in aiding disabled or unfortunate people who could really be aided. Some time after Crombie had achieved his triumph in the engraving company and had repaid Litimer's loan, he was admitted to a share in the banking business, and eventually the head of the house was able to give a great deal of attention to perfecting his benevolent plans. When the details of their wedding were under discussion, Crombie said to Blanche, "Oughtn't we to have an old shoe thrown after the carriage as we drive away?" She smiled, looked him full in the eyes with a peculiar tenderness in which there was a bright, delicious sparkle of humor. "No, old shoes are much too useful to be wasted that way." Somehow she had possessed herself of that particular providential pair, and though I don't want anybody to laugh at my two friends, I must risk saying that I suspect Mrs. Crombie of preserving it somewhere to this day, in the big new house uptown. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Short Story Classics American, Volume 2 by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doug Lamb. Short Story Classics American, Volume 2 by Various. The Denver Express by A. Hayes. Part 1, Chapter 1. Anyone who has seen an outward bound clipper ship getting underway and heard the shanty songs sung by the sailors as they toiled at capstan and halyards will probably remember that rhymeless but melodious refrain. I'm bound to see its muddy waters, yo-ho, that rolling river. Bound to see its muddy waters, yo-ho, the wild Missouri. Only a happy inspiration could have impelled Jack to apply the adjective wild to that ill-behaved and disreputable river, which, tipsily bearing its enormous burden of mud from the far northwest, totters, reels, runs its tortuous course for hundreds on hundreds of miles, and which, encountering the lordly and thus far well-behaved Mississippi at Alton, and forcing its company upon this splendid river, as if some drunken fellow should lock arms with a dignified pedestrian, contaminates it all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. At a certain point on the banks of this river, or rather as it has the habit of abandoning and destroying said banks, at a safe distance therefrom, there's a town from which a railroad takes its departure for its long climb up the natural incline of the Great Plains to the base of the mountains. Hence the importance to this town of the large but somewhat shabby building serving as a terminal station. In its smoky interior, late in the evening and not very long ago, a train was nearly ready to start. It was a train possessing a certain consideration. For the benefit of a public easily gulled and enamored of grandiloquent terms, it was advertised as the Denver Fast Express, sometimes with strange unfitness as the Lightning Express. Elegant and palatial cars were declared to be included therein, and its departure was one of the great events of the 24 hours in the country round about. A local poet described it in the live paper of the town, cribbing from an old Eastern magazine and passing off as original the lines, "Again we stepped into the street, a train came thundering by, drawn by the snorting iron steed, swifter than eagles fly. Rumbled the wheels, the whistles shrieked, far rolled the smoky cloud. Echoed the hills, the valleys shook, the flying forests bowed." The trainmen, on the other hand, used no fine phrases. They called it simply Number 17, and when it started, said it had pulled out. On the evening in question, there it stood, nearly ready. Just behind the great hissing locomotive with its parabolic headlight and its coal-laden tender came the baggage, mail, and express cars. Then the passenger coaches, in which the social condition of the occupants seemed to be in inverse ratio to their distance from the engine. First came immigrants, honest miners, cowboys, and laborers, Irishmen, Germans, Welshmen, Mennonites from Russia, quaint of garb and speech, and Chinamen. Then came long cars full of people of better station, and last the great Pullman sleepers in which the busy black porters were making up the berths for well-to-do travelers of diverse nationalities and occupations. It was a curious study for a thoughtful observer, this motley crowd of human beings sinking all differences of race, creed, and habits in the common purpose to move westward, to the mountain fastness, the sage-brush deserts, and the Golden Gate. The warning bell had sounded, and the fireman leaned far out for the signal. The gong struck sharply. The conductor shouted, "All aboard!" and raised his hand. The tired ticket seller shut his window, and the train moved out of the station, gathered way as it cleared the outskirts of the town, rounded a curve, entered on an absolutely straight line, and with one long whistle from the engine, settled down to its work. Through the night hours it sped on, past lonely ranches and infrequent stations, by and across shallow streams fringed with cottonwood trees, over the greenish-yellow buffalo grass near an old trail where many a poor immigrant, many a bold frontiersman, many a brave soldier had laid his bones but a short time before. Familiar as they may be, there is something strangely impressive about all-night journeys by rail, and those forming part of an American transcontinental trip are almost weird. From the windows of a night express in Europe or the older portions of the United States, one looks on houses and lights, cultivated fields, fences and hedges, and hurled as he may be through the darkness, he has a sense of companionship and semi-security. Far different is it when the long train is running over those two rails which, seen before night set in, seem to meet on the horizon. Within all is as if between two great seaboard cities, the neatly dressed people, the uniformed officials, the handsome fittings, the various appliances for comfort. Without are now long dreary levels, now deep and wild canyons, now an environment of strange and grotesque rock formations, castles, battlements, churches, statues. The antelope fleetly runs, and the coyote skulks away from the track, and the gray wolf howls afar off. It is for all the world, to one's fancy, as if a bit of civilization, a family or community, its belongings and surroundings complete, were flying through the regions barbarous and inhospitable. From the cab of engine number 32, the driver of the Denver Express saw, showing faintly in the early morning, the buildings grouped about the little station 10 miles ahead, where breakfast awaited his passengers. He looked at his watch. He had just 20 minutes in which to run the distance as he had run it often before. Something, however, traveled faster than he. From the smoky station out of which the train passed the night before, along the slender wire stretched on rough poles at the side of the track, a spark of that mysterious something which we call electricity flashed at the moment he returned the watch to his pocket. And in 5 minutes' time the station master came out on the platform a little more thoughtful than his wont, and looked eastward for the smoke of the train. With but 3 of the passengers in that train has this tale especially to do, and they were all in the new and comfortable Pullman city of Cheyenne. One was a tall, well-made man of about 30, blond, blue-eyed, bearded, straight, sinewy, alert. Of all in the train, he seemed the most thoroughly at home, and the respectful greeting of the conductor as he passed through the car marked him as an officer of the road. Such was he. Henry Sinclair, assistant engineer, quite famed on the line, high in favor with the directors, and a rising man in all ways. It was known on the road that he was expected in Denver, and there were rumors that he was to organize the parties for the survey of an important extension. Beside him sat his pretty young wife. She was a New Yorker, one could tell at first glance, from the feather of her little bonnet matching the gray traveling dress, to the tips of her dainty boots, and one, too, at whom old Fifth Avenue promenaders would have turned to look. She had a charming figure, brown hair, hazel eyes, and an expression at once kind, intelligent, and spirited. She had cheerfully left a luxurious home to follow the young engineer's fortunes, and it was well known that those fortunes had been materially advanced by her tact and cleverness. The third passenger in question had just been in conversation with Sinclair, and the latter was telling his wife of their curious meeting. Entering the toilet room at the rear of the car, he said he had begun his ablutions by the side of another man, and it was as they were sluicing their faces with water that he heard the cry, "Why, Major, is that you? Just to think of meeting you here." A man of about 28 years of age, slight, muscular, wiry, had seized his wet hand and was wringing it. He had black eyes, keen and bright, swarthy complexion, black hair, and a mustache. A keen observer might have seen about him some signs of a je ne sais orageux, but his manner was frank and pleasing. Sinclair looked him in the face, puzzled for a moment. "Don't you remember Foster?" asked the man. "Of course I do," replied Sinclair. "For a moment I could not place you. Where have you been, and what have you been doing?" "Oh," replied Foster, laughing, I've braced up and turned over a new leaf. I'm a respectable member of society and have a place in the express company, and am going to Denver to take charge." "I'm very glad to hear it, and you must tell me your story when we have had our breakfast." The pretty young woman was just about to ask who Foster was when the speed of the train slackened, and the brakeman opened the door of the car and cried out in stentorian tones, "Pawnee Junction, 20 minutes for refreshments." Chapter 2. When the celebrated Rocky Mountain gold excitement broke out more than 20 years ago, and people painted "Pike's Peak or Bust" on the canvas covers of their wagons and started for the diggings, they established a trail or a trace leading in the southwesterly direction from the old one to California. At a certain point on this trail, a frontiersman named Barker had built a forlorn ranch house and corral and offered what is conveniently called entertainment for man and beast. For years he lived there, dividing his time between fighting the Indians and feeding the passing immigrants and their stock. Then the first railroad to Denver was built, taking another route from the Missouri, and Barker's occupation was gone. He retired with his gains to St. Louis and lived in comfort. Years passed on, and the extension over which our train is to pass was planned. The old pioneers were excellent natural engineers, and their successors could find no better route than they had chosen. Thus it was that Barker's became, during the construction period, an important point, and the frontiersman's name came to figure on timetables. Meanwhile, the place passed through a process of evolution which would have delighted Darwin. In the party of engineers which first camped there was Sinclair, and it was by his advice that the contractors selected it for division headquarters. Then came drinking saloons and gambling houses alike, the inevitable concomitant and bane of Western settlements. Then scattered houses and shops and a shabby so-called hotel in which the letting of miserable rooms divided from each other by canvas partitions was wholly subordinated to the business of the bar. Before long, Barker's had acquired a worse reputation than even other towns of its type. The abnormal and uncanny aggregations of squalor and vice which dotted the plains in those days. And it was at its worst when Sinclair returned thither and took up his quarters in the engineering building. The passion for gambling was raging, and to pander thereto were collected as choice a lot of desperadoes as ever stacked cards or loaded dice. It came to be noticed that they were on excellent terms with a man called Jeff Johnson, who was lessee of the hotel, and to be suspected that said Johnson, in local parlance, stood in with them. With this man had come to Barker's his daughter Sara, commonly known as Sally, a handsome girl with a straight, lithe figure, fine features, reddish auburn hair, and dark blue eyes. It is but fair to say that even the toughs of a place like Barker's show some respect for the other sex, and Miss Sally's case was no exception to the rule. The male population admired her. They said she put on heaps of style, but none of them had seemed to make any progress in her good graces. On a pleasant afternoon, just after the track had been laid some miles west of Barker's, and construction trains were running with some regularity to and from the end thereof, Sinclair sat on the rude veranda of the engineer's quarters, smoking his well-colored meerschaum and looking at the sunset. The atmosphere had been so clear during the day that glimpses were had of Long's and Pike's Peaks, and as the young engineer gazed at the gorgeous cloud display, he was thinking of the miner's quaint and pathetic idea that the dead, quote, go over the range, end quote. "Nice looking, ain't it, Major?" asked a voice at his elbow, and he turned to see one of the contractor's officials taking a seat near him. "More than nice looking to my mind, Sam," he replied. "What's the news today?" Nothing much. There's a sight of talk about the doings of them Faro and Keno sharps. The boys is getting kind of riled, for they allow the game ain't on the square worth a cent. Some of 'em down to the tie camp was talking about a vigilance committee, and I wouldn't be surprised if they meant business. Hey, you heard about that young feller that come in a week ago from Laramie and set up a new faro bank? No. What about him? Well, you see, he's a fella that's got a lot of sand and ain't afeard of nobody, and he's allowed to have the deal to his place on the square every time. According to my idea, gambling's about the worst racket a fella can work. But it takes all sorts of men to make a world, and if the boys is bound to have a game, I calculate that they'd like to patronize his bank. That's made the old crowd mighty mad. They're talking about putting up a job of cheating on him and then stringing him up. Besides, I kind of think there's some cussed jealousy on another lays comes in. You see, the young fella, Cyrus Foster's his name, is sweet on that gal of Jeff Johnson's. Jeff was to Laramie before he come here, and Foster knowed Sally up there. I allow he moved here to see her. Well, hello, if there they ain't a-comin' now. Down a path leading from the town, past the railroad buildings and well on the prairie, Sinclair saw the girl walking with the young feller. He was talking earnestly to her, and her eyes were cast down. She looked pretty, and in a way graceful, and there was in her attire a noticeable attempt at neatness and a faint reminiscence of bygone fashions. A smile came to Sinclair's lips as he thought of a couple walking up Fifth Avenue during his leave of absence not many months before, and of a letter many times read lying at that moment in his breast pocket. "Papa's bark is worse than his bite," ran one of its sentences. "Of course, he does not like the idea of my leaving him and going away to such dreadful and remote places as Denver and Omaha, and I don't know what else. But he will not oppose me in the end, and when you come on again—" "By thunder!" exclaimed Sam. "If there ain't one of them cussed sharps a-watching him." Sure enough, a rough-looking fellow, his hat pulled over his eyes, half concealed behind a pile of lumber, was casting a sinister glance toward the pair. "The gal's well enough," continued Sam, "but I don't take a cent's worth of stock in that there father of hern. He's in with them sharps, sure, Pop, and it don't suit his book to have Foster hanging around. It's 10-1 he sent that cuss to watch him. Well, there'd be a queer lot, and I'm afeard there's plenty of trouble ahead amongst 'em. Good luck to you, Major." And he pushed back his chair and walked away. After breakfast next morning, when Sinclair was sitting at the table in his office, busy with maps and plans, the door was thrown open, and Foster, panting for breath, ran in. "Major Sinclair," he said, speaking with difficulty, "I've no claim on you, but I ask you to protect me. The other gamblers are going to hang me. They're more than 10-1. They'll track me here unless you harbor me. I'm a dead man." Sinclair rose from his chair in a second and walked to the window. A party of men were approaching the building. He turned to Foster. "I do not like your trade," said he, "but I will not see you murdered if I can help it. You are welcome here." Foster said, "Thank you," stood still a moment, and then began to pace the room, rapidly clenching his hands, his whole frame quivering, his eyes flashing fire. For all the world, Sinclair said in telling the story afterward, like a fierce, caged tiger. My God, he muttered with concentrated intensity, to be trapped like this. Sinclair stepped quickly to the door of his bedroom and motioned Foster to enter. Then there came a knock at the outer door, and he opened it and stood on the threshold, erect and firm. Half a dozen toughs faced him. Major, said the spokesman, we want that man. You cannot have him, boys. Major, we're going to take him. You had better not try, said Sinclair, with perfect ease and self-possession and in a pleasant voice. I have given him shelter, and you can only get him over my dead body. Of course, you can kill me, but you won't do even that without one or two of you going down. And then you know perfectly well, boys, what will happen. You know that if you lay your finger on a railroad man, it's all up with you. There are 500 men in the Thai camp, not 5 miles away, and you don't need to be told that in less than 1 hour after they get word, there won't be a piece of one of you big enough to bury. The men made no reply. They looked him straight in the eyes for a moment. Had they seen a sign of flinching, they might have risked the issue, but there was none. With muttered curses, they slunk away. Sinclair shut and bolted the door, then opened the one leading to the bedroom. Foster, he said, the train will pass here in half an hour. Have you money enough? Plenty, Major. Very well. Keep perfectly quiet, and I will try to get you safely off. He went to an adjoining room and called Sam, the contractor's man. He took in the situation at a glance. Well, Foster, said he, kind of close call for you, weren't it? Guess you'd better be getting up and getting pretty lively. The train boys will take you through, and you can come back when this racket's worked out. Sinclair glanced at his watch. Then he walked to the window and looked out. On a small mesa, or elevated plateau, commanding the path to the railroad, he saw a number of men with rifles. Just as I suspected, said he. Sam, ask one of the boys to go down to the track, and when the train arrives, tell the conductor to come here. In a few minutes, the whistle was heard, and the conductor entered the building. Receiving his instructions, he returned, and immediately on engine, tender, and platform appeared the trainmen with their rifles covering the group on the bluff. Sinclair put on his hat. Now, Foster, said he, we have no time to lose. Take Sam's arm and mine and walk between us. The trio left the building and walked deliberately to the railroad. Not a word was spoken. Besides the men in sight on the train, two behind the window blinds of one passenger coach and unseen, kept their fingers on the triggers of their repeating carbines. It seemed a long time, counted by anxious seconds, until Foster was safe in the coach. All ready, conductor, said Sinclair. Now, Foster, goodbye. I'm not good at lecturing, but if I were you, I would make this the turning point in my life. Foster was much moved. I will do it, Major, said he, and I shall never forget what you have done for me today. I'm sure we shall meet again. With another shriek from the whistle, the train started. Sinclair and Sam saw the men quietly returning the firearms to their places as it gathered way. Then they walked back to their quarters. The men on the mesa, balked of their purpose, had withdrawn. Sam accompanied Sinclair to his door and then sententiously remarked, Major, I think I'll light out and find some of the boys. You ain't got no call to know anything about it, but I allow it's about time them cusses was bounced. 3 nights after this, a powerful party of vigilantes, stern and inexorable, made a raid on all the gambling dens, broke the tables and apparatus, and conducted the men to a distance from the town, where they left them with an emphatic and concise warning as to the consequences of any attempt to return. An exception was made in Jeff Johnson's case, but only for the sake of his daughter, for it was found that many a little game had been carried on in his house. Ere long he found it convenient to sell his business and retire to a town some miles to the eastward, where the railroad influence was not as strong as at Barker's. At about this time, Sinclair made his arrangements to go to New York with the pleasant prospect of marrying the young lady in Fifth Avenue. In due time he arrived at Barker's with his young and charming wife and remained for some days. The changes were astounding. Commonplace responsibility had replaced abnormal lawlessness. A neat station stood where had been the rough contractors' buildings. At a New Windsor, or was it a Brunswick, the performance of the kitchen contrasted sadly. Alas, how common is such contrast in these regions, with the promise of the menu. There was a tawdry theater, yclept Academy of Music, and there was not much to choose in the way of ugliness between 2 meeting houses. "Upon my word, my dear," said Sinclair to his wife, "I ought to be ashamed to say it, but I prefer Barker's au naturel." One evening, just before the young people left the town, and as Mrs. Sinclair sat alone in her room, the frowsy waitress announced "a lady," and was requested to bid her enter. A woman came with timid mien into the room, sat down as invited, and removed her veil. Of course the young bride had never known Sally Johnson, the whilom belle of Barker's, but her husband would have noticed at a glance how greatly she was changed from the girl who walked with Foster past the engineer's quarters. It would be hard to find a more striking contrast than was presented by the 2 women as they sat facing each other, the one in the flush of health and beauty, calm, sweet, self-possessed, the other still retaining some of the shabby finery of old days, but pale and haggard, with black rings under her eyes and a pathetic air of humiliation. "Mrs. Sinclair," she hurriedly began, "you do not know me, nor the like of me. I've got no right to speak to you, but I couldn't help it. Oh, please believe me, I am not real downright bad. I'm Sally Johnson, daughter of a man whom they drove out of town. My mother died when I was little, and I never had a show. And folks think, because I live with my father, and he makes me know the crowd he travels with, that I must be in with them and be of their sort. I never had a woman speak a kind word to me, and I've had so much trouble that I'm just drove wild and like to kill myself. And then I was at the station when you came in, and I saw your sweet face and the kind look in your eyes, and it came in my heart that I'd speak to you if I died for it." She leaned eagerly forward, her hands nervously closing on the back of a chair. "I suppose your husband never told you of me. Like enough he never knew me, but I'll never forget him as long as I live. When he was here before, there was a young man," here a faint color came in the wan cheeks, "who was fond of me, and I thought the world of him. And my father was down on him, and the men that father was in with wanted to kill him, and Mr. Sinclair saved his life. He's gone away, and I've waited and waited for him to come back, and perhaps I'll never see him again. But, oh, dear lady, I'll never forget what your husband did. He's a good man, and he deserves the love of a dear, good woman like you, and if I dared, I'd pray for you both, night and day." She stopped suddenly and sank back in her seat, pale as before, as if frightened by her own emotion. Mrs. Sinclair had listened with sympathy and increasing interest. "My poor girl," she said, speaking tenderly. She had a lovely, soft voice, and with slightly heightened color, "I'm delighted that you came to see me, and that my husband was able to help you. Tell me, can we not do more for you? I do not for one moment believe you can be happy with your present surroundings. Can we not assist you to leave them?" The girl rose, sadly, shaking her head. "I thank you for your words," she said. "I don't suppose I'll ever see you again, but I'll say, God bless you." She caught Miss Sinclair's hand, pressed it to her lips, and was gone. Sinclair found his wife very thoughtful when he came home, and he listened with much interest to her story. "Poor girl," said he. "Foster is the man to help her. I wonder where he is. I must inquire about him." The next day they proceeded on their way to San Francisco, and matters drifted on at Barker's much as before. Johnson had, after an absence of some months, come back and lived without molestation amid the shifting population. Now and then, too, some of the older residents fancied they recognized, under slouched sombreros, the faces of some of his former crowd about the ranchman's home, as his gaudy saloon was called. Late on the very evening on which this story opens, and they had been making up the Denver Express in the train house on the Missouri, Jim Watkins, agent and telegrapher at Barker's, was sitting in his little office, communicating with the station rooms by the ticket window. Jim was a cool, silent, efficient man, and not much given to talk about such episodes in his past life as the wiping out by Indians of the construction party to which he belonged, and his own rescue by the scouts. He was smoking an old and favorite pipe and talking with one of the boys whose head appeared at the wicket. On a seat in his station sat a woman in a black dress and veil, apparently waiting for a train. "Got a heap of letters and telegrams there, ain't you, Jim?" remarked the man at the window. "Yes," replied Jim. "They're for Engineer Sinclair, to be delivered to him when he passes through here. He left on number 17 tonight." The inquirer did not notice the sharp start of the woman near him. "Is that good-looking wife of his a-comin' with him?" asked he. "Yes, there are letters for her, too." "Well, good night, Jim. See you later." And he went out. The woman suddenly rose and ran to the window. "Mr. Watkins," cried she, "can I see you for a few moments, where no one can interrupt us? It's a matter of life and death." She clutched the sill with her thin hands, and her voice trembled. Watson recognized Sally Johnson in a moment. He unbolted a door, motioned her to enter, closed and again bolted it, and also closed the ticket window. Then he pointed to a chair, and the girl sat down and leaned eagerly forward. "If they knew I was here," she said in a hoarse whisper, "my life wouldn't be safe 5 minutes. I was waiting to tell you a terrible story. Then I heard who was on the train due here tomorrow night. Mr. Watkins, don't, for God's sake, ask me how I found out, but I hope to die if I ain't telling you the living truth. They're going to wreck that train, number 17, at Dead Man's Crossing, 15 miles east, and rob the passengers and the express car. It's the worst gang in the country. Perry's. They're going to throw the train off the track, The passengers will be maimed and killed, and Mr. Sinclair and his wife on the cars. Oh, my God, Mr. Watkins, send them warning." She stood upright, her face deadly pale, her hands clasped. Watkins walked deliberately to the railroad map, which hung on the wall, and scanned it. Then he resumed his seat, laid his pipe down, fixed his eyes on the girl's face, and began to question her. At the same time, his right hand, with which he had held the pipe, found its way to the telegraph key. None but an expert could have distinguished any change in the clicking of the instrument, which had been almost incessant. But Watkins had called the head office on the Missouri. In 2 minutes, the sounder rattled out, "All right. What is it?" Watkins went on with his questions, his eyes still fixed on the poor girl's face, and all the time his fingers, as it were, playing with the key. If he were imperturbable, so was not a man sitting at a receiving instrument nearly 500 miles away. He had taken but a few words when he jumped from his chair and cried, "Shut that door, and call the superintendent, and be quick. Charlie, brace up, lively, and come and write this out." With his wonderful electric pen, the handle several hundreds of miles long, Watkins, unknown to his interlocutor, was printing in the Morse alphabet this startling message. Information received. Perry gang going to throw number 17 off track near X mile post. This division about 9 tomorrow, Thursday night. Kill passengers and rob express and mail. Am alone here. No chance to verify story, but believe it to be on square. Better make arrangements from your end to block game. No sheriff here now. Answer. The superintendent, responding to the hasty summons, heard the message before the clerk had time to write it out. His lips were closely compressed as he put his own hand on the key and sent these laconic sentences. "Okay. Keep perfectly dark. Will manage from this end." Watkins, at Barker's, rose from his seat, opened the door a little way, saw that the station was empty, and then said to the girl, brusquely but kindly, "Sally, you've done the square thing and saved that train. I'll take care that you don't suffer and that you get well paid. Now come home with me, and my wife will look out for you." "Oh, no," cried the girl, shrinking back. I must run away. You're mighty kind, but I daren't go with you." Detecting a shade of doubt in his eye, she added, Don't be afeard. I'll die before they know I've given them away to you." And then she disappeared in the darkness. At the other end of the wire, the superintendent had quietly impressed secrecy on his operator and clerk, ordered his fast mare harnessed, and gone to his private office. "Read that," he said to his secretary. "It was about time for some trouble of this kind, and now I'm going to let Uncle Sam take care of his mails. If I don't get to the reservation before the general's turned in, I shall have to wake him up. Wait for me, please." The gray mare made the 6 miles to the military reservation in just half an hour. The general was smoking his last cigar and was alert in an instant, and before the superintendent had finished his jorum of hot scotch hospitably tendered, the orders had gone by wire to the commanding officer at the fort, some distance east of Barker's, and been duly acknowledged. Returning to the station, the superintendent remarked to the waiting secretary, "The general's all right. Of course, we can't tell that this is not a sale, but if those Perry hounds mean business, they'll get all the fight they want, and if they've got any souls, which I doubt, May the Lord have mercy on them. He prepared several dispatches, 2 of which were as follows. Mr. Henry Sinclair, on number 17, Pawnee Junction. This telegram your authority to take charge of train on which you are, and demand obedience of all officials and trainsmen on road. Please do so and act in accordance with information wired station agent at Pawnee Junction. To the station agent, reported Perry gang will try, wreck, and rob number 17 near Xth Mile Post, Denver Division, about 9 Thursday night. Troops will await train at fort. Car ordered ready for them. Keep everything secret and act in accordance with orders of Mr. Sinclair. It's worth about $10,000, sententiously remarked he. That Sinclair's on that train. He's got both sand and brains. Good night. And he went to bed and slept the sleep of the just. End of section 13.
Section number 14 of Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Story Classics, American, Volume 2, by Various. The Denver Express, by A.A. Hayes.
Part 2.
3. The sun never shone more brightly, and the air was never more clear and bracing than when Sinclair helped his wife off the train at Pawnee Junction. The station master's face fell as he saw the lady, but he saluted the engineer with as easy an air as he could assume, and watched for an opportunity to speak to him alone. Sinclair read the dispatches with an unmoved countenance, and after a few minutes' reflection, simply said, "All right, be sure to keep the matter perfectly quiet." At breakfast, he was distrait, so much so that his wife asked him what was the matter. Taking her aside, he at once showed her the telegrams. "You see my duty," he said. "My only thought is about you, my dear child. Will you stay here?" She simply replied, looking into his face without a tremor, "My place is with you." Then the conductor called all aboard, and the train once more started. Sinclair asked Foster to join him in the smoking compartment and tell him the promised story, which the latter did. His rescue at Barker's, he frankly and gratefully said, had been the turning point in his life. In brief, he had sworn off from gambling and drinking, had found honest employment, and was doing well. "I've 2 things to do now, Major," he added. "First, I must show my gratitude to you, and next," he hesitated a little, "I want to find that poor girl that I left behind at Barker's. She was engaged to marry me, and when I came to think of it, and what a life I'd have made her lead, I hadn't the heart till now to look for her. But seeing I'm on the right track, I'm going to find her, and get her to come with me. Her father's an old scoundrel, but that ain't her fault, and I ain't going to marry him." "Foster?" quietly asked Sinclair. "Do you know the Perry gang?" The man's brow darkened. "Know them?" said he. "I know them much too well. Perry is an ungodly, a cutthroat as ever killed an emigrant in cold blood, and he's got in his gang nearly all those hounds that tried to hang me. Why do you ask, Major?" Sinclair handed him the dispatches. "You are the only man on the train to whom I have shown them," said he. Foster read them slowly, his eyes lighting up as he did so. "Looks as if it was true," said he. "Let me see. Fort. Yes, that's the infantry. 2 of their boys were killed at Sydney last summer by some of the same gang, and the regiment's sworn vengeance. Major, if this story's on the square, that crowd's goose is cooked, and don't you forget it. I say, you must give me a hand in. Foster, said Sinclair, I'm going to put responsibility on your shoulders. I have no doubt that if we be attacked, the soldiers will dispose of the gang, but I must take all possible precautions for the safety of the passengers. We must not alarm them. They can be made to think that the troops are going on a scout, and only a certain number of resolute men need to be told what we expect. Can you, late this afternoon, go through the cars and pick them out? I will then put you in charge of the passenger cars, and you can post your men on the platforms to act in case of need. My place will be ahead. Major, you can depend on me, was Foster's reply. I'll go through the train and have my eye on some boys of the right sort, and that's got their shooting irons with them. Through the hours of that day on rolled the train, still over the crisp buffalo grass, across the well-worn buffalo trails, past the prairie dog villages. The passengers chatted, dozed, played cards, read, all unconscious, with the exception of 3, of the coming conflict between the good and the evil forces bearing on their fate, of the fell preparations making for their disaster, of the grim preparations making to avert such disaster, of all of which the little wires alongside of them had been talking back and forth. Watkins had telegraphed that he still saw no reason to doubt the good faith of his warning, and Sinclair had reported his receipt of authority and his acceptance thereof. Meanwhile, also, there had been set in motion a measure of that power to which appeal is so reluctantly made in time of peace, at Fort. A lonely post on the plains, the orders had that morning been issued for 20 men under Lieutenant Halsey to parade at 4 p.m. with undercoats, 2 days' rations, and ball cartridges. Also for Assistant Surgeon Kessler to report for duty with the party. Orders as to destination were communicated direct to the lieutenant from the post commander, and on the minute the little column moved, taking the road to the station. The regiment from which it came had been in active service among the Indians on the frontier for a long time, and the officers and men were tried and seasoned fighters. Lieutenant Halsey had been well known at the West Point balls as the leader of the German. From the last of these balls he had gone straight to the field, and 3 years had given him an inviolable reputation for sang-froid and determined bravery. He looked every inch the soldier as he walked along the trail, his cloak thrown back and his sword tucked under his arm. The doctor, who carried a Maddock bullet in some inaccessible part of his scarred body, growled good-naturedly at the need of walking, and the men, enveloped in their army blue overcoats, marched easily by 4s. Reaching the station, the lieutenant called the agent aside, and with him inspected on a siding a long platform car on which benches had been placed and secured. Then he took his seat in the station and quietly waited, occasionally twisting his long blonde mustache. The doctor took a cigar with the agent, and the men walked about or sat on the edge of the platform. One of them, who obtained a surreptitious glance at his silent commander, told his companions there was trouble ahead for somebody. "That's just the way the lieutenant looked, boys," said he, when he was laying for them Apaches that raided Jones's ranch and killed the women and little children. In a short time the officer looked at his watch, formed his men, and directed them to take their places on the seats of the car. They had hardly done so when the whistle of the approaching train was heard. When it came up, the conductor, who had his instructions from Sinclair, had the engine detached and backed on the siding for the soldiers' car, which thus came between it and the foremost baggage car when the train was again made up. As arranged, it was announced that the troops were to be taken a certain distance to join a scouting party, and the curiosity of the passengers was but slightly excited. The soldiers sat quietly in their seats, their repeating rifles held between their knees, and the officer in front. Sinclair joined the latter and had a few words with him as the train moved on. A little later, when the stars were shining brightly overhead, they passed into the express car and sent for the conductor and other trainmen and for Foster. In a few words, Sinclair explained the position of affairs. His statement was received with perfect coolness, and the men only asked what they were to do. "I hope, boys," said Sinclair, that we are going to put this gang tonight where they will make no more trouble. Lieutenant Halsey will bear the brunt of the fight, and it only remains for you to stand by the interests committed to your care. Mr. Express Agent, what help do you want? The person addressed, a good-natured giant, girded with a cartridge belt, smiled as he replied. Well, sir, I'm wearing a watch which the company gave me for standing off the James gang in Missouri for half an hour, when we hadn't the ghost of a soldier about. I'll take the contract, and welcome to hold this fort alone. Very well, said Sinclair. Foster, what progress have you made? Major, I've got 10 or 14 as good men as ever drew a bead, and just red hot for a fight. That will do very well. Conductor, give the trainmen the rifles from the baggage car and let them act under Mr. Foster. Now, boys, I am sure you will do your duty. That is all. From the next station, Sinclair telegraphed, all ready, to the superintendent, who was pacing his office in much suspense. Then he said a few words to his brave but anxious wife and walked to the rear platform. On it were several armed men, who bade him good evening and asked when the fun was going to begin. Walking through the train, he found each platform similarly occupied, and Foster going from one to the other. The latter whispered as he passed him. Major, I found Arizona Joe, the scout, in the smoking car, and he's on the front platform. That lets me out, and although I know as well as you that there ain't any danger about that rear sleeper where the madam is, I ain't going to be far off from her. Sinclair shook him by the hand. Then he looked at his watch. It was 8:30. He passed through the baggage and express cars, finding in the latter the agent sitting behind his safe, on which lay 2 large revolvers. On the platform car, he found the soldiers and their commander sitting silent and unconcerned as before. When Sinclair reached the latter and nodded, he rose and faced the men, and his fine voice was clearly heard above the rattle of the train. Company, attention! The soldiers straightened themselves in a second. With ball cartridge, load! It was done with the precision of a machine. Then the lieutenant spoke, in the same clear, crisp tones that the troops had heard in more than one fierce battle. Men, said he, in a few minutes the Brigade, which will remember, are going to try to run this train off the track, wound and kill the passengers, and rob the cars and the United States mail. It is our business to prevent them. Sergeant Wilson. A gray-bearded, non-commissioned officer stood up and saluted. I am going on the engine. See that my orders are repeated. Now, men, aim low and don't waste any shots. He and Sinclair climbed over the tender and spoke to the engine driver. How are the air brakes working? Asked Sinclair. First rate. Then, if you slowed down now, you could stop the train in 1/3 of her length, couldn't you? Easy, if you don't mind being shaken up a bit. That is good. How is the country about the next milepost? Dead level and smooth. Good again. Now, Lieutenant Halsey, this is a splendid headlight, and we can see a long way with my night glass. I will have a 2D mile pole just past, interrupted the engine driver. Only one more to pass then, before we ought to strike them. Now, Lieutenant, I undertake to stop the train within a very short distance of the gang. They will be on both sides of the track, no doubt, and the ground as you hear is quite level. You will best know what to do. The officer stepped back. Sergeant, called he, do you hear me plainly? Yes, sir. Have the men fix bayonets. When the train stops and I wave my sword, let half jump off each side, run up quickly, and form line abreast of the engine, not ahead. Jack, said Sinclair to the engine driver. Is your hand steady? The man held it up with a smile. Good. Now stand by your throttle and your air brake. Lieutenant, better warn the men to hold on tight and tell the sergeant to pass the word to the boys on the platform, or they will be knocked off by the sudden stop. Now for a look ahead. And he brought the binoculars to his eyes. The great parabolic headlight illuminated the track a long way in advance, all behind it being of course in darkness. Suddenly Sinclair cried out, The fools have a light there, as I am a living man, and there is a little red one near us. What can that be? All ready, Jack? By heaven, they have taken up 2 rails. Now hold on all. Stop her. The engine driver shut his throttle valve with a jerk. Then holding hard by it, he sharply turned a brass handle. There was a fearful jolt, a grating, and the train's way was checked. The lieutenant, standing sideways, had drawn his sword. He waved it, and almost before he could get off the engine, the soldiers were up and forming, still in the shadow, while the bright light was thrown on a body of men ahead. "Surrender, or you are dead men," roared the officer. Curses and several shots were the reply. Then came the orders, quick and sharp. "Forward, close up, double quick, halt, fire." It was speedily over. Left on the car with the men, the old sergeant had said, "Boys, you hear? It's that Perry gang. Now don't forget Larry and Charlie that they murdered last year," and there had come from the soldiers a sort of fierce, subdued growl. The volley was followed by a bayonet charge, and it required all the officers' authority to save the lives even of those who threw up their hands. Large as the gang was, outnumbering the troops, well armed and desperate as they were, everyone was dead, wounded, or a prisoner when the men who guarded the train platforms ran up. The surgeon, with professional coolness, walked up to the robbers, his instrument case under his arm. "Not much for me to do here, Lieutenant," said he. "That practice for Creedmoor is telling on the shooting. Good thing for the gang, too. Bullets are better than rope, and a Colorado jury will give them plenty of that." Sinclair had sent a man to tell his wife that all was over. Then he ordered a fire lighted and the rails relaid. The flames lit a strange scene as the passengers flocked up. The lieutenant posted men to keep them back. "Is there a telegraph station not far ahead, Sinclair?" asked he. "Yes? All right." He drew a small pad from his pocket and wrote a dispatch to post commander. "Be good enough to send that for me," said he, "and leave orders at Barker's for the night express eastward to stop for us, and bring a posse to care for the wounded and prisoners. And now, my dear Sinclair, I suggest that you get the passengers into the cars and go on as soon as those rails are spiked. When they realize the situation, some of them will feel precious ugly, and you know we can't have any lynching." Sinclair glanced at the rails and gave the word at once to the conductor and brakeman, who began vociferating, "All aboard!" Just then, Foster appeared, an expression of intense satisfaction showing clearly on his face in the firelight. "Major," said he, "I didn't used to take much stock in special providence, or things being ordered, but I'm darned if I don't believe in them from this day. I was bound to stay where you put me, but I was uneasy and wild to be in the scrimmage, and if I had been there, I wouldn't have taken notice of a little red light that wasn't much behind the rear platform when we stopped. When I saw there was no danger there, I ran back, and what do you think I found? There was a woman in a dead faint, and just clutching a lantern that she had tied up in a red scarf. Poor little thing. And Major, it was Sally. It was the little girl that loved me out at Barker's, and has loved me and waited for me ever since. And when she came to and knew me, she was so glad she most fainted away again. And she led on, as it was her that gave away the job. And I took her into the sleeper, and the madam, God bless her, she knew Sally before, and was good to her. She took care of her and is cheering her up. And now, Major, I'm going to take her straight to Denver, and send for a person and get her married to me. She'll brace up, sure pop." The whistle sounded, and the train started. From the window of the sleeper, Sinclair and his wife took their last look at the weird scene. The lieutenant, standing at the side of the track, wrapped in his cloak, caught a glimpse of Mrs. Sinclair's pretty face, and returned her bow. Then, as the car passed out of the sight, he tugged at his mustache and hummed, "Why, boys, why should we be melancholy boys, whose business 'tis to die?" In less than an hour, telegrams having, in the meantime, been sent in both directions. The train ran alongside the platform at Barker's, and Watkins, imperturbable, as usual, met Sinclair, and gave him his letters. "Perry gang wiped out, I hear, Major," said he. "Good thing for the country. That's a lesson the toughs in these parts won't forget for a long time. Plucky girl that gave 'em away, wasn't she? Hope she's all right." "She is all right," said Sinclair with a smile. "Glad of that. By the way, that father of hern passed in his checks tonight. He'd got one warning from the vigilantes, and yesterday they found out he was in with this gang, and they was a-going for him. But when the telegram come, he put a pistol to his head and saved them all the trouble. Good riddance to everyone, I say. The sheriff's here now, and is going east on the next train to get them fellows. He's got a big posse together, and I wouldn't wonder if they was hard to hold in after the Boyesen blue is gone." In a few minutes the train was off, and its living freight, the just and the unjust, the reformed and the rescued, the happy and the anxious. With many of the passengers, the episode of the night was already a thing of the past. Sinclair sat by the side of his wife, to whose cheeks the color had all come back, and Sally Johnson lay in her berth, faint still, but able to give an occasional smile to Foster. In the station on the Missouri, the reporters were gathered about the happy superintendent, smoking his cigars and filling their notebooks with items. In Denver, their brethren would gladly have done the same, but Watkins failed to gratify them. He was a man of few words. When the train had gone and a friend remarked, "Hope they'll get through all right now," he simply said, "Yes, likely. 2 shots don't most always go in the same hole." Then he went to the telegraph instrument. In a few minutes he could have told a story as wild as a Norse saga. But what he said, when Denver had responded, was only, "Number 17, 55 minutes late." End of section number 14.
Section 15 of Short Story Classics American, Volume 2 by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Short Story Classics American, Volume 2 by Various. Jean de un Témoin by Thomas Alibon Hanvier, Part 1. Down Greenwich Way, that is to say, about in the heart of the city of New York, in a room with a glaring south light that made even the thought of painting in it send shivers all over you, Jean de un Témoin lived and labored in the service of art. By all odds, it was the very worst room in the whole building, and that was precisely the reason why Jean de un Témoin had chosen it, for the rent was next to nothing. He would have preferred a room that rented for even less. It certainly was a forlorn-looking place. There was no furniture in it worth speaking of. It was cheerless, desolate. A lot of studies of animals were stuck against the walls, and a couple of finished pictures, a lioness with her cubs, and a span of stunning draft horses, stood in one corner, frameless. There was good work in the studies, and the pictures really were capital, a fact that Jean himself recognized, and that made him feel all the more dismal because they so persistently remained unsold. Indeed, this animal painter was having a pretty hard time of it, and as he sat there day after day in the shocking light, doing honest work and getting no return for it, he could not help growing desperately blue. But today Jean de un Témoin was not blue, for of a sudden he had come to be stayed by a lofty purpose and upheld by a high resolve. And his purpose and resolve were that within 1 month's time he would gain for himself a new suit of clothes. There were several excellent reasons which together served to fortify him in his exalted resolution. The most careless observer could not fail to perceive that the clothes which he wore, and which were incomparably superior to certain others which he possessed, but did not wear, were sadly shabby. And Van Dyke Brown had asked him to be best man at his wedding. And further, and this was the strongest reason of all, Jean de un Témoin longed from the very depths of his soul to make himself pleasing in the eyes of Rose Carthame. How she managed it none but herself knew, but this charming young person, although the daughter of a widowly exile of France, who made an uncertain living by letting lodgings in the region between south and west of Washington Square, always managed to dress herself delightfully. It is true that feminine analysis might reveal the fact that the materials of which her gowns were made were of the cheapest product of the loom, yet was feminine envy aroused, yea, even in the dignified portion of Fifth Avenue that lies not south but north of Washington Square, by the undeniable style of these same gowns, and by their charming accord with the stylish gait and air of the trig little body who wore them. Therefore it was that when Monsieur Jan graciously was permitted to accompany Mademoiselle Rose in her jaunts into the grand quarter of the town, the propriety of her garments and the impropriety of his own brought a sense of desolation upon his spirit and a great heaviness upon his loyal heart. For Jean loved Rose absolutely to distraction. To say that he would have laid his coat in the mud for her to walk over does not, the condition of the coat being remembered, imply a very superior sort of devotion. He would have done more than this. He would have laid himself in the mud, and most gladly that he might have preserved from contamination her single pair of nice shoes. Even a cool and unprejudiced person being permitted to see these shoes, and he certainly would have been, for Rose made anything but a mystery of them, would have declared that such gallant sacrifice was well bestowed. The ardor of Jean's passion was increased, as has been common in love matters ever since the world began, by the knowledge that he had a rival, and this rival was a most dangerous rival, being none other than Madame Carthame's second-story front lodger, the Count de Courtrai. Simply to be the second-story front lodger carries with it a most notable distinction in a lodging-house, but to be that and a count, too, was a combination of splendors that placed Jean's rival on a social pinnacle and kept him there. Not that counts are rare in the region between west and south of Washington Square. On the contrary, they are rather astonishingly plentiful. But the sort of count who is very rare indeed, there is the count who pays his way as he goes along. Now, in the matter of payments, at least so far as Madame Carthame was concerned, the Count de Courtrai was exemplary. That there was something of a mystery about this nobleman was undeniable. Among other things, he had stated that he was a relative of the Cbteddies of Haarlem, the old family established here in New Amsterdam in the early days of the Dutch colony. Persons disposed to comment invidiously upon this asserted relationship, and such there were, did not fail to draw attention to the fact that the Haarlem Cbteddies, without exception, were fair, while the Count de Courtrai was strikingly dark, and to the further fact that, if the distinguished American family really was akin to the Count, its several members were most harmoniously agreed to give him the cold shoulder. With these malicious whisperings, however, Madame Carthame did not concern herself. She was content, more than content, to take the Count as he was and at his own valuation. That he was a prescribed Bonapartist, as he declared himself to be, seemed to her a reasonable and entirely credible statement, and it certainly had the effect of creating about him a halo of romance. Though not proscribed, Madame Carthame herself was a Bonapartist, and a most ardent one, a fact, it may be observed, concerning which the Count assured himself prior to the avowal of his own political convictions. When, on the 20th of April, he came home wearing a cluster of violets in his buttonhole, and bearing also a bunch of these imperial flowers for Madame Carthame, and with a presentation, confessed his own imperialistic faith, and touched gloomily upon the sorry reward that it had brought him. When this event occurred, Madame Carthame's kindly feelings toward her second-floor lodger were resolved into an abiding faith and high esteem. It was upon this auspicious day that the conviction took firm root in her mind that the Count de Courtrai was the heaven-sent husband for her daughter Rose. That Rose approved this ambitious matrimonial project of her mother's was a matter open to doubt. At least her conduct was such that two diametrically opposite views were entertained in regard to her intentions. On the one hand, Madame Carthame and the Count de Courtrai believed that she had made up her mind to live in her mother's own second-story front and be a countess. On the other hand, Jean d'Antomonnet, whose wish perhaps was father to his thought, believed that she would not do anything of the sort. Jean gladly would have believed also that she cherished matrimonial intentions in quite a different, namely an artistic direction. But he was a modest young fellow and suffered his hopes to be greatly diluted by his fears. And, in truth, the conduct of Rose was so perplexing, at times so atrociously exasperating, that a person much more deeply versed in women's ways than this young painter was, very well might have been puzzled hopelessly, for if ever a born flirt came out of France, that flirt was Rose Carthame. Of one thing, however, Jean was convinced, that unless something of a positive nature was done, and done speedily for the improvement of his outward man, his chance of success was gone forever. Already Madame Carthame eyed his seedy garments askance. Already, for Rose had admitted the truth of his suspicions in this dismal direction, Madame Carthame had instituted most unfavorable comparisons between his own chronic shabbiness and the no less chronic splendor of the Count de Courtrai. Therefore it came to pass, out of his abstract need for presentable habiliments, out of his desire to appear in creditable form at Van Dyke Brown's wedding, and more than all else out of his love for Rose, the Jean d'Antomonnet registered a mighty oath before high heaven that within a month's time a new suit of clothes should be his. Yet the chances are that he would have gone down Christopher Street to the North River, and still further down, even into a watery grave, as he very frequently thought of doing during this melancholy period of his existence, had not his fortune suddenly been irradiated by the birth in his mind of a happy thought. It came to him in this wise. He was standing drearily in front of a ready-made clothing store on Broadway, sadly contemplating a wooden figure clad in precisely the morning suit for which his soul panted, when suddenly something gave him a whack in the back. turning sharply and making use of an exclamation not to be found in the French dictionaries compiled for the use of young ladies' boarding schools, he perceived a wooden framework, from the lower end of which protruded the legs of a man. From a cleft in the upper portion of the framework came the apologetic utterance, "Didn't mean to hurt you, boss," and then the structure moved slowly away through the throng. Over its four sides, he observed, were blazoned announcements of the excellences of the garments manufactured by the very clothing establishment in front of which he stood. The thought came idly into his mind that this method of advertising was clumsy and not especially effective, followed by the further thought that a much better plan would be to set a-going upon the streets a really gentlemanly-looking man, clad in the best garments that the tailoring people manufactured, while a handsome sign upon the man's back, or a silken banner proudly borne aloft, should tell where the clothes were made, and how, for 2 weeks only, clothes equally excellent could be bought there at a tremendous sacrifice. And then came into his mind the great thought of his life. He would disguise himself by changing his blonde hair and beard to gray, and by wearing dark eyeglasses, and thus disguised, he would be that man. Detection he believed to be impossible, for merely dressing himself in respectable clothes almost would suffice to prevent his recognition by even the nearest of his friends. With that prompt decision, which is the sure sign of genius backed by force of character, he paused no longer to consider. He acted. With a firm step he entered the clothing establishment. With dignity demanded a personal interview with its proprietor. With eloquence presented to that personage his scheme. "You will understand, sir," he said in conclusion, "that these clothes such as yours see themselves in the best way when they are carried by a man very well made, and who, as the air, comme il faut. I have not the custom to say that I am justly that man, but now we talk of affairs. Look at me and see." And so speaking, he drew himself up his full 6 feet and turned slowly around. There could not be any question about it. A handsomer, a more distinguished-looking man was not to be found in all New York. With the added dignity of age, his look of distinction would be but increased. The great head of the great tailoring establishment was visibly affected. Original devices in advertising had been the making of him. He perceived that the device now suggested to him was superior to anything that his own genius had struck out. "It's a pretty good plan," he said meditatively. "What do you want for carrying it out?" "For you to serve 2 weeks, I ask but the clothes I go to wear." For a moment the tailor paused. In that moment the destinies of Jean d'Antomé, of Rose Carthamé, of the Count Cbteddy de Courtray hung in the balance. It was life or death. Jean felt his heart beating like a trip-hammer. There was upon him a feeling of suffocation. The silence seemed interminable, and the longer it lasted, the more did he feel that his chances of success were oozing away, that the crisis of his life was going against him. Darkness, the darkness of desolate despair, settled down upon his soul. Mechanically he felt in his waistcoat pocket for a 5-cent piece that he believed to be there, for the stillness, the restful oblivion of the North River were in his mind. His fingers clutched the coin convulsively, thankfully. At least he would not be compelled to walk down Christopher Street to his death. He could pay his way to eternity in the one-horse cart. Yet even while the blackness of shattered hope seemed to be closing him in irrevocably, the glad light came again. As the voice of an angel sounded the voice of the tailor, and the words which the tailor spake were those, "Young man, it's a bargain." But the tailor, upon whom heaven had bestowed shrewdness to an extraordinary degree, perceived in the plan proposed to him higher, more artistic possibilities than had been perceived in it by its inventor. There was a dramatic instinct, an appreciation of surprise, of climax, in this man's mind that he proceeded to apply to the existing situation. With a wave of his hand he banished the suggested sign on the walking advertiser's back, and the suggested silken banner. His plan at once was simpler and more profound. Dressed in the highest style of art, Jean was to walk Broadway daily between the hours of 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. He was to walk slowly. He was to look searchingly in the faces of all young women of about the age of 20 years. He was to wear, over and above his garments of price, an air of confirmed melancholy. That was all. But of the advertisement? How? Now, never you mind about the advertisement, young man. Where that is going to come in is my business, but you can just bet your bottom dollar that I don't intend to lose any money on you. All that you have to do is just what I've told you, and to be well dressed and walk up and down Broadway for 3 hours every day, and look in all the girls' faces. Don't strike me as being the hardest work that you might be set at. Now come along and be measured, and day after tomorrow you shall begin." As Jean walked slowly homeward to his dismal studio, he meditated deeply upon the adventure before him. He did not fancy it at all, but it was the means to an end, and he was braced morally to go through with it without flinching. For the chance of winning Rose, he would have stormed a battery single-handed, and not a bit more of moral courage would have been needed for such desperate work than was needed for the execution of the bloodless but soul-trying project that he had in hand. For the life and spirit of him, though he could not see how the tailor was to get any good out of this magnificent masquerading. In one of the evening papers, about a week later, there appeared a half-column romance that quite took Jean d'Antomene's breath away. It began with a reference to the distinguished elderly gentleman who, during the past week, had been seen daily upon Broadway about the hour of noon, who gazed with such intense though respectful curiosity into every young woman's face, who in the gay crowd was conspicuous not less by the elegance of his dress than by his air of profound melancholy. Then briefly but precisely the sorrowful story of the Marquis de, out of consideration for the nobleman's feelings the name was withheld, was told. How, the son of a peer of France, he had married, while yet a minor, against the wishes of his stern father. How his young wife and infant daughter had been spirited away by the stern father's orders. How, on his deathbed, the father had confessed his evil deed to his son, and had told that mother and child had been banished to America, where the mother speedily had died of grief, and where the child, though in ignorance of her noble origin, had been adopted by an enormously rich American, about whom nothing more was known than the fact that he lived in New York. The Marquis, the article stated, now was engaged in searching for his long-lost daughter, and among other means to the desired end had hit upon this of walking New York's chief thoroughfare in the faith that should he see his child, his paternal instinct would reveal to him her identity. "I calculate that this will rather whoop up public interest in our performance," said the tailor, cheerfully the next day, as he handed the newspaper containing the pleasing fiction to Jean. "That's my idea for a starter. I've got the whole story ready to come out in sections, paid a literary feller $20 to get it up for me, and you be careful today when you are interviewed," Jean shuddered, "to keep the story up, or," for Jean was beginning a remonstrance, "you can keep out of it altogether if you'd rather. Say you must refuse to talk upon so delicate a subject, or something of that sort. Yes, that's your card. It'll make the mystery greater, you know, and I'll see that the public gets the facts all the same." The tailor chuckled, and Jean was unutterably wretched. He was on the point of throwing up his contract. He opened his mouth to speak the decisive words, and shut it again as the thought came into his mind that his misery must be borne, and borne gallantly, because it was all for the love of Rose. That day there was no affection in his air of melancholy. He was profoundly miserable. Faithful to his contract, he looked searchingly upon the many young women of 20 years whom he met, and such of them as were possessors of tender hearts grew very sorrowful at sight of the obvious woe by which he was oppressed. His woe indeed was keen, for the newspaper article had had its destined effect, and he was a marked man. People turned to look at him as people had not turned before. It was evident that he was a subject of conversation. Several times he caught broken sentences which he recognized as portions of his supposititious biography. His crowning torture was the assault of the newspaper reporters. They were suave, they were surly, they were insinuatingly sympathetic, they were aggressively peremptory, but all alike were determined to wring from him to the uttermost the details of the sorrow that he never had suffered, of the life that he never had lived. It was a confusing sort of an experience. He began to wonder at last whether or not it were possible that he could be somebody else without knowing it, and if it were, in whom precisely his identity was vested. Being but a simple-minded young fellow with no taste whatever for metaphysics, this line of thought was upsetting. While involved in these perplexing doubts and the crowd at the Fifth Avenue crossing, he was so careless as to step upon the heel of a lady in front of him, and when the lady turned, half angrily, half to receive his profuse apologies, he beheld Mademoiselle Carthame. The face of this young person wore an expression made up of not less than 3 conflicting emotions: of resentment of the assault upon the heel of her one pair of good shoes, of friendly recognition of the familiar voice, of blank surprise upon perceiving that this voice came from the lips of a total stranger. She looked searchingly upon the smoked glasses, obviously trying to pry into the secret of the hidden eyes. Jean's blood rushed up into his face, and he realized that detection was imminent. Mercifully, at that moment, the crowd opened, and with a bow that hid his face behind his hat, he made good his retreat. During the remaining half-hour of his walk, he thought no more of metaphysics. The horrid danger of physical discovery from which he had escaped so narrowly filled him with a shuddering alarm. Nor could he banish from his mind the harrowing thought that perhaps for all his gray hair and painted wrinkles and fine clothes, Rose in truth had recognized him. That night an irresistible attraction drew him to the Carthame abode. In the little parlor he found the severe Madame Carthame, her adorable daughter, and the offensive Count Cbteddy Courtray. Greatly to his relief, his reception was in the usual form. Madame Carthame conducted herself after the fashion of a well-bred iceberg. Rose endeavored to mitigate the severity of her parents' demeanor by her own affability. The Count, as much as possible, ignored his presence. Jean could not repress a sigh of relief. She had not recognized him. But his evening was one of trial. With much vivacity, Rose entertained the little company with an account of her romantic adventure with the French nobleman who had come to America in quest of his lost daughter, for she had read the newspaper story and had identified its hero with the assailant of her heel. She dwelt with enthusiasm upon the distinguished appearance of the unhappy foreigner. She ventured the suggestion, promptly and sternly checked by her mamma, that she herself might be the lost child. She grew plaintive and expressed a burning desire to comfort this stricken parent with a daughter's love, and worst of all, she sat silent with a faraway look in her charming eyes, and obviously suffered her thoughts to go astray after this handsome marquis in a fashion that made even the Count Cbteddy Courtray fidget, and that filled the soul of Jean d'Antumene with a consuming jealousy, not the less consuming because of the absurd fact that it was jealousy of himself. As he walked home that night through the devious ways of Greenwich to his dismal studio, he seriously entertained the wish that he had never been born. End of section 15.